Prologue. Over the 500,000 years of its existence, it has been called many things. Some the probe, others the courier or the wanderer. And the silicon-based creatures of the orphan star cluster, known for their laziness and sluggishness, nicknamed it the Hurry. Its creators either couldn't or didn't want to come up with a name. They never named machines or devices, even ones as complex and expensive as this one. Among themselves, they called their creation the Hunter, because that was its function, to search for and find intelligent beings in space. Rarely, the name Messenger was also used, because the device helped communicate not only with beings close to the human race, but with humanoids in general. Some called it the Patron, the Mentor, and even the Chronicler. And yet, the creators of this unique device, who had spent years of hard labor on their creation, most often called it the Bloodhound.
Wasn't it a Doberman Pinscher, tracking a more or less advanced civilization?
Only, unlike a bloodhound, the Bloodhound probe could converse with its prey in the purest true language. The creators believed that one day he would return and inform the entire civilization that it was not alone in the universe, and that, in addition to the unpleasant, flickering crustaceans that fill the planets, there was someone else in the universe that deserved attention. But in 500,000 years of his work, he found no one. In the waters of hundreds of worlds, he encountered only amoeba-like creatures that not only did not understand the true language, but could not even speak at all. On the blue planet he had recently visited, primitive beings still reigned supreme. Time after time he landed on this planet, studying its inhabitants, deprived of intelligence and spirit, and tried to introduce them to the world. However, the beings remained stubbornly silent. No sound, no emotion. And then one day, quite unexpectedly, they disappeared. Confused, he looked at the instructions. The planet must be prepared for new life forms. Old forms, no matter how primitive, must survive. Every creature is of the greatest value to the Federation. Any human, finding themselves in a similar situation, would have scratched their heads. The instructions contained no mention of the planet's inhabitants' miraculous disappearance. Perhaps the speechless creatures had made an evolutionary leap, developing abilities denied them by their creators. Or perhaps representatives of some other civilization had hidden the planet's inhabitants out of sight until better times. He never found an answer to his questions. He had barely managed to plunge into the abyss of dry instructions when he saw that the natives had appeared again, and even filled the space with cheerful laughter. Most likely, the planet's speechless inhabitants hadn't changed at all, and were no different from their ancestors.
When asked about anything, they averted their eyes and remained bashfully silent.
These creatures must have simply had nothing to say. Ultimately, the half-written and half-thought-out instructions were to blame. Hadn't they confused him, failing to provide any guidance on his next steps? What should he do? Stay here and tame the locals with mule-like stubbornness, or fly to other planets and try on the coveted mantle of Messiah there? With a sad sigh, he decided to choose the latter. Questions swarmed in the crystalline recesses of his electronic brain, but the answers were lost. The questions, angry and unpolished, carried with them a danger, tragic for careless beings, specific for him, and quite tangible for his creators. Only once in 500,000 years did he face such a danger. For several seconds he strained to recreate the image of those distant days, his crystalline convolutions twitching. Something in this cluster of artificial neurons had failed.
And every poor student knows, lost information cannot be restored. Plunged into a pitch-black informational darkness, deprived of his most precious possession, his memory, he continued his mission,
or rather his now meaningless and endless journey, which led him to the very edge of the neutral zone, a place where the laws of the Federation no longer applied, but where the stranglehold of the Romulan Empire had not yet been felt. Chapter 1. James Kirk was happy. Happy to be home alone, and nothing prevented him from enjoying the joy of his return. Having crisscrossed the galaxy, Kirk had seen enough inhabited and uninhabited worlds to last a lifetime for most Starfleet officers. What forms of existence haven't humans organized? In what conditions haven't they clung to life? How varied and fascinating are the manifestations of human genius. The captain has seen megacities that could swallow all of North America. Villages that look like they came straight out of a pastoral picture somewhere in pristine Switzerland. Underwater cities and space city laboratories. And yet, there is no place more beautiful and warmer than San Francisco. This city became home to Kirk from his first day at the academy, when he and Gary Mitchell would admire its hilly old streets. After his first 5-year mission on the Enterprise, the captain's feelings for his hometown and its people were rekindled. The Presidio, Haight-Ashbury, the new suburb built with housing for Starfleet personnel. All of this is 500-year-old history, of which Kirk was a part. Just this morning, pacing his old apartment and admiring the view of the bay, he recalled with a poignant sadness the days when, after graduating from the academy, he was appointed commander of operations. Much water has passed under the bridge since then, but even now the streets, beaches, and residents remember the gallant officer, the fine fellow James Kirk. Ah, if only Spock and McCoy could spend at least a couple of days here. With what pride he would have shown them old Golden Gate Park, where the branching rhododendrons closing over the treasured paths formed high arches, and the shady lawns were still as charming as they had been so many years ago. Only the rains, vicious and torrential, would have prevented us from enjoying the beauty of San Francisco's oldest and most beautiful park. Something's wrong with the weather. They say it's the influence of the probe. In some places on the planet, this creation of cosmic intelligence has wreaked so much havoc that authorities have decided to create a special commission to organize aid to the affected areas. Kirk didn't live to see the raging elements mercilessly batter the Earth's northern hemisphere. However, the aftershocks of those events are still felt today, and, scientists say, will continue to confound meteorological forecasts for a long time to come. Nearby, on the narrow harbor promenade, seagulls fought over a piece of bread. It had noticeably cooled. Gusts of fresh sea breeze pierced his bones, but Kirk paid no attention to the weather. The captain was too happy to be back in the city of his youth, with this promenade, the park, the mighty sequoias, with everything that reminded him of better times. Only one thought haunted Kirk during those serene days. Would he soon encounter the stars again? Apparently, he'd simply forgotten how to rest. Kirk's thoughts, his heart, were in a place where there was no rain, no wind, no angry cries of hungry seagulls, where only the eternal struggle with the cosmos existed. The captain's short leave was coming to an end. This morning, Kirk received word from Starfleet Command that a new, previously unknown sector of the galaxy had been discovered, and he and his crew were to travel there to explore. Admiral Cartwright was assigned as mission overseer. The dim rays of the early afternoon sun barely pierced the sea haze. If only I could make the meeting, the captain urged himself, quickening his pace. A new mission, new plans, new worries. Much has changed in the last 20 years. Now he's commanding the Enterprise A, a ship that never failed its captain during its last mission. Sure, it's not the good old Enterprise, but as Leonard McCoy often points out, that doesn't stop Kirk from being known as a space wolf. Yes, much has changed. A truce, albeit fragile, has been reached with the Klingons, the Federation's eternal rivals. In fact, even the Romulans have calmed down. The sudden, piercing cry of a seagull brought the captain down to earth. Kirk cast a parting glance at the screaming flock of birds, shoved his hands in his pockets, and, whistling a cheerful tune, moved on. The rising sun silvered the calm surface of the coral sea. If Spock had not had to leave this romantic lagoon near the Great Barrier Reef for a long time, then perhaps he would have seriously taken up the study of the local underwater world, the splendor and diversity of which surpasses any region of the world ocean. On his last day, the Vulcan decided to visit his two old friends, the humpback whales George and Gracie, whom the Institute of Oceanography has kept in its waters since last century. Spock had always been fascinated by these giants, completely unlike the sea monsters that inhabit the turbulent waters of Vulcan's oceans. Standing on the edge of the newly constructed pier, Spock watched George with admiration. The whale rose high into the air and, reluctantly, as if in slow motion, crashed with all its gigantic mass onto the calm surface of the lagoon. Moments later, a magnificent fountain of water, sparkling in the sun, erupted from the impact site. Pushing off from the concrete base of the pier, Spock dove into the water and, with wide, flapping arms, swam toward the aquatic extravaganza. Suddenly, the Vulcan heard strange sounds echoing across the quiet morning lagoon. It wasn't the sound of splashing water. Spock realized he was hearing George singing. In fact, it couldn't even be called a sound. The Vulcan felt them with his whole skin, heard them inside himself. George's voice was clear and powerful. Anyone within a 1,500-kilometer radius of the Institute's waters could sense these inaudible, mysterious vibrations. Just 500 years ago, the sounds of thousands upon thousands of humpback whales filled the entire depths of the oceans. Without a moment's pause, the voices of individual whales merged into a single, never-ending song. No sooner had one sound faded than another would take its place. One pod of whales could communicate with another, located up to 20,000 kilometers away, essentially on the other side of the Earth. This continued until the end of the 19th century. Then, other sounds began to dominate the ocean expanses, the sounds of countless commercial and military steamships. Emitting powerful vibrations, they made it impossible for whales to communicate over distances of more than 10 kilometers. Apparently, the pollution of the oceans with machine sounds led to the mass suicides of whales in the 20th century. Disoriented, hundreds of them would leap ashore, condemning themselves to a painful death. Unable to help these unfortunate animals, humans allowed the extinction of the whale species. Of the once huge population, only two remain, Gracie and George. They say George's simple songs drove the probe away from Earth. Before it could wreak any more havoc on the planet, the alien retreated forever into the black abyss of the universe. At least, that's what Starfleet believes. Spock, however, had a completely different opinion. Everything indicates that Zond, or something similar, has visited Earth more than once before. Apparently, Zond's last visit took place during the cetacean heyday, before humans learned to detect the approach of such dangerous phenomena. When was that? 500 years ago? 1,000? Who knows? What's clear is that on its last visit, the probe found a completely different planet, and the only beings who knew anything about its goals and plans, and with whom it made contact, were these two. That's why Spock was here, in the Institute's waters, in the company of his new friends. While harboring few illusions about his success, the Vulcan had nonetheless managed to understand and discover much. When asked how he learned Gracie was pregnant, Spock responded surprisingly modestly. "She told me herself." "I learned it from Gracie," he then clarified. Infinitely curious, bold in his judgments, the Vulcan now resembled the Spock who almost died in the dungeons of Janus 6, but still obtained invaluable information about the existence of organosilicon creatures in the abandoned mines. The splashing of water and the impact of the 50-ton bulk on the sea surface were heard again, and again a magnificent azure fountain shot up into the sky. It seemed George sensed not only Spock's presence, but his thoughts as well. Sitting amid the ruins of an ancient, long-abandoned city on one of the most barren planets, only recently reconquered by the Romulan Empire, Diane carefully studied the wall inscriptions, damaged by time and the elements. Suddenly, footsteps were heard above, and the archaeologist, squinting against the blinding red sun, saw a tall male figure. It was a junior lieutenant from the patrol ship that had been tailing the research starship all the way to the planet. Strange, but somehow I'm not at all surprised, thought Diane. What happened? The archaeologist asked, discontentedly. An order from the capital. All scientific missions must be recalled. But for what purpose? Diane's green eyes flashed. He'd only just begun his work. How the archaeologist would have loved to slam a large magnifying glass into this junior lieutenant's face. But he had to be careful, if only for his sister's sake, whose position was far more precarious than his own. He had to remember that she still lived in the capital, where intrigue, murder, and revenge were commonplace. A whisper from some well-wisher could land his sister behind bars and forever brand her as disloyal. "They didn't tell me," the junior lieutenant declared, not without a hint of smugness. "So I can't explain anything to you either. I only know that your ship leaves in an hour. Hurry, or you'll be left here alone." The junior lieutenant grinned, kicked a few small stones, and walked away. Standing on the bridge, Dr. Leonard McCoy gazed in awe at the bluish-white planet floating peacefully across the main screen. The sight of this familiar, serene planet was completely at odds with the events Earth had recently endured. Many areas on its surface were completely cut off from the outside world, and transport ships were struggling to ferry food and medical supplies there. People are still being advised to boil their water, but overall the situation in these areas is returning to normal. Things were also calm on the Enterprise. "The screen displays selected information from the history of 20th century music, Doctor," came Pavel Chekhov's voice, sitting at the terminal and pressing keys on the keyboard. "A crucial period in the development of music. The most famous composers." Chekhov paused and turned the display towards McCoy, displaying a list of names: Shostakovich, Prokofiev, Stravinsky, Sviridov, Khachaturian. The doctor frowned and placed his hand on his interlocutor's shoulder. "There seems to be a smell of national bias here." "Passion?" Chekhov asked in amazement. "But all the composers listed are Russian, Mr. Chekhov," McCoy noted. "It's a generally accepted fact, Doctor. The Russian contribution to the development of music in the 20th century is the most significant." Frowning, McCoy rose from his seat and leaned on the railing encircling the command center bridge. The doctor's entire demeanor suggested he was thoroughly fed up with the straightforward Russian's art history lecture. An hour ago, McCoy had reported to the bridge to take advantage of the proximity to the first base central computer database and replenish the onboard music library. The duty officer turned out to be Chekhov, who enthusiastically volunteered to assist the doctor. To McCoy's utter surprise, almost the entire musical selection consisted of works by Russian composers, which nearly aroused suspicions of Slavophilism against Chekhov. "Perhaps I should give the computer a transition command," the officer asked. "For example, select all of Shostakovich's late works." "No, don't," McCoy shook his head. "Let's skip that era. I'm interested in the more recent compositions." "As you wish, Doctor." Chekhov stared at the display. "We'll now see a list of all the more or less significant composers of the 23rd century." "Ah, that's different," McCoy smiled, recognizing many of the names flashing on the display. "Now that's music. Sales Volcana, Evanston, Penalt, Vygoljevsky." "What Vygoljevsky?" "Anton Vygoljevsky, Doctor," Chekhov replied. He was the most famous composer of that century in the field of electronic music.
And his variations on themes by Prokofiev.
I can't believe you've never heard them.
Dr. McCoy didn't have time to express his opinion on all this electronic gibberish. Suddenly, an annoying buzzer sounded. "It must be Dr. Chappell," McCoy exclaimed happily, jumping up to the captain's chair. "I promised her a tour of the new medical bay before we set off."
But it wasn't Chappell at all. The image of a dark-haired Starfleet lieutenant appeared on the video monitor. "This is Operations Command. Admiral Cartwright calling Captain Kirk." McCoy exchanged glances with Chekhov and replied, "The captain is still absent. As far as we know, he has a meeting with the Admiral this afternoon." "Thank you," the adjutant said sullenly. "Just a moment." The screen went dark, but a minute later the young lieutenant's face reappeared. "If the captain does show up, ask him to contact the Admiral immediately. Over and out." The screen began to ripple and then went black.
"What could that mean?" McCoy muttered discontentedly.
"Captain!" Zulu's voice suddenly rang out from the deep shadows. Just a few steps away from Kirk, a cleaning robot was silently scrubbing the aluminum signs of the Central Science Building. Looking around, the captain was surprised to see his helmsman. Moments later, in the vast, sunlit plaza of the Starfleet Central Command Complex, two officers looked at each other in bewilderment. "Where have you been, Mr. Zulu? I've been trying to contact you all day." "I just didn't enjoy the view of the city," Zulu replied, offended. "You know, it's not much fun when it's been raining all morning. Well, and now, the weather seems to have cleared up. How about a tour of Chinatown?" "Exactly. That's exactly why I was looking for you," Kirk grinned broadly. "But I'm afraid our sortie might be a bit delayed. Admiral Cartwright has a different opinion on the matter. He scheduled a meeting with me this morning." "Well, Captain, with your permission, I'll bask in the sun and wait for you." "Why don't you come with me?" The captain gestured for the helmsman to follow him to the headquarters building. "I could really use your presence and support." Right on the porch of the building, Zulu suddenly stopped and looked at Kirk with fear. "Of course, if the Admiral doesn't object." "He won't," Kirk answered calmly, confident that the Admiral had chosen the Enterprise for this new and dangerous mission. Cartwright obviously wanted to confront the captain with the facts, and how could it be otherwise? Surely he hadn't decided to snatch a few minutes of his precious time and meet with some officer for arguments and arguments. Exiting the turbolift, Kirk and Zulu quickly found the Admiral's reception area. Cartwright's aide-de-camp greeted them at the door. "Captain Kirk," the captain introduced himself with a friendly smile.
"Reporting at the Admiral's request."
The adjutant, a young, dark-haired woman with stern features, obviously from the planet Vulcan, looked at the guests sternly and even a little angrily. Pressing a button, she reported into the microphone. "Sir, Captain Kirk has arrived." "Ask him," Cartwright's baritone voice was heard. "Come in," the receptionist invited sternly. "The Admiral has been waiting for you for a long time." To the guest's surprise, Cartwright wasn't alone. The gray-haired president of the Federal Council sat across the table from the Admiral. Their frowning expressions left no doubt that Kirk had been summoned here for an urgent matter. "Admiral, Mr. President," Kirk nodded to each of the gentlemen present in turn. "May I introduce you to my helmsman, Mr. Zulu?" Cartwright glanced lazily at Zula and lowered his eyes.
The council president stared at the Admiral for a long moment, his gaze expressing his displeasure at the stranger's presence. But then, as if changing his mind, he nodded to the captain and smiled reluctantly. "Have a seat, gentlemen," Cartwright said, gesturing toward the empty chairs. "Captain, I was planning to meet you for a completely different reason, but—" The Admiral rose from his chair, walked to his workstation, and pressed one of the countless buttons on the control panel. The room filled with loud radio interference. "I apologize, gentlemen, but we weren't able to achieve better reception. Furthermore, we were using a secure channel, and it's quite weak." Kirk listened intently to the distant voice, barely cutting through the radio static. "Calling all our friends in the neutral zone. Important message. The Praetor is dead." James Kirk looked closely at Cartwright. The Admiral kept his gaze fixed on the President, who, his brow furrowed, was studying the green cloth on the table. The voice continued. "After some time, chaos will reign throughout the Empire. But in the midst of it, a great peace between our peoples can be born. Carry this message to all who desire peace. Beware of those who would conceal or distort the information we send. Unfortunately, censorship is the only thing our empire has perfected." The static disappeared, and with it the voice. "How long ago was this message received?" Zulu asked. 3 o'clock in the morning, Cartwright replied. The Admiral's deathly pale face and the dark circles under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept since the message was received. Kirk shook his head skeptically. "Rumors of the Praetor's imminent demise were already circulating when Hector was still a child. During my time in Starfleet, I too heard similar rumors many times. I admit, of course, that the Romulans aren't eternal, but the Praetor is only third in influence." "Third in rank, but first in power," the Council President clarified, his voice emphasizing the seriousness of the message he'd just received. "Those in the know that the Praetor effectively rules the Empire, or ruled if he's dead. But can this message be trusted?" "No Romulan can be completely trusted," the President shook his head. "But the source who sent us this information is undoubtedly trustworthy. He's informed us before, and his reports have always been confirmed." "In any case," Cartwright noted, "regardless of our judgments and biases, we have no choice but to take note of this message and prepare for the events to come." No one in the Empire doubted the Praetor's death. The huge crowds on the streets of the capital were proof of this. Every Romulan was eager to get to the Palace of Columns to see the ruler's body on display there and to prove their loyalty to the regime. Yandra watched with interest from the window of her citadel home, where she lived with her husband, Tiam. The crush of the raging crowd of sobbing, crying, and simply curious townspeople completely discouraged her from joining in the public expression of grief. Perhaps, Yandra thought, someone truly felt the loss. Few were willing to go to great lengths to prove their devotion to the deceased. "An official representative will be coming to pick you up," Tiam announced unexpectedly, standing in front of the mirror and attaching a mourning bow to his uniform. "I've already prepared a place for them to land." "What kind of music should I play?" Yandra asked, trying to speak as calmly as possible. "The pilot will inform you." Tiam turned to his wife. Her heart pounded and her hands trembled. Yandra remembered how she had cried for days before the wedding. Marrying a successful man with wide ties was the only way to remove the mortal threat to herself and her relatives. But Yandra didn't know then that Tiam was destined to be her husband. She had only been informed that she had been chosen by a loyal, influential man with a stellar reputation. "At least he's handsome," Yandra thought when she first saw Tiam. "I think we'll have to play Lerma's Requiem," Tiam continued in a serious voice. "He occupies one of the highest places among his contemporaries in the Orthodox list." Of course, Yandra agreed, thinking to herself that Lerma was the purest, most polished composer she knew. Even the Praetor had never objected to official performances of his works. So, she'd been invited to play at the ruler's funeral. Romulans were universally renowned for their irony. But this, Yandra smiled sadly, is the height of irony. The Praetor, who in life had been a scoundrel and a murderer, the Praetor whom even the most blind and propaganda-deluded citizens accused of hundreds of thousands of murders and the mysterious disappearances of their fellow citizens, the Praetor who personally sent her older brother on a doomed expedition, the failure of which meant his inevitable execution, The Praetor who orchestrated the ritual suicide of her parents and branded her body with shame. This Praetor, even in death, reaches out to her with bony hands and demands that she dedicate music, passion, and inspiration to his strangler. This is truly a great honor. Waking up from her thoughts, Yandra realized that this was not the first time she had heard these words from her husband. I don't think I need reminding you that it was only thanks to the Praetor's favor that I became a mid-level administrator, and who knows what I'm destined to become under his successor. Incidentally, I've been told that because of your closeness to me, several old and quite worthy musicians have been overlooked. Thiam looked at his wife, expecting to see gratitude on her face. But Yandra seemed indifferent to her husband's words. As for me, Thiam raised his index finger pompously and lowered his voice to a whisper. I was initiated into... He suddenly fell silent and cast a frightened glance at his wife. In his boasting, Thiam had almost crossed the line and said too much. Yandra ignored her husband's final words. Head bowed, she thought about the great honor she'd been shown. How dare Thiam? Did he really know nothing of her family's past? That she'd married him solely to exonerate herself and her brother? I can imagine the anger this must evoke in him, Yandra chuckled to herself. Somehow you don't seem excited, Thiam noted, narrowing his eyes. It seems you genuinely don't understand the honor bestowed upon you. I'll play, Thiam, Yandra said quietly and submissively. Even more than they ask. Hiran, captain of the Galtis, reacted with complete calm to the official announcement of the Praetor's death. Only after reaching his quarters did Hiran allow himself to smile, and the heavy features of his face softened. They finally decided to tell the people, the captain muttered. Did they really think they could keep the truth a secret forever? Hearing footsteps behind him, Hiran turned and saw Ferik, the newly appointed first officer, standing at the threshold of his compartment. The unexpected guest stood with his hands clasped behind his back. However, they kept Praetor's illness a secret for years. Nodding silently, Hiran began scanning the Galtis' personnel list on the display. The captain was surprised to discover that Ferik had served on the ship for 4 years. How could they have worked side by side for so long without the young officer ever catching his eye? Probably because he himself never paid attention to trivialities, to things he considered unimportant. God, how strange it was to glean bits of information about his first officer, whom he'd probably met more than once in the Galtiges corridors. There was nothing to be done. He'd have to settle for strained, forced conversations with Ferik, peppered with awkward pauses, and reminisce about the easy, pleasant interactions with the good-natured Wren. It was strange for Hiran to look at the list and not see the former first officer's name even among the rank-and-file crew members. Yes, the coming weeks promise to be interesting, the captain drawled falsely. Do you think they'll call us back? Anything is possible, Ferik shrugged, especially in times of change. There are only rumors all around. Hiran didn't expect any other answer. Not even from Wren. Well, Spock, McCoy said, entering the medical bay first. Did you encounter any manifestations of intelligence again, or did you just get wet? This meeting cannot be described in any words, Doctor. So tell me, you've found out something again, haven't you? Of course, Doctor. George and Gracie are quite happy with their environment, but... About the probe again, Spock? Yeah? I don't think it's possible to say anything definitive, Doctor. At best, I can describe my feelings and impressions. Like the ones you picked up in San Francisco, after which you started claiming that Gracie was pregnant. Approximately, Doctor. Only those previous impressions were stronger, sharper, much more specific. Apparently, this is due to the special natural biological function that Gracie encountered, and the probe and its actions remained far beyond the everyday experience of whales. However, our actions in transporting them from the 20th century seem just as incomprehensible and mysterious to Gracie and George. But I understand everything correctly, or rather, I sense it. For whales, the arrival of the probe and the transport through the centuries are phenomena of the same order. I suspect that Gracie and George do not distinguish between the two. Are you saying that they don't see any difference between us and the probe? To some extent. I repeat, both events remain entirely beyond the experience and intellectual development of whales. So, McCoy frowned, they could very well link the probe to us and even the Klingons? When interacting with the whales, I had one feeling. Everything connected with the probe and our intervention in their lives evokes in them a feeling of closeness, of involvement, so to speak. George and Gracie don't understand what exactly happened, but the events are deeply imprinted on their souls and minds. And this evokes in the whales emotions and feelings close to comfort and safety, not in the present, but in the future. That's it, Doctor. McCoy's head was spinning. What does all this mean? I tried to convey only what George and Gracie apparently sense. Perhaps they sense another contact with the probe, or some similar apparatus ahead. Then he'll be back, McCoy sighed wearily. I don't think anyone studying this problem doubts that the probe will return, Doctor. I just think it will come much sooner than others think. McCoy lowered his eyes and shook his head thoughtfully. He recalled the strange Starfleet communication session that day and the captain's subsequent request to report to the transport bay. Why is Jim so eager to see us? I don't know, Doctor. Incidentally, I've been informed of the probe's location and course. It continues its journey toward the First Federation, and there's no sign of its imminent return. Well, that's someone else's problem, McCoy snorted. I can only wish them success. The captain is waiting for us. After some time, the first officer and the doctor reached the transport bay, where a worried Kirk and Zulu appeared before them. The funeral lasted 1 day and 2 nights. During this time, thousands upon thousands of Romulans filed past the glass sarcophagus containing the Praetor's body and signed the Book of Remembrance. And for a day and a half, without food and almost without sleep, Yandra, sitting on a bench set on a high podium, played mournful melodies. She alternated between 3 instruments, the elegiac 3-stringed batane, the lyrical 12-string plectrum, and the plaintive single-stringed tail. Yandra had to play more than just Lerma's music. The vaults of the column hall echoed with melodies by Thaletus, Mectius, and several other composers. Yandra herself also aroused unusual interest among the Romulans, who had come to bid farewell to the leader. During brief breaks, setting aside yet another musical instrument and stretching her tired fingers, she would occasionally hear whispers rolling through the endless line of townspeople like a relay baton. The wife of the junior centurion Tiam, Diana's sister, an archaeologist. Twin? Oh no, it's just my sister. Is she older than him? They say it's older. I heard they have other sisters and brothers. Neither she nor her brother had ever been in the army. They say they're in disgrace, but don't look at her. It happened that a matron would slap her husband on the back of the head if he stared too long at the tired, dark-eyed, yet beautiful woman on the podium. The venerable citizen would immediately turn his gaze to the sarcophagus containing the withered body of the old man who, until recently, held in his hands the thoughts, feelings, and lives of the Romulans. Yandra played, overcoming fatigue, ignoring the buzzing in her head and numb fingers. Sometimes she managed to doze off And then she saw images from her distant childhood. A tiny, prodigious child sitting on a sunlit green lawn, playing the plectrum before the masters. "Rejoice," the grey-haired elders said to her parents. "Your family has someone to fulfill their military duty. Therefore nothing will prevent your girl from achieving musical heights." Coming to after such dreams, Yandra would begin to cry. Some noticed clear drops falling from the woman's light green eyes onto the strings of her plectrum, or bataine. "How touching! Look how she cries for our leader." "For our leader," Yandra whispered with hatred.
Can anyone really cry for this beast?
Having just received urgent communications from several long-trusted sources, Starfleet Command stepped up patrols along the neutral zone, rightly fearing provocations and aggression from the Romulans. But then came an unexpected official intergovernmental message, surprisingly friendly in tone. Chapter 2. From Captain Kirk's diary. Sidereal time 8475.3. The initial foreign policy response from the post-Praetorian elite was rather unexpected. The Federation officially submitted a letter offering peace and friendship. The letter requested a meeting of plenipotentiary representatives on an uninhabited planet deep within the neutral zone. Experts view this proposal as more of a tentative step than a genuine desire for a genuine peace conference. However, there is hope that this could initiate permanent negotiations, as with the Klingons.
Personally, I doubt the Romulan sincerity, especially after their recent response to the Federation's warning that the probe's course passes very close to some rather important centers of the Romulan Empire. For some reason, the Romulans began denying the existence of this craft, and declared that any observation or pursuit within Imperial space would be considered a violation of its sovereignty. Meanwhile, Admiral Cartwright has chosen the Enterprise as the official transport for the negotiators. We will transport the Federation delegation to the meeting site, symbolizing goodwill. However, if life has taught me anything, it's not to be optimistic where there's no place for it. Using the probe, the Romulans could very well be playing us by the nose in some dirty trick of theirs. Then we'll see if Mr. Scott is right when he says Command needs the Enterprise no more than it needs a ferry. Admiral Cartwright invited the Enterprise's entire senior staff to the press conference. However, only Kirk, Spock, and McCoy found themselves at the conference table across from Cartwright and the President of the United Federation of Planets. Zulu and Chekhov lingered at the stern, checking the auxiliary engines. Uhura appeared briefly, conversed with the Admiral, and then disappeared. Scott, despite promising the old man he would be at his service at any time, cited a problem with the ship's cooling system and soon departed the press room. "Good morning, gentlemen," the President greeted and began his speech. "The purpose of our meeting is to outline your responsibilities during the upcoming negotiations with the Romulans," the President continued, surveying those present and meeting neither approval nor objections. "Before we go any further, I want to ask you if you are familiar with the term perestroika. I believe it's a Russian word that emerged in the late 20th century and meant reconstruction or remaking of something." Spock perked up. "I think the concept of glasnost also emerged in Russia around that time." "Which means openness and publicity," McCoy sighed. "And even liberalization in ideology." "Thank you, gentlemen. I see you remember history well," the President praised. "These very processes are likely taking place in the Romulan Empire now, following the death of the Praetor. According to our information, their entire society, from the highest echelons of power to the street rabble, is gripped by a euphoria of change. First, the Romulans opened the prisons and released all political prisoners, or at least those considered political prisoners. Next, the provisional government permitted free trade with all planets outside the Federation and abolished the so-called exclusion list. Philosophers and scientists, artists and writers who had previously been forbidden on pain of death from publicly expressing their thoughts and feelings were now granted freedom of speech. "Diane!" Yandra cried joyfully. not thinking that Tiam might be spying on her through a hidden video monitor. She and Diane hadn't been allowed to see each other for 5 years. Tiam might gnash her teeth in anger, but she would never hide her feelings for her brother. Throwing off the covers under which she'd been languishing for the past few days, Yandra leaped out of bed and threw herself into his open arms. "Hello, little sister." Diane named Yandra the same way he had called her as a child. In fact, she was 6 minutes older, a fact, oddly enough, that was quite significant in the twins' relationship. The tumultuous scene of joy lasted so long that Yandra's tears had time to dry. Sitting on the bed and holding hands, the brother and sister gazed tenderly into each other's eyes, not uttering a word. "You look exhausted," Diane finally said. "I'm so glad to see you," Yandra said in a heartbreaking voice. Her eyes grew moist again. Without taking her eyes off Diane, she took out a handkerchief and pressed it to her face. "It's a miracle you're here," Yandra sobbed, pressing her cheek against her brother's shoulder. "For 3 whole days, while the capital washed itself in sorrowful tears, I played the mournful music of the sanctioned composers, played it until I was exhausted. But enough about that. We finally meet. How did this happen?" "Haven't you heard about the relaxation of the regime?" Diane asked, casting a disapproving glance around his sister's apartment. "I was declared a loyal citizen and rehabilitated. They said so. In connection with your services to the fatherland and as a sign of respect for your talent. Now I can say whatever I want. But to hell with such happiness. If you only knew how close I was to deciphering the wall writings in Telekan. Of course, I've redrew the hieroglyphs. As soon as everything is sorted out, I'll immerse myself in studying them. And then, I don't want to see anyone but you. How do you manage to live next to these people?" "Don't forget, I'm the wife of one of them," Yandra answered quietly, examining her fingers. "So I'm forced to move in their circle. Apparently, this is what's written in our destiny. Fate sometimes beats us down, sometimes caresses us, brother. And you and I will never live the way we want." "Well, the rumors are confirmed, Captain," Ferric said, raising his hand in greeting as he stood at the threshold of Hiran's living quarters. "The peace conference will indeed take place, and you will be participating." "Perhaps. Just don't forget that our Galtis, like the conference itself, has its detractors," Hiran said, looking sullenly at the first officer. "I approve of this idea, but I hope these guys don't outsmart themselves. Failure in the negotiations will drag them to the very bottom, from which they'll never escape." Ferric nodded in agreement, but remained silent. "Your opinions, gentlemen," Cartwright addressed the officers. "Admiral, if I may," Kirk stood up from the table. "It seems to me that changes of such a massive scale are unlikely to be staged simply for show." "We've only painted a general picture for you," the President explained. "In reality, the consequences of the processes unfolding in the Empire are unpredictable, and the possible scenarios are endless." "I believe, gentlemen," Spock interjected, "that these changes, real or not, matter only to the Romulans themselves, not to the Federation. What matters most now is knowing who really rules the Empire and how much power they wield. I believe the Praetor's death will trigger a bitter and perhaps protracted struggle for a place in the sun." "We have no reliable information on this matter," the President shook his head sadly. "To outside observers, the Romulan leadership wants to appear monolithic and united. We only know that the Praetor's duties are carried out by some committee, but we don't know who exactly is on it." "The activities of any temporary committees are usually based on existing laws and traditions," Spock noted, "at least in developed societies." "We know nothing about this committee, gentlemen," the President repeated. "Neither its size nor its composition. But be that as it may, we'll have to deal with it, even if we don't want to. And not just in terms of holding a peace conference." "Stupid secrets," McCoy frowned.
How can you talk to someone without seeing their face?
Keep your skepticism to yourself, gentlemen, Cartwright reprimanded, clearly displeased with the doctor's retort. We must accept the Romulans' offer and respond positively immediately. The stakes are high. The development of peaceful relations between two different cultures. Therefore, we cannot act otherwise. I agree, the President agreed, noticing the faint, skeptical smile on Kirk's lips. That's precisely why we are here, gentlemen. We must seize every chance we get to establish the peace we've longed for. Without forgetting about my own interests, McCoy added. Yes, without forgetting my own interests, the President repeated, smiling for some reason and exchanging glances with the Admiral. Is it worth continuing the conversation? There are still a few aspects we could discuss privately. For example, the Romulans insist that the conference cover not only peace issues, but also cultural and scientific exchange between peoples. It seems the Romulans will be accompanied by a full orchestra, and they hope to see the same with us. As I understand it, the Enterprise will be exchanging concerts with an Imperial ship. A fine excuse for a mass invasion of our warship, McCoy said warily. Precautions will be taken, Doctor, Cartwright stated, just as the Romulans will be on guard when we pay them a courtesy call. What are the other aspects, Mr. President? Kirk reminded him, forestalling McCoy's next retort. I'm afraid you'll find the next aspect distasteful. The Romulans have set a condition regarding the ambassador who will represent our Federation. The officers of the Enterprise raised their eyebrows in surprise. Are they trying to tell us who exactly should be the ambassador? Kirk said indignantly. The Romulans named someone who shouldn't have been one. The President shook his head. That's too much, McCoy exclaimed. It's our business to decide who to send as ambassador. Isn't that right? Why are you all so hostile, Doctor? Spock couldn't help but ask. You know the story about the rabbit and the cabbage? I don't know what kind of fairy tales the Romulans have, the President interjected, but that's beside the point. Their demands aren't just diplomatic posturing. The Romulans have seriously stated that they won't attend any conference if there's even one person they don't like. And we have to take that into account. Did they give any explanation? Kirk asked. Yes, there are explanations, and I see a certain logic in them. If negotiations involving a person of the highest rank and with a brilliant reputation as ambassador fail, it will be a real disaster. But if someone of lower rank is involved, don't start at the top, Kirk commented. Or if you fail, everything will come to a complete standstill. Absolutely correct, the President agreed. This is standard diplomatic practice in the Federation. Senior leaders don't meet until lower-ranking diplomats have cleared the way and agreed on all the details. And who is this undesirable high-ranking person? Kirk asked. I'm sure you all know him, the President said, looking pointedly at Spock. This is the Vulcan ambassador Sarek. I knew it, McCoy breathed. It's easy to explain why they don't want to see him. Yes, the very fact that the Romulans don't want to deal with Sarek specifically says a lot, Kirk agreed. First of all, the Romulans aren't up to his level, McCoy blurted out. Quite possible. However, there are ulterior motives here. For example, the Romulans are willing to engage in dialogue with the Federation as a whole, but are unwilling to deal with their fellow Vulcans. In any case, negotiations must take place. So who are they willing to see in Sarek's place? I think you know him too, the President replied, smiling mysteriously. He's one of Sarek's protégés. He'll be here any minute. His name is Riley. At 40, Captain Kevin Thomas Riley of the Starfleet Foreign Service, a man brimming with Irish wit and charm, still had the reputation of being a rascal and a rake in his later years. Wherever his thick graying beard gleamed, raunchy jokes and Homeric laughter could be heard. His new circumstances hadn't dampened his spirit. Slightly irresponsible and dissolute, Riley still maintained his habits.
arriving late for meetings attended by Admiral Cartwright and the President of the Federal Council himself. While in a place near Cairo, he tried to reach the Enterprise on a passing transport ship. Meanwhile, in the press room, the Admiral and the President nervously glanced at their watches. Their expressions made it clear that being late could cost Riley dearly in his future career. And anyway, his return aboard the Enterprise was hardly a balm for Kirk's soul. Now Riley was returning to a different ship, 20 years later, and he was a far cry from the nervous young lieutenant. Familiar faces still served on the Enterprise: Scotty, Spock, Uhura, and many others. It seemed as if the spirit of the old Enterprise was wandering the ship's corridors. The strangest and most uncomfortable circumstance for Riley was that he was returning to the ship as a very important figure, around whom the entire mission would revolve. And if Riley himself felt uneasy in this situation, what must Kirk be feeling? Riley was once warmly welcomed by the captain, and even recommended for the rank of lieutenant. One day, an accident occurred in the descent team under Riley's command, and the lieutenant was about to be held responsible. Kirk vehemently defended his protégé, running from office to office and using his meager connections as best he could. In the end, everything was settled. One could say the captain saved Riley's career. It's hard to imagine that his former protégé must now represent the entire Federation at a peace conference, effectively subordinating Captain Kirk and his crew. After all, I went through Sarek's school, Riley thought when he learned of his unexpected assignment. Already on the Enterprise, he remembered his acquaintance with the ambassador. These are the details of an emergency involving the descent team under your command, were the first words of the famous Vulcan, who had just slammed shut the folder containing Riley's personal file. The miraculously surviving lieutenant stood before the legendary Sarek in his office, feeling his knees trembling and sweat beading on his forehead. You were appointed commander of a descent team, where one of the team members was eaten by a Praetor. You were accused of his death, suspended from duty, and a criminal case was opened. The ambassador spoke in an affirmative tone, but it was clear that he was waiting for some kind of intelligible answer, or at least an excuse. Riley sighed heavily and began. As the officer and commander of the descent team, sir, I bear full responsibility for any fatal accident? I don't think so, Mr. Riley. Sit down. Riley sat down, but didn't calm down. He asked about a transfer to another corps, expecting to hear in response a story about his unenviable future, perhaps a clerk or secretary, and then the possibility, upon successfully reaching 50, of being promoted to command at some remote base where most of the personnel were local, dark-haired, indigenous women. Imagine the young lieutenant's surprise when Sarek bluntly declared that he was taking him on as his personal representative. I chose you over a Vulcan because humans are often, how shall I put it, spontaneous and unpredictable. I value those qualities greatly, Sarek explained, without adding anything further. It was only many months later when Riley, in a foul mood, suggested that some computer or bureaucratic error had contributed to his appointment, that Sarek said, "If you're not happy with this position, you can request a transfer to another agency at any time. However, only after we've weathered the current crisis." On his very first day, Sarek left his new employee alone and carefully, leisurely reread his personnel file. It seemed like hours passed before the Vulcan finally pushed the file away and looked at Riley thoughtfully. "You have no family, Mr. Riley," the ambassador said, more affirmatively than questioningly, expecting a lengthy explanation. "No, sir. With all the time I travel, starting a family would be the height of recklessness. And as for my parents, they were killed on TARDIS 4. I'm familiar with the circumstances of this case. Apparently, that's when you decided to choose this profession?" "Damn right, of course," Riley wanted to exclaim, but wisely changed his mind, assuming that ambassadors were not spoken to in such a tone and with such words. "I decided to use all my strength and abilities to ensure that monsters like Kodos never raise their heads again. Riley seemed to satisfy Sarek completely with his answer. The ambassador, his hands on the table, silently regarded the young officer. After serving with Spock, Riley knew what prolonged silence from Vulcans meant. So, without a word, without any fuss, impatience, or irritation, he waited. Sarek's silence lasted an indecently long time. At one point, Riley even thought the ambassador had simply fallen asleep. While sitting aimlessly in Sarek's office, the lieutenant had time to think about everything, even his beard. Riley had grown it while serving under Kirk. He had become so accustomed to it that he had decided to never part with it. During intense emotional outbursts, Riley had developed a habit of grabbing his beard and twirling it around his fingers. However, he also twirled it out of boredom. Looking in the mirror, Riley sometimes caught himself thinking that with a beard, he looked quite respectable, even majestic, which, however, didn't always fit with his extremely lively nature. Well, perhaps the beard would serve his diplomatic career yet, as for many peoples of the Federation, any facial hair is a sign of maturity and dignity. Vulcans have a saying that a beard reveals more than it conceals. Sarek finally perked up, either guessing his interlocutor's thoughts or noticing Riley constantly twirling his beard. That's why it's so rare to find a bearded Vulcan. By the way, do you intend to keep that beard of yours? The ambassador's voice was completely dispassionate, and Riley couldn't guess what answer would be most advantageous now. "I'll shave it off if you don't like it, Ambassador," Riley answered quickly, almost in a tongue twister. "If you become my representative in Starfleet, Mr. Riley, you must understand. I do not tolerate indecision." Another of your revered philosophers said, "Be hot or cold. Just don't be lukewarm, or I'll douse you with fire, or pour a bucket of cold water over your head." I adhere to the same principle. You can be unsure about something, Mr. Riley, but never indecisive. I hope you understand the difference between these concepts. "Yes, sir," Riley answered firmly after thinking for a moment. "I didn't expect anything else," the ambassador sighed with relief. Riley kept his beard and learned a lot from Sarek. Mustering up his courage, he stepped into the turbo lift and pressed the press room button. The Admiral and the President's meeting with the Enterprise's senior officers was drawing to a close when the press room doors swung open and Kevin Riley appeared. The Admiral glanced nervously at his watch but said nothing. Greetings began to be exchanged. Riley shook hands with Kirk and McCoy with particular feeling. Admiral Cartwright interrupted the excessive displays of joy with a gesture and, in a stern voice, scolded the ambassador for his tardiness. Riley belonged to a completely different department and could easily have ignored the Admiral's remarks. But given Cartwright's age and the President's presence, the latecomer wisely remained silent and even assumed a guilty expression. When Riley finally sat down in the chair between the Admiral and McCoy, Spock turned to the President. "You seem to say that the Romulans have some other strange demands." "No, rather unusual or unexpected. The conference is to take place on a planet the Federation calls Temarius IV. Above the table, right under the ceiling of the press center, a light orange ball hovered, projected by hidden holographic projectors. "But it's in the neutral zone," Riley exclaimed in surprise, examining the numbers running across the globe, the planet's coordinates and characteristics. "But why so far away?" "They must be itching to eat us for breakfast," McCoy replied sarcastically. "I don't know about you, but I'm smelling provocation more and more." Admiral Cartwright looked at McCoy with a start. "Smell what, Doctor?" Mr. McCoy was restating his suspicions about the ulterior motives of the Romulans, Kirk answered for the Doctor. "Regardless of their motives, excellent prospects for a lasting peace have opened up for us," Spock declared. Temarius IV is considered a protected planet, of archaeological value to both the Federation and the Romulans. The planet is located in the very center of the neutral zone,
which is why it has remained untouched for 100 years. And the fact that the Romulans have proposed holding the conference there is undoubtedly, gentlemen, an important symbolic gesture. That's right, Mr. Spock, the President agreed. This decision is more than just symbolic.
The Romulans, for example, are even proposing to launch joint archaeological excavations as part of the scientific and cultural portion of the conference. I'd call them a repeat. Before the last war, archaeologists managed to uncover an entire city. This is truly more than a symbolic gesture, Spock agreed, turning to Kirk and McCoy. Especially if the war begins after the peace agreements have been reached. The ruins of Temarius are of immense historical significance, Captain. According to the results of the first expedition, the excavated city was the largest known center of the Arisian Empire, and it is well preserved. Rumors and speculations still circulate about the Arisians themselves. Several theories exist to explain their sudden departure from this part of the galaxy. Some scholars even believe that the Arisians are the distant ancestors of Vulcans, Romulans, and possibly Earthlings. Every nation this side of Antares dreams of the Arisians as their ancestors, though no one has ever found a single bone, image, or even... McCoy began heatedly, but was interrupted by Cartwright. Thank you, gentlemen. I share your point of view and believe that joint excavations, whether they last an hour or a century, will bring us great benefits. But all these strange Romulan demands, McCoy shook his head sadly. If they're met, the Romulans would get too much benefit, damn it. I wouldn't be surprised if they told us which archaeologists to take with us and which to leave behind. The Admiral exchanged a quick glance with the President, then looked suspiciously at the Doctor. I must say, you're not far from the truth, at least as far as the head of our archaeological expedition is concerned. You're joking, McCoy exploded, but Kirk's glare cooled his ardor. A slight shadow of surprise crossed Riley's face, but he chose to maintain diplomatic composure. Sometimes our doctor's emotions can be too strong, Kirk explained. But I can't help but share his, how shall I put it, surprise. Rejecting a certain diplomat, I can understand that. But in this case, how do the Romulans even know anything about our archaeologists? They've dealt with them before, the President intervened in the conversation. The Romulans clarified that this was a request, not a demand. Let me read an excerpt from the committee's message. In order to satisfy her complaint against those who interfered with her work and plotted against her and her colleagues on behalf of the Romulan Empire. Apparently, the Romulans attach great importance to her presence on Temarius. So who is she? Kirk asked. And will she agree to lead the expedition? Her name is Audrey Bernard. We haven't received her consent yet, but Uhura has already been informed of the appointment of the head of the archaeological expedition. Admiring the facade of the Lincoln Philharmonic Center, adorned with classical bas-reliefs, Uhura caught herself thinking that the purpose of visiting such a temple was entirely different from the one that had brought her there. Perhaps, had she not volunteered, someone else would have handled the task better. For example, Admiral Cartwright, or even the President himself. However, if Bernard had received an official request in a frank, albeit somewhat apologetic manner from either of these two figures, she would have had little choice. But when dealing with an ordinary citizen, and a woman at that, Doctor, Bernard might agree to participate in the mission voluntarily, rather than being held captive by an official request. Having bolstered herself, Uhura entered the pompous building, crossed the richly decorated foyer with a brisk, business-like gait, and found herself in a vast concert hall, filled with the chaotic sounds of instruments being tuned. The hall was empty, except for a few people sitting in the front rows near the orchestra pit. These were presumably friends of the musicians, or someone from the administration. After the impatient tapping of the conductor's baton and a brief pause, the first chords of Beethoven's Seventh Symphony rang out from the orchestra pit. Stopping just at the entrance, Uhura listened, enchanted, to the immortal sounds. There are things, after all, she thought warmly, that stand the test of time. For a moment, Uhura even forgot why she had come here. The works of Ludwig van Beethoven will live forever, she thought, and 4 centuries after the composer's death, his music is still performed annually at festivals in Salzburg and Vienna, Tokyo and Sydney, not to mention other culturally advanced planets in the Federation. It's hard to even imagine that there was a time, judging by historical sources, when the computerized works of the infamous Moog filled every stage and airwaves in the Federation, while the live sounds of great composers were in danger of being completely forgotten. In those years, it was impossible to find enough musicians for an orchestra in the entire Federation. The revival of live sound only occurred in the 22nd century. Uhura cautiously approached the stage and peered into the orchestra pit. She watched the musicians and the conductor's inspired work with admiration, marveling at the coordination and coherence with which a dozen completely different people created that divine thing called music. Uhura loved music, knew her way around it, and considered herself a fairly competent performer. But if she found herself for a second in such a large and professional ensemble, she would instantly feel like a helpless amateur. Finally, after another disgruntled tap of the conductor's baton, silence reigned once more. Uhura still couldn't figure out what exactly the graceful young conductor was displeased with. The attentive guest didn't notice a single out-of-tune note or dissonant chord. "Gentlemen cellists," the conductor began in a low, even somewhat rough voice. "I understand that it's difficult to maintain the tense tempo in these bars, but I assure you it's possible. Your performance is still far from perfect." Light, guilty smiles appeared on the musicians' faces. "Please prepare again." The conductor raised her baton again. From the 3rd bar, "Who is this beauty?" suddenly called the voice of one of the musicians, who had noticed the guest standing at the very edge of the orchestra pit. Among those in the hall, Uhura recognized the graceful, petite figure of Carmen Espinosa, the Philharmonic Center's principal conductor. Her large hologram adorned the theater's spacious lobby. "You must be Uhura," Carmen guessed. "But I was told I shouldn't expect you until noon. Don't you know musicians aren't exactly morning people?" The tone in which the conductor spoke struck Uhura as somewhat familiar. Carmen didn't wait for an answer. "Let's go. Even I wouldn't dare interrupt Audrey's rehearsals. I'm afraid you'll have to wait in my dressing room, where I can offer you a cup of tea." Uhura accepted the offer with joy and, with a sigh of relief, followed the small blonde woman through the long maze of corridors. "Please forgive the mess," Carmen apologized, removing the small cello from the chair and seating Uhura on the spacious sofa. Then she set down the electronic tea maker. "I can guess why you've come. Starfleet recently made a move on my entire orchestra, but I didn't give them a single musician. Now, if I understood the message you gave me correctly, you want to recruit my best production conductor for some secret mission. But before you take her from me, I want to tell you what a treasure our Audrey is." The teapot rang, indicating that the tea was ready. Carmen began filling the cups, never stopping her monologue. "You probably know that Audrey came to us under rather unusual circumstances. I always thought that sooner or later she would leave us." Carmen smiled sadly and asked, "Are you familiar with this story?" "I'm afraid not," Uhura replied, eager to learn more about Audrey Bernard's life. She recalled how all the Federation's major newspapers had been filled with sensational headlines about Dr. Bernard and her colleagues' year-long captivity by the Romulans, the merciless experiments they'd undergone, the horrific deaths of her comrades and brother, and Audrey's own miraculous survival. Having found refuge on Vulcan, Audrey Bernard had long since disappeared from the sight of the ubiquitous journalists. Moreover, her fascination with Vulcan mental gymnastics held little interest for the literary fraternity. "So," Carmen settled more comfortably in her chair, "about a year ago, maybe 2, but it doesn't matter, Our Philharmonic Center began work on a production of works by famous extraterrestrial composers. As far as I remember, we intended to include works by 6 authors in one concert. Among them was a piece by Saleth, Vulcan's finest composer. It required a tlakia, a Vulcan string instrument. We couldn't find a good tlakker player and were seriously considering replacing it with another instrument. Luckily, we were recommended to contact the Smithsonian Archaeological Institute. There we were introduced to Audrey Bernard. She's an expert on the history of Vulcan music. What a talent! Incidentally, Audrey has recently taken up the study of early human music, and in particular the art of conducting, which has almost become extinct in our synthesizer-crammed age. Beethoven in particular has become her primary subject of study, and this is not surprising. Beethoven is one of the most revered terrestrial composers on Vulcan. Someday I'll figure out why, Carmen smiled. Audrey is human, not Vulcan, but after several years of living on Vulcan, she's practically become a native of the planet. I wonder what Spock would say to Carmen's generalizations about Vulcan musical tastes, Uhura chuckled to herself. His father's favorite composer is Mozart, not Beethoven. I'm probably wasting your precious time with my chatter, Carmen said, suddenly realizing. That's our professional shortcoming, my dear. In short, Audrey has become our best production conductor. She's highly respected by the musicians. When they see Audrey, they even seem to tighten their muscles. You won't hear a single unkind remark or caustic comment at her rehearsals. You know how musicians can be sometimes. Propping her chin on her hand, Carmen looked warmly at her interlocutor. Suddenly a distant bell rang. Looks like rehearsal is over. If you'd like to speak to Audrey in my office... Thank you, Uhura said, rising from the couch. But that's not necessary. I think our conversation will take a little time. Uhura was wrong. The conversation with Audrey Bernard turned out to be very long. Carmen Espinosa introduced the guest and the conductor and quietly left. From the very first moment, Uhura felt an inexplicable attraction to her new interlocutor. Sitting in chairs under the bright spotlight, the women remained silent for a long time. Finally, Uhura broke the silence. I think you know about the latest news from the Romulan Empire. Uhura's voice sounded unexpectedly loud on the deserted stage. I heard about the death of the Praetor. And nothing more? I didn't even try to find out anything else. Dr. Bernard tilted her head slightly, and Uhura could see her high, smooth forehead. Carmen was right. Audrey's mannerisms, clothing, and intonation betrayed her long life on Vulcan. Like any Vulcan, she strove to speak precisely, coldly, and assertively. Without knowing Audrey's origins, she could easily have been mistaken for a native Vulcan. In a gentle and unobtrusive manner, Uhura spoke about the committee, the internal unrest in the Empire, and the invitation to the peace conference received by the Federation. I can safely assume, Bernard said after a long pause, that I'm not the only one who is unaware of such details. Yes, Uhura agreed. The fact is, the Federation can't afford to accept the invitation, and everything it represents at face value. If it turns out the Romulans are insincere and playing some kind of game of their own, we'll have to forget about lasting peace for decades to come. But if this committee represents even a small but sober portion of the Romulan political elite, we must support it by any means necessary. Do you have any suspicions about behind-the-scenes struggle? We know this struggle has always been going on, Uhura admitted with a sad smile. The Praetor's death has only worsened the situation, judging by the scant but reliable information we've been receiving. Everything we hear through official channels, particularly that the Empire's top brass is now a monolithic unit, is just a good story told in a bad way. What does this have to do with me, Miss Uhura? Audrey asked, surprised. What's my role in all this?
Does my limited experience with the Romulans on Callus Tri really make me some kind of expert on the Romulan Empire as a whole? To think that Starfleet even sent a representative to hear my opinion on the peace conference. Of course, that's not entirely true, Uhura sighed softly. But I am here indeed about the Romulan proposal. And your opinion of the conference, believe me, will also play a role. Uhura launched into another lengthy explanation, noting that if circumstances forced Dr. Bernard to decline to participate in the mission, it would be entirely understandable. I will do my best to ensure that Starfleet understands your refusal correctly, Uhura added. After some thought, Audrey replied, That won't be necessary. I have no right to refuse such an offer. It would be unforgivable, illogical, and unseemly on my part. Are you sure, Dr. Bernard? Uhura asked cheerfully, noticing her interlocutor's emphasis on the word ugly. I'd like to warn you that you'll be working alongside Romulans and interacting with them every day. I understand your concern, Miss Uhura, but can you even guess what your offer means to me? Audrey's eyes lit up for the first time during their conversation. The secrets of the Arisian Empire led me to my profession. I participated in expeditions to 2 imperial planets, studying ancient Arisian scriptures, including those found on Temarius. Only the war made further work impossible and interrupted my research. Incidentally, Romulan scientists also lost access to the neutral zone. You probably know that an entire city remains on Temarius, a historical monument that has survived to this day. And in order to study these ancient ruins, I am prepared to agree to any terms, even participating in your conference as an ambassador. Bernard stood up, sighed heavily, and looked resignedly, as if for the last time, at the huge, empty hall. I'm ready, she repeated in her most serious tone. You can let your superiors know that. Uhura felt a lump in her throat. I can imagine how happy Spock will be, she thought for some reason. Let's hope Audrey never regrets her decision. You can inform me yourself, Uhura suggested. My shuttle is at your service. After the press conference, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy went to the base's best officers' bar, where the Vulcan ordered everyone a glass of Tyrellian mineral water. Sipping from a gleaming glass, Kirk quietly chuckled at his friends, who, still hot from their heated discussion, continued to loudly discuss the Romulans' intentions and demands. From time to time, the captain cast admiring glances out the window, where the Enterprise stood in the middle of a vast repair dock, glittering in the sun, fully prepared for a challenging mission. Suddenly, Kirk remembered the Admiral's last words. You just need to fly the ship and stay focused, Cartwright advised, adding, that Kevin Riley will handle his diplomatic business himself. He wondered how Riley, a frivolous and undisciplined man, had ever gotten into diplomatic service. Could he really represent the interests of a superpower like the Federation in difficult and grueling negotiations? Kirk remembered Kevin as a young, cheerful, and playful man who couldn't stand commitment or discipline. Maybe he'd changed. So many years had passed. Perhaps Sarek's training had done its job. Or maybe my embarrassment and anxiety stem from professional envy, Kirk asked himself. Although there's nothing wrong with the guy growing up in the diplomatic field and getting ahead of me. Well, good luck to him. I'm far from all this dirty diplomatic morass, and thank God for that. My Enterprise is enough for me. And Kevin, I'm happy for him. Just think. Riley is the leading diplomat at a conference where the fate of the galaxy will be decided. Taking a deep breath, Kirk smiled at his friends and took a sip of mineral water. Envy here is completely inappropriate and illogical, as Spock would say. It's not about someone seeking fame. It's important for everyone to work so hard that they're not ashamed to look each other in the eye. And fame will come on its own. Outside the window, the Enterprise, its silver sides glittering, awaited the captain and his crew. Captain Kevin Riley had just carefully packed his belongings when he heard loud footsteps in the hallway.
The steps approached the half-open door of the room, and soon the Enterprise's helmsman appeared on the threshold.
"I thought you were at the officers' bar," Zulu said, smiling instead of greeting. "It seems they're planning some kind of party tonight."
"Sounds tempting," Riley replied, approaching the helmsman. Suddenly he slapped himself on the forehead and exclaimed, "Couldn't these be the kind of parties Mr. Scott used to throw? I remember you dragging me to one of them back in my first year of service. What was it about then?"
"We were celebrating Robert Burns' birthday," the helmsman reminded. Both Zulu and Riley smiled, remembering that on that occasion, thanks to Scotty's efforts, the table was filled with dishes of national Scottish cuisine, which the tipsy flight engineer forced everyone to try indiscriminately. "Mr. Scott won't be here today. He and Chekhov are busy setting up the navigation computer," Zulu reassured, placing his hand on the ambassador's shoulder.
"In that case, I don't mind."
Hiran cast an indifferent glance at Centurion Tiam, newly appointed delegate to the peace conference. Tiam, turning to the viewport, gazed curiously at his home planet, which had already shrunk to the size of a football. The Centurion's adjutant, Kital, stood in the doorway, silently awaiting his patron's orders. Thin as a skeleton, much older than Tiam, he gazed blankly at the ceiling, occasionally glancing at Hiran or his assistant, Ferric. "We'll have to put up with these two," the captain thought sadly about the new guests. Rumors circulated that Tiam had not only successfully survived the political purge of recent weeks, but had even further strengthened his position by taking an active role in suppressing the popular unrest. Under the Praetor's rule, he had been an unremarkable mid-level administrator. Now, however, his manner, behavior, and tone revealed Tiam as a confident official, looking to the future without fear. His languid gait, his dismissive attitude toward his adjutant, even the lazy arrogance with which Tiam accepted some business papers from Keitel. All these details heightened Hiran's dislike for his guest. Nothing definitive could be said about his silent, sphinx-like adjutant. Tiam sincerely believed that he had the right to interfere in the management of Galtitz, and he initially considered all Federates, whoever they were, to be his enemies. "Delegate Tiam," Hiran called out, placing a sheet of paper on the table. "Yes, Captain," the Centurion responded and reluctantly tore himself away from the porthole. "Delegate Tiam," Hiran repeated, pointing to the piece of paper. "The last thing I need is your lecture on the importance of our mission and the insidious nature of the Federates." Not expecting such a bold remark, the Centurion turned pale, but quickly pulled himself together. "Everything I've told you isn't a lecture or a moral, Captain. These are simply the starting points I'll be using at the conference. If we want to benefit the Empire, we must know and understand its adversaries." "And who on the committee supported this scoundrel's candidacy?" Hiran thought with a heavy sigh. "Most likely, it's some kind of compromise, the result of a bargaining session." However, the captain saw no benefit in discord and resentment right now. Therefore, he preferred to adopt a neutral stance as an outside observer. "I'm forced to live next to him until the end of the conference, and he's forced to live next to us, and there's nothing we can do." Hiran sighed again and changed the subject. "Are you settling in well? We don't often have civilians on our ship. We housed all the musicians in cabins for the cabin boys. But for you, we had to knock down 3 partitions and make a spacious cabin for you and your wife. I hope she's happy?" "Quite," Tiam answered dryly, somewhat irritated by the captain's familiarity. Yandra. Why should she be dissatisfied? After several disgraced years of languishing in the provinces, followed by rehabilitation and confinement in the citadel, Yandra was so eager to go somewhere else that she was even willing to settle in the technical compartments of the Galtitz. "Thank you for our quarters, Captain. With Yandra's constant rehearsals, our compartment resembles a small concert hall."
Hiran chuckled softly. He still hadn't seen Tiam's music-making wife, but he was already warming to her. "I hope to hear her play someday," said Hiran, rising from his chair. Tiam took the hint, and casting a farewell glance out the window, left with Kital. "Anything you'd like to say, Captain?" Ferik asked when the doors closed behind the guests. Hiran merely shrugged. "Should I share my suspicions about the ambassador and the conference on Temarius with Ferik?" "No. Now he would like to talk to Ren." "Nothing," Hiran finally answered and looked at his first officer. "You are free to go." With a flash of steel-grey eyes, Ferik nodded politely in farewell and silently left the compartment. Chapter 3. From Captain Kirk's Diary. Sidereal time 8478.4. Spock maintains constant communication with a special Starfleet team tasked with monitoring the probe's trajectory and processing the vast amount of data coming from spy ships and ground-based instruments. Mr. Spock has received permission to transfer the received data into the Enterprise's mainframe computer. Unlike the aforementioned team, he has his own theory that explains the origin and structure of the fields and radiation emanating from the probe. According to Spock, the probe will wreak havoc on the Romulan Empire. However, no one has yet heard his explanation or seen the Vulcan's mathematical calculations. "We need to study everything thoroughly," says Mr. Spock. But enough of that. Captain First Rank Riley and his entire retinue are arguing hoarsely about the upcoming conference, which can't be said about our other guests, Dr. Audrey Bernard, with the archaeologists and a host of carefree musicians. A certain Andrew Penali, a conductor with a reputation for being capricious and perpetually late, hasn't shown up on board. Among passengers, discussions sometimes break out about the diversity of species and life forms. Both the archaeologists and the musicians are thinking not only about concerts and work, but also about how to awaken the Romulans' desire for interplanetary and intergalactic friendship. The passengers' arguments sometimes reach such esoteric heights that even Mr. Spock has a hard time understanding what they're actually talking about. But I think everything will be fine. I have particular confidence in Dr. Bernard, whose abilities in science and art are immense. From the very beginning, she has proven herself an unquestionable authority. It would be good if Dr. Bernard retained the best character traits he acquired on Vulcan and used his experience of communicating with the Romulans on Kalisa 3. "Mr. Penalt is ready to board the ship, sir. There's someone else with him. Mr. Riley urgently requests you enter the transport bay. And Mr. Scott reports that the last shuttle carrying archaeologists has docked." Uhura's backup, Kitty, quickly relayed the information. "Thank you, Lieutenant," Kirk thanked the young woman. "Tell Riley I'm on my way." Rising from his chair, the captain headed towards the turbolift, but suddenly stopped near Chekhov. "Mr. Chekhov?" "Yes, Captain?" Kirk glanced at the numbers filling the computer display, patted his young colleague on the shoulder, and without saying a word, left the bridge. Riley and several strangers were waiting for the captain in the transport compartment. "I thought our conductor was already on board," Kirk chuckled, seeing the empty transport platform. "Impresario, if you please," Riley corrected. "Mr. Penalty is about to arrive, and it's a good thing you, as the ship's captain, will be welcoming him with open arms." I probably should have known who he was, but I confess I'd never heard of this man until I came across his name on the passenger list. "You're not alone, Captain. The only work of his known in the entire galaxy is the Ninth Symphony." "Sorry," Kirk shook his head. "I'm not a music person, and the name impresario really means nothing to me. Incidentally, Penalty is not only a composer and conductor, but also, according to some, a fairly accomplished pianist. He is expected to demonstrate all his abilities during the mission. He will conduct an orchestra, perform a solo piano concerto, and begin work on a book, Reflections on the World." A triple threat right there? Kirk laughed. I'm telling you this from his representatives. Although there are those, including his ex-wife, who claim Mr. Penalty is more smug and selfish than talented. Kirk didn't have time to respond. A red light flashed on the control panel in front of the operator, and a moment later, two people materialized out of thin air on the glass platform. One was a short, broad-shouldered fellow with what Kirk considered an excessively dented face. Beside him stood a dark-skinned, reed-thin woman. She looked half her companion's age. Another musician, Kirk thought, examining his guest's strange attire. A long, oriental-style robe decorated with all the colors of the rainbow. Maestro Penalty, Riley bowed to the pianist as if he were his most honored guest. Captain First Rank Kevin Riley at your service. Allow me to introduce Mr. James Kirk, Captain of the Enterprise. Just call me Andy, Pennell said condescendingly in his Midwestern drawl. With long, musical fingers, he grabbed Kirk's hand and shook it lingeringly, looking into the captain's eyes. Kirk nearly groaned in pain. He pulled his hand free with difficulty and chuckled to himself, imagining Spock's reaction to such a heartfelt handshake. Welcome aboard our ship, Mr. Penalty. And this is with you, Riley smiled sweetly, looking at the maestro's companion. Ah, yes. Meet, gentlemen, my friend and student, Annika. This was said in such a threatening tone that the quick-witted student immediately retreated from the men. Riley. I always thought of the Irish as ordinary drunks. I even wrote an operetta about it. Kirk looked pointedly at the ambassador, who was still beaming with pleasant smiles. Zealous Irishman? I've heard that one, Riley replied calmly, without any emotion. Well, during our mission, I hope I can change your perception of the Irish. Believe me, you shouldn't be responsible for all the Irish, Mr. Riley, the maestro said quickly, looking at the two young lieutenants who were ogling the charming brunette. I wouldn't mind if someone showed us our quarters. Lieutenant Smith, I hope, will be happy to show you to your room, Kirk ordered in a tone that brooked no argument. And you, Lieutenant Carver, report to Mr. Scott that you are ready to assist him in taking on board another shuttle carrying archaeologists. Mr. Kirk? Yes, Mr. Penalty. Andy, Kirk responded, having difficulty pronouncing the diminutive name of the self-confident maestro. I'm listening to you. No, everything is fine. I look forward to interesting work with you. I think it's going to be an exciting journey. What do you think, Captain? Raising two fingers to his temple in a military salute, Penalty smiled coldly and headed for the exit of the transport bay. His companion and Lieutenant Smith hurried after him. Why do we need this Andy Penalty? Kirk stopped in front of the turbolift and shook his head. Is he really that good a conductor, Kevin? What does Penalty's presence mean? I think his arrogance is more likely to frighten all the Romulan diplomats. Let's hope that doesn't happen, Riley sighed heavily. Thank goodness, Kirk thought, that these musicians won't be spending as much time with the Romulans as the archaeologists. Although God only knows what that pianist might say from the stage during his solo concerts. Suddenly, the turbolift doors opened, revealing Uhura before the eyes of the captain and the ambassador. Captain, Mr. Riley? She greeted quickly, and again delved into studying some notes in her notebook. Kirk and Riley entered the elevator. Are you busy with something? The captain asked. Yes, musical instruments, Uhura replied absently. It looks like the Steinway suffered a bit of damage during transport, so I had to consult with the tuners. They gave me some advice on how to handle the instrument. I'm heading to the cargo hold now to check the condition of the rest of the luggage. Kirk had no idea what this Steinway looked like, but he didn't ask. He was currently preoccupied with something entirely different. The captain couldn't decide how best to keep the pianist under control without inadvertently offending him. I wonder why the officials attach so much importance to this conductor, Kirk asked himself over and over again. No, I can't believe it, little sister. Diane was amazed, glancing at the large view screen once again and confirming that the Galtis was indeed hurtling full speed toward the Federation ship. Not only were we allowed to see each other freely, but they even invited us to a conference together. Now we'll do everything we can to outshine the humans with our brilliance. Surely we'll never tire of looking at each other. I doubt that we'll be able to see each other at all once we arrive, Yandra noted sadly. This morning, she and Thiam had quarreled again. Their shouting must have shaken the walls of the adjacent compartments. Yandra was upset that the details of their private lives were becoming public knowledge for the entire ship. The Galtis' partitions were very thin, but Thiam hadn't considered that in his anger. Now he was probably wandering around looking for entertainment, or sharing his impressions with Captain Hiran. Yandra tried to remember what caused the argument. Probably some trivial matter. Oh, right. Their cabin had been filled with a cacophony of computer sounds since early morning. The computer's built-in synthesizer was a more than adequate substitute for the necessary musical instruments. Thiam, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanded they stop playing. It seems that's how today's scandal began. Of course, it wasn't worth disturbing your husband's peace. Diane shook his head regretfully. After all, there are good musicians among Earthlings. Let them entertain the public. However, Yandra did not calm down. Then I'll lock myself in that empty room. I'll smash my fingers until they bleed, but I'll prove I'm still worth something. I won't let anyone drag me down again. It was the same when I was wasting my time in the provinces, and you'll always be rummaging through the ruins of Lihala, searching for who knows what. Yandra nearly cried. A condescending smile appeared on Diane's lips. Temarius, not Lihala. For convenience, we've agreed to call this planet by the name Federation scientists call it. I wonder, Yandra said absently, her thoughts far from archaeology. Is there a piano on board their Enterprise? Tell me what it is, and I'll try to answer your question accurately. Diane was pleased to notice a slight change in his sister's mood. Aren't these some of the instruments that were included in the prohibited list? It's a much more forbidden instrument than you think. When I lived in the provinces, we had a piano, a trophy from the war with the Earthlings. The most amazing thing is that it seems to have been removed from the forbidden list and made as orthodox as, say, you and me. I suspect you're being paraded around like a banner, Diane laughed. I wouldn't be surprised if your secret practice on this forbidden instrument was one of the reasons for your quick resurrection. I can't believe you were not only permitted, but even required to play in front of such a huge audience. What better proof of the superiority of Romulan culture than a Romulan playing their own instrument in front of Earthlings? And the funniest thing is, none of these idiots, and I'm sure I don't even know what a piano is. I wonder if the computer database has been updated due to recent events, Yandra thought, and, touching the keyboard, typed in the foreign music section. When she asked about piano, the computer responded with a terse message. Not listed. It's a keyboard instrument, vaguely similar to our traam, Yandra noted, and tried to describe in detail the shape and size of the musical instrument, which was banned during the previous regime. Exclaimed Diane. But if this is, as you say, a very common Earth instrument, then surely there is someone among the musicians on the Enterprise who plays the piano. I think they must have this instrument on board their ship. Perhaps, Yandra answered with some pessimism. You're so stubbornly expecting the worst, Diane sighed, and this is after everything that's happened to us. I know Thiam can be unbearable, but right now he doesn't count. There's only us, you and me, and we have a chance to outshine all the musicians in the Federation. It's not just about Thiam, Yandra said in a low voice. You're still sad. Just like you, Yandra interrupted, tears welling up in her eyes. Life is meant to be lived, dear sister. And while we're alive, we must fight with every available means. Words, actions, music. We mustn't lose heart or give up. Organizational chaos reigned in the Enterprise's transport bay. Near the shuttle terminal, sheathed instruments and archaeological equipment lay jumbled together. Provocatively dressed musicians chatted loudly among themselves and with the archaeologists in battle fatigues. Tall and lean as a pole, Andorian Scarf, Audrey Bernard's assistant, walked lightly toward Kirk and Riley. "Good morning, Captain. Good morning, Ambassador. If you're looking for Dr. Bernard, she'll be arriving shortly. Equipment confusion is commonplace." "I'll let the doctor know you're looking for her." "No problem," the captain replied affably. "Inform Dr. Bernard about the press conference tomorrow morning." "It will be done, Captain." Scotty, arms folded across his chest, watched the proceedings intently. "Easy, boy," he instructed. "Be careful. Don't break the tool." Seeing the Andorian attempting to move a crate of heavy equipment onto the transporter leading to the zero-gravity chamber, the flight engineer rushed to help. "There," Scotty said, lifting the box from the other end with effort. "That'll be better." "Work going well as usual?" Kirk asked the flight engineer encouragingly. "Of course, sir," Scott replied proudly. Placing the crate on the transporter, the flight engineer approached the ambassador and shook his hand in a friendly manner. "Mr. Riley, I'm glad to see you on our ship. Will you entertain us with your singing?" A sudden blush appeared on Riley's cheeks. "Actually, that's not part of my plans, but I'll tell you a secret. At one time, I even took singing lessons." "And I hope they expanded their repertoire," Kirk chuckled, remembering how he had often heard the forced variation of the famous song, "My Kathleen, I'll Take You Home Again." "So you'll sing after all," Scotty persisted.
"Just a warning. Don't lock yourself in the engineering bay again. Years ago, if you remember, we had to break down the doors to get you out." "Okay, Scotty," Riley laughed good-naturedly, placing his hand on the flight engineer's shoulder. "Next time I'll be more inventive. I won't just be driven by youthful curiosity. I'll try to change the ship's course at the most inopportune moment." "No way. Not on my Enterprise," Kirk protested. "Try it on someone else." "By the way, a young lieutenant was looking for you a few minutes ago," Scotty informed the ambassador. "Probably Handler," Riley remembered. "A tall, rather nervous guy with a thick head of flaxen hair," Scott described the lieutenant. "I think I see him," the ambassador craned his neck. "Thank you, Scotty." A lanky young officer approached through the dense crowd of musicians and archaeologists, apologizing every second. "Your new adjutant?" Kirk asked. "Clumsy fellow," Riley snapped. "I'd gladly wring the neck of that official who foisted him on me. As if there weren't a quicker boy." "Okay, don't fight," Kirk chuckled, remembering another unlucky boy he had once saved from trouble. "Ryan J. Handler," Riley introduced his adjutant, accepting the recommendation packet from the young officer. Lieutenant Handler stared at the floor in confusion, not knowing what to do with his long, awkward arms. Having entered the appropriate code, Riley opened the thick plastic bag and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. After reading the instructions, the ambassador sighed deeply and tucked the paper back into the bag. "Have you been checked in the medical bay yet?" Riley asked sternly. "We leave in less than an hour." "No, sir, I didn't have time. The package, as I was told, is of the utmost importance," the lieutenant reported, turning pale. "Handler," Riley said menacingly, his eyes flashing. "Yes, sir." "Are you still here?" "No, sir," the lieutenant snapped, turning sharply on his heels and retreating swiftly the same way he had come with the orders. "The poor guy seems very nearsighted," Riley remarked, watching Handler leave. "He probably didn't pass the Academy's medical examination and now has to take the 4A-2020 drug every 6 months. How do they keep people like that in the service?" "Yeah, weird things happen sometimes," Kirk said philosophically. Finally, all services reported ready. Handler passed his medical exam, Scotty returned to engineering, Mr. Pennault grew suspiciously quiet, and Kirk, as usual, took his place on the bridge. The launch went smoothly. Under the experienced Zulu's command, the Enterprise began to gain the necessary speed to enter the intermediate launch orbit. There is something thrilling about the sight of a massive ship, full of people and cargo,
weighing tens of thousands of tons, breaking free of gravity and leaving its home, hurtling into the black abyss of space. Perhaps the Enterprise will be left on a routine transport mission, or perhaps the ship's name will be forever etched into galactic history. Who knows? After a final orbit around their home planet, the Enterprise picked up speed and, within a few hours, passed the asteroid belt. After performing a gravity assist near Jupiter, the ship set course for the Temarius system, the final destination of the mission. Chapter 4. The press room was still mercifully empty when Kirk, McCoy, Scott, and Spock sat down at a long table that spanned almost the entire width of the room. It was the second day of the flight. "That's the Romulans, eh, Captain? Looks like we're in for a busy day," exclaimed Flight Engineer Scott, not doubting that both McCoy and Spock agreed with him. The reason for such a heated discussion, which began on the captain's bridge, was Admiral Cartwright's latest message. "And yet," Spock noted, "if we are to believe the Admiral's anonymous informant, this group dominates the provisional government, holding the majority of seats on the committee." "Even if that's true," McCoy interjected, "this can't continue for long." The Admiral's informant emphasized that point. There are a dozen other factions across the political spectrum, biding their time to take control. I believe the reformer's patience is due to the strong backlash against the Praetor's death. He was truly a vile individual, even by Romulan standards. And the new company, having quickly gained control of the situation, is taking full advantage of the reformer's confusion. And it looks like they'll get their way. The peace proposals, like the delegation, will such be withdrawn. "What are you implying, Bones?" Kirk asked worriedly. "That we should ignore their proposals?" "Of course not," McCoy exclaimed. "I'm repeating what I've been saying all along. Incidentally, Cartwright's Romulan informant also writes between the lines. Your reformers may well outsmart themselves with their conference, and then don't be surprised by its disastrous results. And don't be too disappointed if the opposition ties the delegation hand and foot. We mustn't forget that the process could be detonated from within." "Okay, we'll take your obsession as advice," Kirk joked roughly with a smile and turned to the Vulcan. "Spock, share with us your thoughts about the probe, because we haven't heard any hypotheses about it for a long time." "Indeed. Tell me, Spock," McCoy joined in. "You're not planning on hiding your knowledge until that damn thing swallows a planet, are you?" Before receiving Cartwright's message, Spock reported on the probe's movement. After passing several hundred parsecs from bases 9 and 13, on the very edge of the neutral zone, the craft followed a complex arc through the territory of the former First Federation. All telemetry indicated that the probe was in excellent condition and confidently plowing through Imperial territory, even as the Enterprise and Galtis raced full steam ahead toward Temarius IV. "Bones is right, Spock," Kirk said reluctantly. "Any theory, even a flimsy one, is better than nothing, especially if this thing is ticking away again like a bomb. And who knows, maybe after hearing your theories we'll get some ideas too." "As you wish, Captain, but I don't consider my thoughts a theory." "So what?" McCoy insisted. "Tell me anyway." "Okay, Doctor. As you know, a special team at Starfleet Command has conducted a thorough analysis of all the data regarding the probe's passage near Earth." "Yes," Kirk nodded, "and scientists still can't figure out how the probe managed to cause so much trouble." "Indeed, scientists have not found irrefutable evidence that it was the activity of the probe that caused the phenomenon that accompanied its passage near Earth." "But we all saw and heard it ourselves," McCoy said angrily. "We saw and heard only the side effects, the consequences of the probe's activity, Doctor. We saw the oceans rage, heard thunder rumble in the clear sky, and witnessed electrical discharges. However, not a single observer, not a single sensor detected any energy release from the probe itself." "Nonsense," McCoy protested. "Are you saying some other phenomenon is to blame for everything?" Of course not, Doctor, although that's possible. It's more logical to assume that the probe is to blame for all the troubles, that it uses forms of energy that we can't yet detect, and we're content with only its visible manifestations. So, Kirk summarized, it's impossible to even determine the direction from which this monstrous energy is coming, correct? It still doesn't sound very convincing, McCoy said doubtfully. On the contrary, Doctor, it's all quite logical. Heat is a measure of energy level, or the movement of molecules in a substance. Unlike, say, solar energy, which also heats water, the energy we encountered physically accelerates molecules and atoms. Thus, an entire intermediate link in the energy transfer chain disappears, which greatly increases the probe's impact on the environment. But to me, this process seems much more complex. It's as if each grain of sand in a sand dune was moved with tweezers, rather than, say, the entire dune being bulldozed. Your comparison is, in principle, correct, Captain. Spock, what does your theory imply? McCoy asked excitedly. Through logical reasoning, Doctor, I've come to the conclusion that the energy the probe uses is a form of mental energy, similar to telekinesis. My reasoning is based primarily on the elusiveness of such powerful radiation, as well as on the impressions I gleaned from my interactions with the whales. If you recall, I told you that George's unconscious image of the probe often completely occupied his consciousness. Moreover, the whale mistook any creatures connected to the probe for its own kind. Ah, your super whales. Of course I remember, McCoy said skeptically. But what does telekinesis have to do with it? If we assume that all my impressions have a basis in reality, then it follows that the probe was created by intelligent beings. Then the question arises, how did they create it? Or rather, how could they possibly create something capable of manipulating the environment? If we follow your logic, Spock, McCoy chuckled, these creatures didn't climb down from the trees, unlike humans. They didn't have to fight for their existence with saber-toothed tigers and cave bears, and they immediately moved on to creating telekinetic machines. Actually, the creation of such machines is one step in the development of civilization. It's just that these creatures are much older than us and climbed down from the trees when 100-meter-tall lizards still roamed the earth. Just because we've managed to create computers that greatly enhance our memory and intellectual power doesn't mean everyone is stopped at this stage, Kirk interjected. There are obviously those who are many millennia ahead of us. McCoy was already thinking about his next caustic thought when the doors to the press room opened and Riley and Zulu appeared on the threshold, smiling. The ambassador carefully held a cup of coffee in his hands. Audrey Bernard and Uhura stood behind them, still engaged in animated conversation. The doctor's simple, angular face was so animated now that not a trace of Vulcan reserve remained. There is evidence, Bernard insisted, that the culture of the Arisian Empire shares similarities with some Earth cultures, although it must be acknowledged that the latter are much more primitive than the Arisian. In his early works, Dr. Antonin Arisi directly pointed to the similarities between the Arisian culture and that of the Australian Aborigines. The Aborigines' ancestors not only studied the surrounding landscape and foraged for food, but through music and dance they communicated with spirits, in essence, with the information field. And now, several centuries later, in the most remote Australian outback, one can still see miraculously preserved footprints, here and there weaving patterns from ritual dances. On the other hand, Arisian cities are planned and built according to the laws of musical harmony. The layout of these cities, incidentally, provided Dr. Arisi with evidence that several planets belonged to a single empire. Having finished her thought, Audrey Bernard took a seat at the table across from Spock. Meeting his eyes, the doctor focused inwardly and prepared to join the general discussion. So where were these chambers of Exodus that you mentioned? As if nothing had happened, Uhura continued the conversation. I think every city in the Empire has such halls, and if we dig into them, we can determine not only the direction the Arisians went, but also when it happened. Audrey Bernard came to life again in a non-Vulcan way. Unfortunately, we cannot yet determine their exact location. Information is too scarce, and none of these chambers have been discovered. The ruins discovered and the fragmented information gathered cannot tell us the direction in which the Arisians departed. But we can reconstruct a probable picture of what happened tens of thousands of years ago. Several nearby suns suddenly and simultaneously changed their radiation intensity, transforming from ordinary stars into novae in a short period of time. Some of my colleagues are inclined to call these mysterious structures not exodus chambers, but... What are you talking about? The Arisians, perhaps? Andrew Penhalt's confident voice rang out. Following the maestro, Chekhov appeared in the doorway, lost in his thoughts. Someone told me that the planet we're heading to once belonged to that vanished empire. So who are the Arisians, really? Penhalt continued to inquire. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone is already assembled. I think it's time to begin, Kirk suggested, sitting up straight in his chair. Spock immediately turned on the video monitor. But even before the image appeared, everyone again heard the maestro's loud voice. Good idea. Captain, I don't want to bother you with trivial matters, but I checked the orchestra I hope to be conducting and found it to be a rabble of random people who somehow managed to get on board the ship. Why so? Riley objected. They are all mature and accomplished musicians with many years of experience performing in various orchestras. I admit they've never played together, but having heard of your talent, Maestro Penhalt, I dare hope you'll quickly unite them into a cohesive whole. The gloomy expression on Penhalt's face was replaced by a radiant smile. That's exactly what I wanted to say, the maestro said, looking around at everyone present. I just want to warn you that if anyone interrupts our rehearsals, the musicians will have an excuse to justify their poor performance. But I hope that by the time we meet the Romulans, we'll have a well-oiled orchestra. Audrey Bernard was about to say something in response, but caught herself and stared at the screen. Understood, Mr. Penalty, Kirk said. Mr. Spark, is everything ready? Yes, Captain. Everyone turned to the screen. A moment later, the image of the Romulan captain appeared. After a short pause, Spock continued. The information we have was provided to us by the Romulans in exchange. So now we're going to see another fairy tale, McCoy remarked sarcastically. Indeed, Doctor. The information was received through official channels, but that doesn't mean it's patently false. However, you're right that we can't rely on it entirely. Thank you for giving us at least some information, someone interjected. This is Captain Hiran, Spock continued, gesturing to the Romulan whose face still glowed on the screen. He comes from a military family. His maternal ancestors are traceable back 7 generations. A provincial man with no connections in the capital, Hiran achieved everything through hard work and perseverance, which, you must admit, does him credit. The captain gained popularity after participating in the suppression of a widespread rebellion, which ended with negligible losses. Judge for yourself. Only 1 killed and 16 wounded. The scenes on the screen changed. This is First Officer Kirana, and this is his wife. Spock continued introducing them. Kirk suddenly felt sympathy for this Romulan. I never thought that small sacrifices help Romulans climb the career ladder, McCoy chuckled. That's precisely why, Doctor, Hiran spent all of his subsequent service on border patrol vessels. It also explains why the captain now commands not a flagship cruiser as his seniority warrants, but a run-of-the-mill Vulture. There doesn't seem to be any blood on this guy, Kirk noted, reading the lines that appeared at the bottom of the screen, and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The Romulans even list the officers who transferred with Hiran to the Galtids, and the deceased commanders whose positions he once took over. Kirk studied the broad, smiling face on the screen. Oddly, he couldn't recall any other Romulan smiles. Kirk noted that Hiran was strongly built and about the same age as him. "He looks like an honest and intelligent soldier," the captain said quietly, feeling an ever-increasing sympathy for his Romulan colleague. "Where does this sympathy come from?" Kirk asked himself. "Perhaps I'm just wishful thinking." The Admiral's last message had urged caution when dealing with the carefully filtered Romulan delegation. Cartwright had also reported behind-the-scenes politics within the committee, and the Galtitz crew's unconditional loyalty to the regime. He needed to be vigilant. But is the devil really that terrible? Further information appeared on the screen, not at all encouraging, and then the rough, stern features of a Romulan with a smug expression on his face, the complete opposite of Captain Hiran. "Centurion Thiam," Spock explained, "promoted and simultaneously appointed head of the delegation. The promotion is unconventional. A Centurion lacks the necessary military experience." "He probably knew whose hand he needed to lick at the right time," McCoy couldn't help but say. "Perhaps, Doctor. However, this guy certainly has his own flair." According to classified information we've received, Thiam graduated with honors from the Academy, holds a degree in political science, and has won prizes in fencing and gymnastics, as well as linguistics and etymology. Spock turned back to the screen, where Thiam's face had already been replaced by the face of an extraordinarily beautiful Romulan woman. Centurion Thiam's wife, Yandra. Considered the Empire's leading musician, she professionally plays a wide variety of instruments, including the piano. "Piano?" several people exclaimed in unison. "How the hell could a Romulan learn to play the piano?" According to the information received, several musical instruments common in the Federation were captured as trophies during the last war. Regardless, Yandra is considered a true virtuoso on many musical instruments, including the piano. A loud chuckle was heard. This time it wasn't McCoy who expressed disbelief, but Maestro Penault. Kirk didn't know the Romulan Centurion's wife at all, but for some reason he had no doubt that she was truly a virtuoso and could outshine Andrew Penault himself with her playing. "And this," Spock continued, "is Yandra's twin brother, Diane. Incidentally, he's the head of the archaeological team, Dr. Bernard." Kirk glanced surreptitiously at Audrey, who was looking curiously at the Romulan with whom she would be working side by side during the conference. "Traitor!" Thiam would have screamed if he had been able to read his wife's thoughts. Yandra picked up these sentiments from the lackeys in the Citadel. "I hope Thiam doesn't think of testing my loyalty to the regime. There are so many ways, simple and subtle." Yandra shuddered at the thought. Suspicion. It's so typical of Thiam. It's precisely this that gives him the excuse to harass his wife every day with ever-increasing nagging. And the second one is very different from Thiam. He probably knows the value of freedom. He must have suffered a lot himself, which is why he was able to peer into my soul, read my thoughts and feelings, and understand me, despite my apparent high position in the hierarchy. Yandra shuddered again. And what will happen to Diane? His actions, and no one has ever declared them treasonous, had once destroyed their family. So, what she was hatching would, at best, bring Diane down in disgrace and push him back to the margins of life, and at worst, no, she would never let her brother in on her plans. Yandra trembled more from indecision than fear. She was a musician, not a politician or a soldier. Everything in this world was fleeting, except music. Could she dare to take such a step that would put her life at risk, an action that would once again lead to her brother being cast out? Yandra longed to return to the radiant days of childhood, when there was nothing but music. How long ago that was. Yandra closed her eyes. She was 5 years old when she first touched the keys of the tram, which had stood in the corner of their second living room since time immemorial, and was apparently a simple decoration, a piece of furniture, since no one in their family knew how to play the instrument. Yandra remembered how the old governess, Kali, had grabbed her arm painfully and, with stern instructions, led her to the nursery. Did all this really happen that very evening, or did it only seem that way? With age, all the events that happened in childhood seem much brighter and more vivid than they actually were. Be that as it may, Yandra remembered that particular evening. His father's friends had come with him, and one of them would occasionally approach the tram and try to play music, not so much for the others as for himself. Having outwitted her governess, little Yandra hid behind the massive curtains and, holding her breath, listened to the enchanting sounds of the old instrument, until the grumpy Kali finally discovered her and led her back to bed. But how could Yandra sleep? As soon as the guests moved into the large living room and began loudly discussing business matters, she slipped out into the hallway and, her heart pounding, entered the empty, dark little living room. How pliable, how attractive were the keys of the magic instrument. Carried away by the incoherent and clumsy playing, poking at the keys with one finger, Yandra did not notice how her father and smiling guests appeared on the threshold of the living room, and among them, with her hands on her hips, the old evil governess Kali. Then came daily lessons with private tutors, travel, and secret encounters with composers banned in the empire: Bach, Mozart, Beethoven. And soon, Yandra received an unexpected gift: a captured instrument from the last war. The little prodigy's concerts followed one after another. Yandra was only 8 years old when she first performed before a distinguished audience. But high society failed to impress the girl. The only person whose opinion she heeded was her brother, Diane. Precocious beyond her years, Yandra understood early on how important her successes, her performances before ministers and court nobility, were to her parents. But music itself was paramount to the girl. Whether she was playing for her parents, who dreamed of a secure future for their daughter, for her brother, or for yet another select audience, nothing could compare to the spirit and world of music. Yandra once had the opportunity to perform for Praetor himself. After the performance, he conveyed his warmest praise to the girl through his assistants. This happened shortly before Praetor fell ill, which disfigured his face and then deprived him of his hearing. The dictator, now completely deaf, issued a decree banning not only the tram, but all keyboard instruments. All instruments were confiscated and burned. The old family tram was also thrown into the fire. Sobbing loudly, the girl threw herself into the flames to save her beloved instrument, but was pulled away just in time. Yandra will forever bear a burn mark on her wrist, a constant reminder of those tragic moments. Having lost her beloved tram, the girl began studying stringed instruments. In a short time, she mastered not only the Romulan string instruments, the plectrum, tail, and bataine, but also the earth cello and the Vulcan ka'atira. Soon, her entire family suffered a new misfortune. Unable to bear persecution and disgrace, her parents committed ritual suicide, and Yandra and Diana weren't even allowed to say goodbye. Not even a few days after their parents' deaths, the twins were ordered to settle in the provincial wilderness, and if not for the magnanimous intervention of the Praetor, the girl would have been forbidden even to play musical instruments. Living in the outback, far from cultural centers, Yandra lost none of her talent, taste, or skill. It was there that she first encountered a luxurious earth instrument. How the piano ended up there, no one could say. It was believed that this strange, heavy instrument had been captured as trophy from an enemy ship during the last war with the Earthlings. But the most astonishing thing was that several concert recordings were also salvaged along with the piano. Yandra would have languished in the wilderness if not for the long-awaited wind of change. Marrying Tiam allowed her to move to the capital, and the death of the Praetor and the reforms brought complete rehabilitation. And now, aboard the Galtith, She's preparing for concerts she'll be giving not only to the Romulan delegation, but also to the humans and their allies. Perhaps Yandra was simply lucky. Or perhaps this was a reward for her diligence, talent, and hard work. But the wheel of fate could turn back. Everything is fragile and unreliable. Yandra knew full well that the reforms and relaxations had only affected the most superficial layers of Romulan life. Everything could change in an instant. And here, in the cramped confines of the Galtith prison, surrounded by spies and intelligence agents, Yandra could be certain of nothing. Because the most important thing, true, irreversible freedom, was missing. Therefore, she had to make a decision. Now or never. Yandra understood that any decision could be fatal. If we can't establish complete mutual understanding, then we must at least nurture the first seeds of trust. Riley addressed those present with pathos. From discussing the members of the Romulan delegation, the conversation smoothly moved to a discussion of the line of conduct in orbit around Temarius IV and on the planet itself. The first face-to-face meeting will take place on the planet's surface, the ambassador reported. We'll descend only with intercoms. No weapons. Security is to be on standby, but will only act on my direct orders or those of Captain Kirk. I don't like all this, Chekhov said thoughtfully, remembering Cartwright's message, but wisely not mentioning it. Only senior officers on the Enterprise knew about the message. They decided not to tell the others about it for now. Me too, sir, Zulu joined in. Everything must go as planned, Riley stated firmly. If we're going to think about tearing the Romulans by the throat, we might as well head home. At some point, we have to learn to extend an unarmed hand. Right, Captain? I absolutely agree with you, Kirk responded, and remembering the smile on Captain Haran's face, added, if the same mood reigns on board the Galters. At least the Romulans' first steps give us reason to hope so, Riley noted. I repeat, the first meeting will be purely introductory. As usual, handshakes, formal speeches, introductions between the heads of archaeological expeditions. Then everyone returns to their ships. The official opening of the conference will only take place the following day. Also, keep in mind that no one remains on the planet after sunset. Each of us will be monitored from the Enterprise so that in the event of an emergency we can be evacuated to the ship within minutes, Kirk added. I imagine the Romulans will take similar precautions. Nodding in agreement, Riley turned to Audrey Bernard. Doctor, please require your colleagues to carry intercoms with them at all times. Of course. All archaeologists will be given appropriate instructions. On the first day of the meeting with the Romulans, the archaeologists and musicians will remain on board the ship, and only after mutual agreement with the other side will we set a time for their landing, Riley announced. Andrew Pennold has no particular business there, Kirk thought. Both the ambassador and the captain noted with satisfaction that the maestro hadn't objected to the decision with a word or a gesture, although Mr. Pennold had every reason to ask those gathered, why is Dr. Bernard allowed to attend the opening, but I am not? The first working meeting, Riley continued, will take place aboard the Galtiths the following day. If all goes smoothly, we will invite the Romulans aboard the Enterprise. This will continue to alternate the locations of the delegates' meetings until we reach a mutual agreement, or until the Romulans' patience and goodwill are exhausted. Although no one can even begin to guess what the conference might decide, or what the Romulans are hoping for. I can only hope that sooner or later we will reach a common agreement. And then neither we nor the Romulans will be ashamed to look our people in the eye upon our return. The cultural program is planned for the evenings. It is scheduled for 4 days. Of course, you understand that this is a provisional period. It's planned that on the day of the official opening of the conference, Our musicians will perform a concert aboard the Enterprise, and the following evening, a Romulan concert on the Galtees. On the following 2 evenings, their musicians will be guests on the Enterprise and ours on the Galtees. Riley looked around at everyone present. Questions, please. Silence followed. Then the ambassador gestured that the press conference was over. Everyone filed toward the exit. Spock! Mr. Zulu! Kirk called to his comrades.
Please stay, if you don't mind. After waiting for the doors to close, the captain asked Spock, "Did you observe Dr. Bernard's reaction when the Romulan archaeologist appeared on the screen?" "Yes," the Vulcan nodded calmly. "Did you notice anything?" "In what sense, Captain?" "You know what I mean, Spock. A few years ago, Audrey Bernard watched her close friends tortured to death before her eyes, and she herself only narrowly escaped. Audrey may have Vulcan training, but she's still human to the core. After all she's been through, can she work alongside the Romulans?" "I don't know, Captain. If the doctor has benefited from her Vulcan lessons, she'll be able to master both herself and the situation she finds herself in. You, as a native Earthling, can assess her capabilities better than I can." "You are right, as always, Spock," Kirk agreed and turned to Zulu. "There won't be much for you to do on Temarius, Mr. Zulu. How would you like to work with the archaeologists?" Zulu raised his thick eyebrows in surprise. "You want me to be by Dr. Bernard's side at all times?" "My pleasure, sir. Frankly, I simply didn't have the courage to ask you for something like that. Better to rummage through the ruins of Temarius than languish in orbit for a few days." "I'm glad that my proposal appealed to you, Mr. Zulu. Follow Audrey Bernard like a shadow, especially when working with the Romulans. Has it ever occurred to you that their insistence on her leading our archaeological team isn't rooted in a desire to grease Audrey Bernard for the insults they once inflicted on her? Perhaps the Romulans simply want to exploit her experience and knowledge." "That's precisely what worries the Admiral and his informant," Spock reminded him. "We mustn't forget that any provocation is possible." "Unfortunately, that's true," Kirk sighed. "Do everything you can, Mr. Zulu, to protect Dr. Bernard from any accidents, and try to keep me informed of your every move." The captain watched his comrades until the door closed behind them. Were the Romulans' insistence on Audrey Bernard's appointment genuine, or was it just part of a cunning plan? Kirk couldn't shake the feeling that Audrey would face a difficult trial. Chapter 5. He paused, interrupting his progress, and extended a long manipulator with a highly sensitive crystal sensor. Information about the surrounding space immediately rushed into the microscopic capillary channels that dotted its heart, a meter-diameter crystal. In a mere millionth of a second, thousands of trillions of calculations were made, after which the resulting data were subjected to careful analysis. Several stars, he noticed, were located completely differently from those indicated in the star chart. The luminosity of some other stars suddenly increased, and the lines in their spectra shifted slightly. As for the planets, it seems there will never be an end to the refinement of the calculations. Its creators understood this, which is why they reserved strictly defined time intervals for calculations. This was the only way to conserve precious energy, which is often simply unavailable in interstellar space. The disturbances in the gravitational fields of tens of billions of stars and planets, black holes, and equally massive but more extensive, equally invisible cosmic formations are too complex and do not lend themselves to any detailed analysis, even for such a perfect device as his crystal sensor. After standing in indecision for a few more thousandths of a second and thinking, he decided to slightly change his course, as he had changed it several million times already, and continued on his way. Soon another inhabited planet appeared, whose primitive, as he considered, creatures, somewhat similar to those he had recently met, did not cause him any joy or enthusiasm. From Captain Kirk's diary. Sidereal time 8488.7.
Was he interested in a specific planet, or was he simply throwing a curveball? Nevertheless, Guarnerius's information found its way to the Romulan Provisional Government, which still stubbornly denies the existence of the probe and insists that Federation spy ships clear Imperial space. Scotty watched silently as a bright dot appeared on the screen. It was the Galtis, tearing into the Temarius system at breakneck speed. The Romulan ship was rapidly approaching. Its retro-rockets were visible, and after slowing, the Galtis hovered above the planet's reddish-brown surface in almost the same orbit as the Enterprise within minutes. Instruments showed the ships were no more than 10 kilometers apart. "Why do you think," Scotty finally asked, "the Romulans sent a ship so much smaller than the Enterprise?" "Perhaps a show of trust," Riley suggested, peering out from behind Uhura's terminal.
"This is, after all, a peace conference, not a duel. Perhaps it's gratitude for our concessions, or perhaps it's feigned bravado. Maybe they want to show us they're not afraid of us and can handle us with just their small vessel." The flight engineer exchanged a glance with Kirk, frowned, and quietly exclaimed, "Well, well, gratitude from the Romulans. What a time these are." "But that could be interpreted another way," McCoy interjected. "We've met all the Romulans' demands, so what do they have to worry about now?" "Or maybe the Romulans are hinting that the conference means nothing to them," Kirk quietly suggested, regretting for the first time that the Federation didn't have a secret informant aboard the Galtis. In the event of failure, it's easy to find an excuse and save yourself. Like, our delegation wasn't authorized, and even the vessel we sent was unimpressive. "It's a trick on the same level as demanding that Sarek be replaced with Riley," the captain added, glancing at the ambassador. "I didn't mean to offend you, Kevin." "It's okay, Captain. To put myself on par with Sarek, I'd have to have the same ego as Maestro Penalt." "Wish us luck," Riley said to Uhura, lightly touching her shoulder with his hand. "Good luck to you," Uhura responded, smiling faintly. "Well, ladies and gentlemen," Riley looked around at all the officers, "it's time to write a new page in history." Kirk, Spock, Zulu, Riley, and Benar, almost lined up, stood facing the 6 coldly formal Romulans, silently expectant. Below, in the valley, the unloading and installation of archaeological equipment was in full swing. The ruins of a destroyed ancient city stretched as far as the eye could see, stretching to the horizon. "We stand opposite each other, like 2 gangs of robbers, and remain silent," Kirk caught himself thinking. "This isn't a peace conference, but some kind of funeral." The lack of flowers, carpets, and fanfare further emphasized the insignificance of the upcoming event. Perhaps the Romulans truly did view the conference as a farce, a mere entertainment. "I wonder what they'll tell the entire nation, what truth they'll invent to justify this pleasure," Kirk wondered. After an indecently long pause, the 2 delegations exchanged a few greetings. The Romulans, as agreed, were unarmed. "Finally, Ambassador Riley," Kirk heard Captain Haran's voice as he came to. "I have the honor to introduce you to Centurion Tiam." Hiran uttered the word honor in a strange tone, and a subtle, incomprehensible glimmer lit up his eyes. "I wonder what expression we'll have on our faces when we introduce our Maestro Penalta to the Romulans." Kirk chuckled to himself. After the formal, restrained introductions, Diane and Dr. Bernard went to explore their domain. Zulu followed them like a shadow. The enigmatic first officer of the Galdits, Ferric, prudently stepped aside, while Spock and Hiran joined Kirk, leaving Riley alone with the Centurion. One of Tiam's aides, Utak, stood at a distance, apparently ensuring that none of the archaeologists unloading the cargo dared approach the delegation. Another aide, Kital, far from young and incredibly skinny, stood next to Tiam, motionless, his eyes constantly darting from side to side, as if his entire life depended on the movements of the conference participants. More like bodyguards than aides, Kirk decided. Whatever the case, Kital looked far more amusing and interesting than Tiam himself. "It seems there's not much work for us here, Captain Kirk. I'm not trained in diplomacy,
And I know next to nothing about archaeology or music, Hiran suddenly revealed. I can't say I'll be completely out of work, Kirk continued, but I'd be happy to leave the negotiations. I feel the same way, Captain.
However, I have some interests, as I imagine you do. Kirk nodded, and Hiran continued. Good. Then I'd be honored to take you on a tour of our ship. I'm not shy about inviting you aboard your Enterprise.
Kirk glanced at Riley. The ambassador was telling something to the Centurion, who was listening silently and attentively. A faint smile never left Tiam's face. Adjutant Kitalu, apparently tired of darting his eyes from side to side, stared unblinkingly at Hiran and Kirk. It was impossible to tell what Kitalu was thinking from his expression. I'll accompany you personally, Kirk promised Hiran, looking the Romulan in the eye. How he wished the first impression wouldn't be deceiving. Chapter 6. So far, so good, Kirk thought, watching the bewildering mix of bright civilian clothes and the formal uniforms of Starfleet officers. Never before had the Enterprise press room been filled with such a constant din. Never before had so many people been there. Never before had so much laughter been heard. For the first time in many years of the Cold War, representatives of hostile nations were meeting peacefully. Who knows, Kirk mused. Maybe something really will come out of this conference. Dr. Bernard threw aside all conventionality and was un-Vulcan-like in her cheerfulness. She actively joined in the general conversation that involved all the archaeologists. Only once did Kirk feel wary and awkward. It happened when a slender blonde woman, clearly a native of Catullus, asserted her point of view and unceremoniously shoved a Romulan in the chest. It seemed the Romulan, forgetting all about propriety, was about to respond to the woman's insistence with equal vigor. But instead, to Kirk's great surprise, he froze for a moment, then burst into loud, Homeric laughter. Spock, seeing such a picture, uttered only one phrase. Incomprehensible. Even the ever-smiling Hiran did not change the Vulcan's opinion of the inhabitants of the Romulan Empire as a gloomy, eternally dissatisfied people. Everyone except Thiam was drawn into the general whirlwind of conversation. The Centurion stood silently to the side, towering above the others like a solitary iceberg. Riley attempted to engage Thiam in some conversation befitting his rank, but realizing the futility of his efforts, he angrily gave up on the Centurion and walked off to one of the chatting groups. Our ambassador doesn't seem to be behaving very diplomatically, Hiran said, approaching Kirk in a near whisper. Excuse me, Captain. I'll try to talk to him. For God's sake, Captain, Kirk didn't argue. I don't think anyone likes hermit crabs. Hiran looked at Kirk in confusion, but didn't ask again. He laughed and replied, An interesting phrase, Captain. I'll definitely remember it. With difficulty squeezing through the crowd, the Romulan captain finally reached the Centurion and began explaining something to him in a whisper. Thiam perked up a bit and nodded vigorously. Leaving the Centurion, Hiran headed back to Kirk. Suddenly, Annika, Pennold's favorite student, burst into the press room. To the surprise of many, she headed straight for the stunned Thiam, and within a minute, giggling foolishly, had captured his full attention. The grim Centurion smiled timidly at first, but a few minutes later, as if nothing had happened, he burst into loud laughter. From the demeanor of Yandra, Thiam's wife, one could tell she wasn't the least bit perturbed by her husband's unexpected flirtations. In fact, Yandra seemed relieved to be freed from his clutches. Only Kital, the Centurion's aide, found this scene unnatural and bizarre, and he pointedly turned away from the cooing couple. Catching the lanky aide's gaze, Kirk saw undisguised hatred and malice. The Enterprise captain desperately wanted to ask Hiran what he knew about this aide. Trying to distract himself, Kirk took a sip of beer and began eavesdropping on the chaotic conversations. Catching the odd phrase or snippet of conversation, the Enterprise captain grew increasingly gloomy. Despite the general laughter and merriment, a serious, even alarming undertone could be detected. Apparently, it couldn't be otherwise.
Long years of isolation had left their mark on the psychology of both Romulans and Earthlings. The general tone of the conversations, it seemed to Kirk, boiled down to one question. What if? What if we reach an agreement and stay here for the whole season? The archaeologists asked each other, among whom Diane's voice was especially loud. It would take centuries to study Temarius alone, not to mention the other 6 Irisian planets in the zone. What if we maintain normal relations with the Federation, as we've maintained with the Klingons for many years? Hiran suggested to McCoy, who had been careless enough to claim that the Federation had as many enemies as it had borders. What if Earthlings stopped seeing us as just mindless aggressors, cogs in a vast war machine? A Romulan musician protested. Why don't you come to our families and see that we live the same lives as you? We make friends, love, raise children, and are interested in literature and art, not just building warships. Colors, glances, and voices were in a constant kaleidoscope of movement. Some groups broke up and others formed. This chaos continued until the time came for music. Maestro Penalt was scheduled to perform a solo piano concert. Originally, a full symphony orchestra was planned, but the capricious maestro insisted on postponing the concert, citing that the orchestra hadn't yet fully gelled. None of the musicians Uhura spoke with strongly agreed with the maestro's opinion. On the contrary, Uhura reported that by the second rehearsal, the orchestra was playing smoothly and almost flawlessly. And this wasn't just her opinion. The musicians themselves shared it. It's like putting seasoned Starfleet veterans on a new ship, Uhura said, using terms familiar to Kirk. And it doesn't matter what ships they served on. In a few days, the new crew will function like a well-oiled machine. However, none of the musicians objected, made a scene, or protested. They wandered around the Enterprise, in groups and alone, admiring its size and asking countless questions. None of the musicians had ever been on a military ship before, and many of them had never even left Earth. Those whose tours extended far beyond their home planet used ordinary passenger ships. Let Andy indulge his ego, a violinist agreed, since he wants to be the first Earth musician to play for a Romulan audience. Apparently, the maestro is aiming for a place in history's records. God help him. When Penalt stepped onto the specially constructed stage in the center of the Enterprise's auditorium and approached the piano, some were already aware of his ambitions, including Riley. To his credit, the ambassador handled the proceedings as if the maestro's solo concert had been planned from the start. After receiving polite applause, Penalt straightened his formal tailcoat, sat down at the piano, signaled for the computer accompaniment to be turned on, and began his inspired, impressive performance. Beginning with a rather modest piece by the 22nd century composer Coulson, the maestro smoothly transitioned to the bravura, ultra-fast finale of one of Mozart's concertos. The final chords demanded such virtuoso and precise execution that Penalt seemed on the verge of breaking down at the frantic pace. The music grew louder and louder. At the end of his performance, the maestro raised his arms and, leaning forward, struck the keys one last time. Sweat appeared on Penalt's forehead. "Bernstein is alive. He is among us," said one of the musicians during a short pause. The only one who frowned in response was Zulu. The rest, mostly musicians, exchanged puzzled glances. Having finished Mozart's fiery and passionate piece, the maestro paused for a moment, then removed his hands from the keys and rose from his chair. The hall erupted in applause. The audience went wild, shouting encores. Even the musicians of the Federation Orchestra, who one might have expected to be rather lukewarm about the maestro's performance, joined in the general jubilation, though their applause was less enthusiastic than the rest of the audience. "He's still quite good, huh?" Kirk asked, looking questioningly at Uhura and Zula. "He had to play well," Uhura remarked judiciously. "After all,
he really wanted to impress the Romulans with his playing and let the orchestra know who was who. The playing was good, but judging by Penalt's ego, I expected more, Zulu added. I'm sure many of the orchestra members would have played just as well. When the applause died down, Tiam suddenly walked towards the stage. The maestro, who had taken his leave, watched the centurion approach with surprise. The last thing we need is for these hotheads to clash, Kirk said, looking around on tiptoe. Has anyone seen where Hiran went? Meanwhile, Hiran was already making his way to the stage. Noticing this, Kirk also headed toward Maestro Penalt. Tiam had already jumped onto the stage and, approaching the maestro, extended his hand in greeting. Grinning broadly, Penalt took the offered hand and shook it for a long time, looking at the audience.
A brilliant performance, maestro. Truly brilliant, Tiam loudly praised, also casting glances at the audience. Thank you, Ambassador, Penalt replied no less loudly. I consider myself honored to hear such a compliment from you. As far as I understand, your wife is also a musician? Yes, indeed, Tiam confirmed, and continued more quietly. That's why I dare to approach you. Penalt, who had long since noticed not only the green-eyed Romulan beauty, but also the centurion's strange flirtation with Anneka, smiled. I'm listening to you carefully, Ambassador. It's all about the piano. It's my wife's favorite instrument. If you only knew how many years she wasn't allowed to touch those divine keys. Your playing inspired Yandra so much that she really wanted to sit down at that piano right now. Confused, Penalt glanced hesitantly between Kirk and Hiran, who had already approached and stopped near the stage. Diane stood next to them, his gaze fixed thoughtfully on Tiam.
Yandra herself was lost somewhere in the crowd.
I understand that this is a very unusual request, Maestro, Tiam continued, with a hint of apology in his voice. But you too must understand. Of course, Penalt finally decided, and interrupted the last single claps with a gesture. The maestro quickly descended from the stage and approached Yandra through the parted crowd. The Romulan woman was embarrassed and looked helplessly at her husband. But his smile and the burst of applause dispelled any doubts. Okay, Yandra answered quietly and allowed Penalt to lead her to the stage. If you need my help, the maestro offered as soon as the Romulan settled down at the piano. Yandra didn't answer. She quickly and easily ran her fingers across the keyboard, closed her eyes, and leaned forward. For a few seconds, the Romulan froze, as if establishing telepathic contact with the piano. The first notes rang out, very quiet and hesitant.
It was a simple scale, but even that sounded unusually melodic.
And then silence again. Yandra glanced at Penalt, who was still leaning against the piano lid. The piece you played, if I'm not mistaken, was written by Mozart? Can you set your computer to run slower? Of course. I set up the program so that the computer automatically follows the tempo of the musician's playing. Frankly, Tiam remarked, leaving the stage. Hearing the first sounds of the computer accompaniment, Penalt also came down. Yandra played flawlessly, never out of tune. Her style was so different from Penalt's that even Kirk, who knew nothing about music, noticed it. Where the maestro thundered and thundered, Yandra whispered. Where Penalt pressed hard on the keys, the Romulan barely touched their lacquered surface, and it seemed as if a gentle breeze swept across the keyboard, drawing gentle notes from the piano's depths. Where Andrew galloped, Yandra strolled languidly and leisurely. However, the ending of the work required the Romulan to be as quick and precise as Penalt. Having finished the game, Yandra slowly removed her hands from the keyboard and closed her eyes. Absolute silence reigned. Only the technical hum from the depths of the enormous Enterprise drifted through the thin partitions. A few seconds passed, and the audience exploded with applause, with the first claps coming from the musicians' camp. Zulu, leaning towards the captain's ear, remarked, She, in fact, plays exactly the way Penalt thinks about his game. I absolutely agree with you, Kirk admitted, noting with satisfaction that he himself knew something about music. When the applause died down, the delegates returned to their conversations and, as far as Kirk could hear, began discussing the same topics as before. The captain turned his attention to Penalt. A broad, joyful smile lit up the maestro's face. However, Kirk saw undisguised malice in his eyes. Penalt was humiliated and knew it.
Nevertheless, he climbed onto the stage and obsequiously took Yandra's hand.
"Amazing, my dear lady," exclaimed the maestro. "Amazing and unique. Ambassador Thiam, your wife's playing should invigorate you and your mission, as far as a humble musician like me can judge. You and your colleagues will surely achieve success if your wife's playing is heard in the Federation." Thiam, who had seen flattery and servility on a grand scale, was somewhat taken aback by Penalt's rantings. "Yandra and I thank you, maestro," the centurion smiled reluctantly, "and we will do everything possible in the coming days to avoid disappointing you or your Federation." "And you, my lady," Penalt continued, ignoring Thiam's obvious displeasure, "be sure to go on tour to the Federation. I promise to be your guide and advisor." "And a trusted confidant with a good commission," Uhura snorted, unable to hide her prickly smile. Kirk had a hard time explaining to a bewildered Hiran what the terms trusted person and good commission meant. Thiam quickly ran off the stage, almost knocking down his eternally gloomy and sullen adjutant. "Do you have something to say, Keitel?" the centurion asked. Filled with pride for his wife and her triumphant performance, Thiam had no desire at all to start any discussions with his adjutant. "This Captain Hiran, Keitel hesitated. "What? What about this Hiran?" Thiam began to get angry. Scanning the crowd, the centurion finally found the Romulan captain. Hiran and Ferrex stood surrounded by several Enterprise officers, engaged in animated conversation. Thiam had no doubt they were discussing Yandra's brilliant performance. "In recent days, Hiran has seemed to be glued to the Federation captain," Keitel said slowly. "Meanwhile, only you have the right to negotiate on behalf of the Empire." Thiam himself had already noticed more than once the two captains who were carrying on some kind of endless conversation for a suspiciously long time. "I'll remind Hiran of this when I deem it necessary, Kital. And if there's nothing else to occupy my attention..." The centurion's eyes flashed as he disappeared into the crowd. Yandra paced thoughtfully around her cabin. Finally, with a sharp movement, she pulled the porthole curtains shut, making her final choice. The decision had been made. There was no turning back now. Yandra paused again. What had prompted her to make her final decision? Of course, she hadn't made her choice when that smug Penalt offered to sit at the piano, but when he nearly choked with anger at the final chords of her playing. God, how hard he'd hidden his snake-like sting back then. Essentially, he's the same Thiam, only in human form. He, like her husband, must be interested only in personal gain. Surely, just like her husband, this maestro is ready to step over his own mother, if only to satisfy his ego. The firm decision came, not when the hall exploded with applause for her. Similar ovations were also heard during concerts in the provinces. Perhaps it was when Yandra saw their captain, a lively and outgoing man, Ambassador Riley, and officers who answered to the names Uhura, Zulu, Scott, McCoy. Yandra's heart warmed as she felt the spirit of brotherhood and camaraderie that united these dissimilar people. Even a Vulcan named Spock. Yandra could only have encountered such closeness among her musician friends, and she had never experienced it among noble Romulans. Officials and leaders of all stripes at every level of the Romulan political, civil, and military ladders. Camaraderie among Romulans at any level is incomprehensible. They are accustomed to seeing all their fellow citizens as either slaves or masters.
And the only Romulan who somehow stands out from the general, gloomy, wary mass of Romulans is Captain Hiran. Perhaps that's why Tiam calls him a gullible idiot. So, the decision was final. Now it was time to act. The plan still needed to be put into action. First, and this was the hardest part, she needed to talk to Diane. She couldn't act until she'd briefed her brother on all the details. She wasn't worried about Tiam. It was he and thousands like him who had forced Yandra to make this decision. But Diane, she had to give her brother a chance to either dissuade her from this crazy idea or, without hesitation, side with her. Diane would likely scoff at this idea. He might even be a Romulan after all, to betray. Diane, who had long since stopped mourning his parents, stubbornly insisted on restoring the family's tarnished honor. However, what Yandra had decided to do would, by Romulan standards, forever shame their family, ruin the peace conference, and dash the hopes of naive human beings. Gathering her courage, Yandra walked out into the dark corridor and headed towards her brother's cabin. Tiam, intoxicated with success, immediately upon returning from the Federate ship, fell into a deep, peaceful sleep, giving his wife complete freedom of action. Here was the door to Diane's cabin. There was still time to come to her senses and turn back. After pausing for a moment, Yandra knocked and was shocked by the haste with which the door opened. "Little sister, what's wrong? Come in, come in. I was right after all. They used you to prove the Romulan superiority in everything, even music. And that fool Penalt." "I must talk to you, brother," Yandra Diana interrupted decisively, knowing that if the conversation was postponed, she would never dare to start it again. That burst of courage that had brought her to her brother's door would never happen again. "Of course, my dear sister. You were the main sensation of the evening, and I've decided," Yandra interrupted her brother again, forcing the words out. "I've decided to defect to the Federation." A long, unnatural silence fell. Diane's face turned into a pale mask. Suddenly, he laughed. "I'm not joking," Yandra protested, looking around with no less fear than on the first day of their meeting. "I'm not laughing at you," Diane admitted, calming down as he sat his sister down in a chair. "You just know how to choose your time. I've been pacing the cabin for an hour now, working up the courage to tell you the same thing." Chapter 7. From Captain Kirk's Diary. Sidereal Time 8489.1. The archaeologists' first working meeting is also scheduled for 9 a.m., although knowing this restless scientific tribe, I can imagine they'll be up at first light. If so, the transport compartment should be fully operational by 7 a.m. If the archaeologists are as enthusiastic and friendly as they were at the official meeting, their success will not be long in coming, and Dr. Bernard's bodyguard, Mr. Zulu, will have very little work to do. "The information intercepted from the Federation communications is confirmed," reported the captain's assistant, first officer of the Romulan vessel Azimuth. "The unidentified object is heading straight for us, precisely on the course the Federation indicated. According to my calculations, the object entered our space several hours ago." Frowning, the captain rose from her chair and looked over the first officer's shoulder at the navigator's video monitor. "What is the object's mass and momentum? What life forms are on board?" "Unknown, Captain. Other than its trajectory and speed, we have no other information yet. It seems the object is using some kind of camouflage mechanism unknown to us." "But he is Romulan." Realizing the naivety of her question, the captain did not wait for an answer. Of course the object is Romulan. Why else would the provisional government so persistently deny its existence? But the first officer's answer was rather unexpected. "Unlikely, Captain. We don't have a single ship with such a level of camouflage. The object's behavior is very strange. It seems to be taunting our scanners as if mocking them, playing cat and mouse with them. It's as if it's trying to say, You've determined my trajectory, that's enough. You won't find out anything else. In what sense? Any cloaked object we know of has near zero reflectivity, and right now all the information is reaching our scanners, but only in a horribly distorted form. Moreover, the faster the object moves, the more inaccurate the instrument readings become. Captain, allow me. Certainly.
A dark cylindrical body appeared on every screen on the command bridge. It was no larger than a tiny asteroid, but at this distance, even the azimuth would have looked like a pinhead. What then is the object's true size?
Captain, a Romulan ship is following the object.
What ship? The captain peered anxiously at the main screen.
Full astern. I declare full combat readiness. Remove sidelights. Stealth level 1. Observation team, keep an eye on the ship.
Where did a Romulan ship come from? Perhaps, like the azimuth, it managed to intercept communications between Federation ships. Or perhaps this ship is here on orders from the provisional government or someone else with knowledge of the facility. Whatever the case, caution is advised. Who knows what this ship has in mind? A strange mixture of fear and excitement overwhelmed the captain. She quickly returned to her place. Whoever had sent this ship, there was still a chance for rescue.
The azimuth had enough energy and speed to avoid a head-on collision with the stranger. In these troubled times, only those with strong nerves and swift legs would survive. For many years, the Praetor himself stood at the center of a vast, all-pervasive web of intrigue. However, in that era of stability and predictability, every initiate, if they knew their place, had a chance of avoiding entanglement in this web. Now, in a time of universal chaos, freedom and even life are not guaranteed to anyone. Not the most petty official, not even a citadel inhabitant. The Empire is still ruled by the same Praetorian cronies, but for how long? Some are gone, and many will fall in the coming days, to be replaced by young and ambitious rogues who caught the winds of change in their sails at the right time. There was once an ancient custom in the Empire. The executed were thrown onto the cobblestones as a warning to others. But no one would dare call those days terrible or tragic.
Many, many more have passed that fate. The bodies on the pavements vanished, and with them an entire era passed. A new one has emerged, far more terrible and dangerous, though without the barbaric customs. And yet, why does the provisional government stubbornly ignore the object? Who benefits from this? One of the factions? But then whose object is it, and who does it serve? Or perhaps it's its own entity? How can this be determined? Is anyone capable of managing this object, keeping it under control, setting its course?
We're out of sensor range, Captain. However, as you ordered, the object is still within our field of view. Good. Adjust our course so that the distance between us and the object is maintained. No matter how hard we try, we won't match his speed, Captain. I'm afraid he'll catch up with us within the next day. The captain looked displeasedly at her first officer but said nothing.
In a day, so the azimuth and the target would be aligned somewhere near Vladivi. What should they do with it then? Audrey Bernard and her Romulan colleague Diane stood by the central tent, converted into the expedition's headquarters, watching the archaeologists who, split into pairs, one Romulan and one human, dispersed through the dusty labyrinth of ancient streets. Each pair was equipped with an Earth-based tricorder. The Romulans immediately took a liking to these devices, whereas previously it would take them several days to gather information. The tricorders accomplished the task in minutes. To Audrey and Diane's delight, the archaeologists got to work very quickly. No one knew how long the joint excavations would last, so no one wanted to waste a single minute of precious time. The first order of business was to scan the entire valley, the ancient ruins and their surroundings, with instruments, and by the end of the day, transmit the information to the Enterprise and Galtis's computers. Then, based on the analysis, excavations would begin in the most promising locations. Although there was no place on Temarius unworthy of attention, before the archaeologists stretched a rather bleak, grey-hued landscape, barely illuminated by a dim and almost warm sun. But to the eye of an archaeologist, as well as to an artist, this entire inconspicuous, unassuming area appeared in a completely different light. How similar this world is to the ill-fated ruins of Calisa Tree, Audrey Bernard thought, sighing heavily. Trying to shake off the unpleasant memories, she shook her head sharply. Lihala, Audrey said thoughtfully, as if tasting the word.
Why does the Romulan name for this planet sound so much softer and more melodic than the one used by Federation scientists?
Temarius, not Lihala, Diane corrected softly. Audrey glanced at her partner. Like most Romulans, he was much shorter and stockier than Vulcans, and only slightly taller than her. Dark, curly hair framed his pale face, his bangs almost reaching his dark green eyes. The face seemed familiar to Audrey. A moment later, she had no doubt that Diane was Yandra's twin brother, whose performance had captivated everyone the previous day. The head of the Romulan archaeologists could easily be called handsome even by Earth standards, though that doesn't mean anything. The leader of the Romulan expedition to Calis Tri was also handsome. However, his astonishing cruelty eclipsed everyone Audrey had encountered before. While not taking her life, this Romulan stole her mental health. And if it weren't for the Vulcan medics,
they restored Audrey's faith in herself and her abilities. And most importantly, they taught her to manage her emotions. With the Vulcans' help, Audrey suppressed the hatred that had built up within her. If it weren't for the Vulcan medics. After Vulcan, Audrey managed to live in peace and harmony with herself for many years. It wasn't easy. But having learned to control herself, she never again succumbed to the burden of painful memories. This was true even when a dark-skinned woman from the Enterprise approached Audrey and offered to lead an archaeological mission to Temarius. And yet, Audrey admitted to herself, there had been a moment of inner weakness when the mention of Romulans sent a shudder through her. For a second or two she fought back a surge of hatred. But the Vulcan lessons had not been wasted on Audrey. She couldn't refuse Uhura, and not even because of the archaeological beauty of Temarius. Now, standing at arm's length from the Romulan, Audrey Bernard suddenly felt disgust and hatred again. Diane looked too much like that sadist. Those months on Calis had been too terrible and tragic, when death followed and the concepts of Romulan and sadist became synonymous. Audrey had already dealt with fear, sticky and constant, back on Vulcan. After intense training, fear can easily be replaced with other emotions, but hatred is much more difficult. During the year Audrey spent in captivity, hatred had permeated every cell of her, every fiber of her soul. It's not fear but hatred that corrodes the soul, but it forges character. The Vulcans believed it was hatred that allowed Audrey to survive, while others died one by one from torture, starvation, and despair. "I will survive only to see you die, writhing in terrible agony," Audrey shouted at her executioners. Well, this is a different world, a different environment, a different time. And these memories won't help. Rather, they will explode her from the inside, depriving her of the joys of life. Audrey tried to pull herself together. What did Diane have to do with this? Was he to blame for the tragedy on Calisa Tree? Not for the first time, Audrey Bernard suddenly and desperately longed to become a cold, dispassionate Vulcan. Yet Vulcans, especially their women, are susceptible to emotion. Once upon a time, they were very human-like, but long years of hardship and suffering had developed remarkable qualities in them. Audrey inhaled the clean, cool air, held it for a few seconds, and then exhaled forcefully, as if she were pouring out all her emotions and memories. After all, this was Temarius, the mecca of archaeologists across the galaxy, and it was not appropriate to indulge in dark thoughts now.
"Let's go," Bernard said decisively, heading toward one of the hills framing the magnificent valley. "There are, or at least should be, the ruins of a special structure that I want to find first."
"The Halls of Exodus," Diane said, almost without thinking.
"Yes. How do you know?" "They weren't mentioned at the press conference as far as I remember, and my work probably didn't make it into Romulan archaeology journals."
"You're right, we didn't hit it," Diane admitted, and coming up almost right next to Audrey whispered, "But every now and then I come across underground handwritten journals. I suspect the same thing exists in your Federation."
Nodding understandingly, Dr. Bernard fell silent for a long moment. Poor Diane, poor Romulans. How much they still have to learn about the world around them. It must have taken a lot of courage for Diane to admit something that could have immediately led to his and his colleagues' arrest. But Audrey decided it would be the height of immodesty to challenge the Romulans' delusions. But why was Diane so careless and outspoken? Did he think the changes in the Empire were serious and lasting? Or was he certain this conference would change the world for the better forever? "I won't deny that," Audrey finally spoke. "But I'm surprised you mentioned the self-written journals so openly. It is foolish to deny the truth where it exists." "The way you said that was very Vulcan," Audrey chuckled. "After all, they are our close relatives." Audrey shuddered. Serious passions had flared up again. But the doctor showed no sign, remaining outwardly calm. The fact that the Vulcans, her saviors, were related to the Romulans, her tormentors, haunted Audrey. It was the last thing she wanted to dwell on. The doctor disliked the thought that beneath the Vulcans' outward nobility and discipline lurked a vicious Romulan heart. But then again, were there any races whose members were all fiends of hell? Or, conversely, sinless angels? And wasn't she herself a mixture of vice and virtue? Since you know the term I use to designate these structures, then you also know my hypothesis about their purpose, and even how I intend to find them. Not quite, Diane admitted. The article I came across was incomplete, and the translation was rather poor. Generally, our Samizdat literature is prone to fragmentation and imprecise presentation. Still, it's far better than what passes through the censor's scissor. Low quality is more than compensated for by freedom of spirit. Isn't that how it is with you? Are you familiar with the best examples of Romulan archaeological thought? Turning away, Audrey Bernard barely suppressed a smile. Okay. As we walk, try to recall in detail what you gleaned from my incomplete and poorly translated article. And I, in turn, will correct and supplement the translator's explanation. I would consider it an honor. Engrossed in conversation, Audrey and Diane didn't notice how they reached the first streets of the excavated city. "Wonderful, Captain," Hiran exclaimed admiringly, but there was a hint of bitterness and envy in his voice. The Romulan captain continued to shower them with compliments as he walked silently along the narrow path, winding through the plants of the vast botanical garden. "It's a mandatory feature of a Constitution-class ship," Kirk explained simply. The tour, as Hiran had requested, began early. Apparently, the Romulans sensed that the conference might not go as planned, and he would miss what might be his only chance to see the inside of a Federation ship. "Are you saying that officers aren't the only ones allowed to stroll through this garden?" Hiran wondered. "The entire crew, of course, and now all the passengers, too." At the far end of the botanical gardens, a group of musicians were chatting animatedly. Some of them were sitting on the green lawn, while others were admiring the Temarius slowly floating past, and the bright dot that was the Romulan Galtes through the huge wall-sized window. "Wonderful," Hiran repeated, still in that same admiring, envious tone. "Simply marvelous.
You won't see anything like this on Argaltis. Well, your ship is quite small, after all, Kirk hastened to reassure. It's hard to find room for flower beds, let alone such a realm of comfort and coziness. A kingdom of comfort and coziness. Yes. However, for Centurion Thiam and his wife, both comfort and coziness were found. Tell me, Captain, do you believe any good can come out of this whole undertaking? Kirk was lost in thought for a moment.
I hope so, but I don't really believe it.
Me too, Hiran admitted, looking at the human searchingly, as if deciding whether to continue the conversation on this topic. I'll tell you frankly, Captain, at the very beginning of this mission I still entertained some illusions, until I got to know Centurion Thiam better. Does that surprise you? Only that you admitted it, Kirk laughed. Well, then I'll try to surprise you even more. You know, Captain, I'm secretly hoping for the archaeologists' success. Maybe they'll discover that the Arisians were the ancestors of Earthlings. Do you know why I want that? Why? Kirk asked, trying to remain calm. Then our government will be forced to allow the Feds access to this planet, albeit on their own terms. And all that's left for us to do is blaze a trail between us. That will be the real beginning. I hope that my government will do the same if it turns out that the Arisians are your ancestors. Both captains fell silent.
They didn't want to continue this conversation, lest they have to figure out which state had more rights to the neutral zone, and who had the right to grant access. Tell me, Kirk, since we're being so frank with each other, does the probe actually exist, or is it just some sick fantasy? This is not a myth. This is reality, Hiran. A note of sadness could be heard in the Earthling's voice. A very formidable reality. Really? You saw him yourself? I saw it, and even heard it. I saw what this probe can do. I can even show you the recordings made during its last approach to Earth. By the way, your government wouldn't hurt to take a look at them too. I would be incredibly happy to look at these records, but I'm afraid it won't change anything. For Thiam and for those who sent him, my opinion is absolutely indifferent, just like yours. Do you mean the provisional government? Our government has never had a unified opinion, even in the best of times, Hiran shrugged.
And even more so now. We have heard that there is some kind of behind-the-scenes struggle going on among your authorities, but... And when wasn't there one? Reforms? Hiran chuckled. They're only on paper. If there were any reforms, they didn't get far beyond the Citadel. Whoever appointed Centurion Thiam as head of the mission is undoubtedly an opponent of reforms. Kirk was struck by the Romulan's frankness and began to suspect him of insincerity. Suddenly Hiran stopped and ran the toe of his boot through the thick green grass. Captain, is it permissible to go beyond the paths? I see some passengers even lying down on the grass. It's not exactly encouraged. But what wouldn't you sacrifice for the mission's success? Kirk replied, still doubting the Romulan's sincerity. Smiling silently, the colleagues turned onto a large, picturesque lawn. In the material I saw, your third proposition was completely absent, Diane noted.
That's why I couldn't form a complete picture of your working hypothesis. While chatting, the archaeologists didn't notice how they'd already walked a good mile from their base camp and reached the top of a hill that overlooked the legendary city from the west. From this great height, the 12 pairs of archaeologists looked like ants swarming through a mysterious labyrinth. The city itself was far larger than had been imagined in camp. Truly, the ancient city was the largest monument of the Arisian culture, whose dusty ruins archaeologists had ever set foot upon. To fully understand my hypothesis, it's not necessary to know the clarifying propositions, Audrey said, because, figuratively speaking, it's a symphony, not the life of each individual note described by mathematical laws. Propositions, spiced with formulas and calculations, merely isolate my theory from the ocean of others, no less plausible. The overall picture of the history of the Arisian culture is clear even without mathematical calculations. Just look down. God, how I wish my sister were here right now, Diane exclaimed. If you only knew how she yearns to see something breathtaking. For her, both music and archaeology are saucers full of mysteries, devoid of mathematical calculations. She believes that coldly and soberly analyzing the lives of long-dead civilizations, like the laws of musical harmony, is like dissecting the soul. Most earthlings feel the same. But you are also an earthling. Earthlings aren't as categorical and judgmental as I am. I'm an earthling by birth, but I'm a Vulcan by nature. I've already lost much of my humanity. I think I've started the wrong conversation again, Audrey said, catching herself. Enough of this idle chatter. Trying to change the subject, the doctor pointed to a cluster of ruins at the far end of the valley. That's the central part of the city. Can you see it? I don't see it yet. Diane shifted his gaze from the dugout's outstretched arm to the ruins and back. Where there's a lone wall, some distance from the other ruins. That's the center. Yes, I see it now. Thank you, Dr. Bernard. I wouldn't have guessed in 1,000 years that this was the city center. It comes with practice and experience. I've visited 2 other Arisian planets and noted all the patterns and analogies. If you had the time, you would have come to the same conclusions. Perhaps. But you're being too generous in your assessment, Doctor. And if we assume this is just one of the city's centers, and not the most important one, then there must be others somewhere. Diane's voice trembled slightly. His gaze swept over the ruins of the ancient city, where not a single intact street, not a single building remained. The city's layout lacked a single right angle, or even a single straight line, except in distinct urban nodes.
For example, there, Diane pointed to a cluster of broken walls in the very center of the valley. If your formulas are correct, there should be 2 centers. Absolutely, Audrey agreed. Suddenly, a cry of triumph erupted from the dugout, a triumph Audrey Bernard had experienced only once before in her life, on Kalisa III, before the tragedy. This was undoubtedly the Hall of Exodus. The doctor began mentally calculating. If you double the distance between the centers, then subtract the distance to the nearest reference point and divide by... There was no mistake. This was it. Completely forgetting about Diane, Audrey Bernard rushed down the path, raising clouds of dust behind her. At precisely 9 a.m., Handler appeared in the Galtitz Press Center, barely suppressing a yawn after a nervous, sleepless night. Riley, unlike his younger colleague, was open about it and yawned constantly. This was Riley's first major press conference, and with such an unusual lineup.
The opposing side, led by Centurion Thiam, had already taken their places and showed no signs of sleeplessness or fatigue. However, all the Romulans, except for the imperturbable Kaital, were slightly nervous and looked at their opponents with undisguised apprehension. Riley, having observed the head of the Romulan delegation the previous evening, when Yandra had dazzled everyone with her performance, had drawn certain conclusions. He decided that Thiam was neither a refined connoisseur of art nor a worthy husband. Rather, he was a cold businessman, seeking profit wherever he could find it. During Yandra's performance, the Centurion jealously monitored the audience's reaction, considering his wife's success his own. Riley also noticed Yandra's dull gaze as she greeted what seemed to be her husband's request or command to prove to this upstart Earthman whose race was superior in art. Intrigued, Riley glanced back and forth between the stage, where Penout and Thiam, leaning over him, were standing, and the auditorium, where Yandra's sad eyes gleamed in the dim light. Without a doubt, Riley concluded, the Romulan had been brutally coerced into taking the stage. And yet, Yandra began to play,
inspired and unrestrained, as if reunited with an old friend after many years of separation. It seemed that only at the piano, in the enchanting element of sound, did she feel beyond her husband's reach, freed from his constant control. Touching the keys, Yandra plunged into a world of freedom and fantasy. Returning to reality, Riley took a seat at the table, to the right of Lieutenant Handler. A tricorder was quietly beeping on the desk. The lieutenant opened his notebook and wrote the date. 2 young Romulans quickly served several glasses and half a dozen handsome, round-bellied bottles of liquor. By mutual agreement, the host, the Galtis crew, would handle the protocol events today. Therefore, all protocol procedures for the next day's negotiations would fall entirely to the Enterprise crew, although Riley wasn't sure any negotiations would take place tomorrow. Despite his impressive and numerous diplomatic successes, this conference seemed like a house of cards, ready to collapse at the slightest Romulan breeze. Overconfidence can be costly, Kirk once said. But if you're afraid of everything and live by the principle of just in case, then, as a rule, nothing will work out. Over the past few days, Riley had been pondering the Romulans, their habits, inclinations, psychology, and stereotypes. At every opportunity, he tried to observe the peculiarities of their behavior in interactions not only with Earthlings, but also with their own kind. However, Riley suspected that all his conclusions would hardly be useful for productive work with Tiam. Such a superficial and generalized study of an entire race, rather than an individual, could be harmful rather than beneficial, because, as McCoy once put it pollutes the mind with prejudice. Ultimately, Riley focused his attention solely on Tiam. He studied every piece of information he could find about the Centurion, keeping his eyes fixed on Tian throughout the gala evening. Riley believed it was essential to have as complete a picture as possible of the Romulan leader, on whom the fate of the conference might depend. "Trust your feelings," Captain Kirk once admonished. Even Sarek, while acknowledging the unpredictability and sensitivity of humans, believed the same. But beyond subjective feelings, there are also objective facts that cannot be so easily dismissed. Among such facts, Riley included the actions and deeds of Centurion Tiam. The 2 ambassadors could spend days lavishing diplomatic pleasantries and making impossible promises. But what good would they do if, having forgotten all promises, Tiam and his delegation soon returned to the Romulan capital to incite the imperial authorities to new exploits against the Federation? And is the Centurion capable of assessing the danger posed by their common enemy, the probe? Or is he as uninspired by fantasies as some members of the provisional government, who completely deny the existence of the elusive emissary of evil? But the probe does exist, and it nearly plunged Earth into global catastrophe. Isn't it the probe that's disorienting the Clinton and Fed ships? Who, if not the probe, is now breaking through the neutral zone deep into the space of the Romulan Empire, threatening to bring to its people the same troubles and suffering as to the peoples of the Federation? And the Romulans, thanks to their government, which doesn't even bother to verify the Federation's information, are now dangerously unaware of the menacing traveler. They don't want to admit it. So what? Kirk succinctly stated during a discussion of one of the last official communications from the Romulan leadership. "Ambassador Tiam," Riley began, "several hours ago we received new information regarding the location of an object we're informally referring to as the probe. Are you aware of this object's existence and the information we've passed on to your superiors?" The Centurion, not expecting such questions, nervously drummed his fingers on the tabletop and looked at Riley with displeasure. "Yes, I'm well aware of the fabrications that Federation officials have been concocting for months now. What I don't know is the reasons that drive them to make them up." "The same reasons," Riley sighed heavily, are what keep me in this chair and from falling through it to the floor. Objective facts and the laws of nature.
This chair really exists, and so does the probe.
The aforementioned object recently caused colossal destruction on Earth, simultaneously disabling several of our and Klingon ships. And I'm certain that further destruction, this time on planets of your empire, is a matter of not just days, but hours. The object has just breached the neutral zone and entered Romulan space. Or perhaps it simply re-entered it, accelerating so fast that in less than a day it will be in the vicinity of your major centers, including the capital. You're saying the probe has returned? Tiam barely managed to contain his laughter. Are you claiming that your invention is also a product of our empire? Not at all. If we had reason to believe the object was created by the Romulans, I doubt any of us would be sitting at this table. Well, fine. If you refuse the Empire's offer regarding this figment of your imagination, then why discuss the matter further? Well, that's why. Riley carefully slid a piece of paper toward the Romulans. Here are the object's last coordinates, its exact speed and course, assuming, of course, that the probe doesn't decide to change it while we're sitting here debating whether it actually exists. And you want us to chase the figment of your imagination throughout our entire space, because you are not sure that our government will give you permission to chase a ghost throughout the Empire? Even if your command grants us permission to pursue the ghost, as you said, I'm afraid we won't succeed. The object has left our ship's field of view and is accelerating at such a speed that I don't think we can keep up with it. So, you transferred the ghost to us. Is that what you mean? No, that's not what I mean, Riley replied firmly and fell silent.
It felt like the conversation was reaching a dead end.
The ambassadors could continue exchanging remarks for a long time, but the matter would not move even an iota toward basic mutual understanding, let alone a logical conclusion. The only option left was to either give in to Thiam's stubbornness and move on to another topic, or... However, what kind of either could there be? Trust your feelings, Riley remembered Kirk's phrase again. I simply want to say that this object is not fiction or a figment of the imagination. It is reality, and it appears to be a threatening reality. The probe passed close to one of your border ships, and therefore your government cannot be unaware of its existence. And until we reach concrete agreements, either officially or unofficially, on this very specific matter, I see no point in even beginning a discussion of the other issues on the conference agenda.
It's truly a shame. But I don't want to waste either your time or mine.
Riley stood up calmly and walked past the confused Lieutenant Handler, who had not made a single note in his notebook. That's a strange game, Kirk, Hiran remarked. Why throw such a massive ball at some distant sticks? Two captains watched as a musician and an off-duty officer leisurely played a game of bowling. People play a lot of strange games, Kirk admitted. It would be best to discuss this with my science assistant. He has a fascinating theory about it. Ah, Mr. Spock. He is your first officer, isn't he? The start of the new diplomatic round was delayed, and all its participants, especially the Romulans, were looking at their watches with impatience and anxiety. Where does this passion for warfare come from, Kirk? Hiran asked unexpectedly. The Earthling looked at his colleague in surprise.
I always wanted to be the captain of an interstellar ship.
But as for the military, Kirk shrugged. In my opinion, they are inseparable. By the way, Kirk remarked, Starfleet is a far less militaristic organization now than it used to be. And in the future, I think it will be even less so, especially if these negotiations are successful. I never dreamed of a military career, Hiran said unexpectedly. My older sister was the one who was called up for military service, and it was her only chance to escape the provinces. Our universities only accept those who have served in the army and the children of high-ranking parents. Not counting, of course, party functionaries. Is it the same in your federation? I'm what you'd call a country bumpkin. I come from the Iowa region, which specializes in cattle breeding and dairy production. Iowa, repeated Hiran, clearly savoring the pronunciation of the incomprehensible, beautiful word. It really is beautiful, Kirk thought proudly. And the Romulan name for this planet, Lihalla, is no less beautiful. Our educational system takes into account a person's abilities, not their background, the Earthling explained. Although, of course, that's not always the case. Perhaps we too will someday experience the intelligence of your system, Hiran sighed. I, for example, always wanted to be an engineer, wanted to discover and create. But instead, I'm here. On the other hand, if I were an engineer, I would never have met Earthlings. The Romulan's face brightened. And how many people did you meet? You and your colleagues are the first, Hiran exclaimed heartily, unexpectedly clapping Kirk on the back with familiarity. At that very moment, Scotty's voice came from the loudspeakers. Captain Kirk, report to the bridge. Suddenly, Hiran's intercom began to beep. While the Romulan answered the call, Kirk examined his guest's uniform and equipment in great detail. How similar military personnel from all over the galaxy were, as if they had been hatched in the same militaristic incubator. Although the supposed Hall of Exodus was no more than 3 kilometers away as the crow flies, it felt like it took Diane and Audrey at least an hour to reach it. This was due to the deep sand, which kept sinking their feet, and the chaotic piles of ancient wall remnants that had become impassable rubble. More than once, lost in the endless labyrinths of the unfamiliar city, Diane and Audrey found themselves back at the same spot. Finally, the halls came into view. Standing before the ancient walls, she thought, "We can look upon and appreciate the labors of the Arisians, but we will never restore this city to its original appearance. They say architecture is music frozen in stone. But can one hear music that has long since died away?" Only the Arisians themselves could hear it. From the surrounding hills, the patterns of city streets were visible, covering the entire valley like a giant carpet. They have provided food for thought for generations of archaeologists and mathematicians. Under normal circumstances, Audrey Bernard would have spent many days at the walls of the chambers, writing, sketching, photographing, making holograms, literally breaking down every stone down to the molecule, and documenting with meticulous care the entire panorama that unfolded before her gaze. Only then, knowing for certain that nothing had been overlooked, would she have decided to refreeze the threshold of the chambers to examine its interior with even greater detail. But the circumstances, unfortunately, were completely different, and the work, barely begun, could have been stopped at any moment. After a quick inspection of the squat, low-domed structure, Audrey noticed a small outbuilding which, according to the tricorder readings, was the last stronghold of the Arisians. Exposed to the elements for the last 1,000 years, the outbuilding was close to total collapse. Audrey immediately pulled out a portable phaser-like device from her field bag, one of a dozen indispensable items used in excavating ancient dwellings and studying organic remains. The device's primary purpose was to determine the inorganic and organic origins of materials, even those long fossilized. With skillful use, it could separate fossilized bones, plants, and other organic matter from rock, sand, soil, and other centuries-old deposits. A few minutes of work with this device, connected to a tricorder, could replace a day of excavation with shovels, brushes, and sunstroke. Turning the device on full power, Dr. Bernard pointed it at the ancient, moss-covered wall. Within seconds, a bright, bluish spot appeared on its surface, from which, like dead skin, thin fragments of building stone began to peel off, layer by layer. The device hummed and began to heat up. The spot spread wider and wider, finally illuminating the surrounding area with a steady, bluish glow. Suddenly, Audrey heard quiet footsteps behind her. In a few seconds, images from her past, which Audrey hoped was gone forever, flashed before the doctor. Then, too, the small, obedient device hummed and burned her palm. But the doctor wasn't on an ancient street under the open sky, but inside a building. Beyond it, somewhere in the echoing corridors, approaching footsteps could be heard. It was Rylan, that same Rylan. Feeling a tap on her shoulder, Audrey turned to see Rylan's terrifying face, distorted with hatred. It took the doctor a moment to reach for her field bag. Snatching up a massive archaeological trowel, she struck her pursuer across the face with all her might.
The echo of a loud and piercing cry of horror echoed among the ancient walls. Zulu's first and most important mistake wasn't that he'd literally exhausted the central onboard computer with questions about the Arisian Empire, but that, immersed in his research, he'd missed the moment the archaeologists landed on Temarius. Intrigued by the display's message that, unfortunately, Dr. Arisi was unable to visit Temarius before the war ended, Zulu spent a solid 3 hours at the terminal, completely forgetting his duties. Coming to his senses, the helmsman dialed the command "abort" and quickly jumped out of his cabin. "Are you keeping an eye on Dr. Bernard?" Zulu said to the young duty lieutenant, bursting into the transport bay. "And this Romulan?" "Yes, sir. We have Dr. Bernard under control," the duty officer reported. "But regarding the Romulan, this is the leader of the Romulan archaeological expedition." "No, sir. We're not tracking him." "But isn't the Romulan ship keeping track of him?"
"Yes, of course. Listen, Lieutenant. Take me to Dr. Bernard right now, wherever she is," Zulu commanded, and climbed up onto the circular platform.
"Yes, sir. The doctor is now almost in the center of the ancient city. I must admit that I may be mistaken in the coordinates of your landing."
"You don't have to put me right on the doctor's head. You can move me 100 or 2 yards away from her."
Zulu didn't want to frighten the woman with his unexpected appearance or arouse her suspicions that he was a mere spy, even though that was precisely what he was. He didn't want to frighten the woman. That was the helmsman's second mistake. After spending the entire morning working on the computer, Zulu learned many interesting things. He discovered that Arisian architecture used unique patterns in its city planning that were difficult to analyze mathematically. Scientists had spent years trying to discover the patterns that guided these ancient urban planners, but to no avail.
Patterns, patterns," Zulu grumbled, wandering between the piles of ancient walls. "A mess, not patterns." My feet sank into the sand, and the air smelled of mold and rot. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the distance. "Diane?" The figure turned the corner. Sprinting at full speed, Zulu almost caught up with the Romulan. But it wasn't Diane at all, but one of the Centurion's aides, Utak. One of those who had been following Diane and Audrey throughout the gala evening. Soon, the aide disappeared from sight. Zulu encountered 2 more pairs of archaeologists along the way, but neither of them could say anything concrete about the whereabouts of Diane and Audrey. Obviously at the base camp, they pointed towards one of the surrounding hills, shrugging their shoulders. In desperation, Zulu tried to activate the intercom, but the fear of being ridiculed stopped him. After wandering the narrow streets for another half hour, Zulu finally contacted the Enterprise's transport bay. "What happened, sir?" came the innocent voice of a familiar lieutenant. "Where is Audrey Bernard now?" After a short pause, during which the lieutenant was apparently looking through the instrument readings, the innocent voice was heard again. "About a kilometer from the original position, sir. But now the doctor seems to be returning. Should I check again, sir?" Thanks to the lieutenant on duty's hints, Zulu finally reached the missing archaeologists. Emerging into a fairly wide square, he saw Dr. Bernard standing in front of a small but massive house with a domed roof, constantly checking her tricorder. Behind Audrey, some distance away, Diane was fiddling with his crude instruments. Zulu watched as the doctor pulled something vaguely resembling a combat phaser from her bag, and a few minutes later, a widening blue spot appeared on the wall of the outbuilding. It grew, and soon molten rock particles began bouncing off the wall of the house. Zulu turned his attention to the Romulan. Diane, apparently intrigued by the unusual sight, headed toward the annex. As he approached Audrey, he accidentally brushed her shoulder with the edge of the bulky, rather heavy backpack hanging behind him. Suddenly, Zulu saw Audrey snatch a shovel from her bag and smash it into the Romulan's face. Crying out in pain, Diane clutched the bruised area with both hands, staggered, and slowly sank to the sand. With triumphant cries, Dr. Bernard continued to beat the Romulan with the shiny shovel. "Rylan!" she screamed, aiming for Diane's exposed, vulnerable spots. Moments later, Zulu arrived at the scene of the tragedy and grabbed the unruly woman, trying to restrain her.
For a moment, Audrey struggled to break free from the helmsman's grasp. But then she went limp and hung in his arms. Diane lay on the sand, battered and writhing in pain. "What the hell is going on here?" Zulu shouted, struggling to keep Audrey on her feet and trying to remember the Romulan's name. He finally managed it. "Diane, are you all right?" "I think so," groaned the pale Romulan, trying to free himself from the heavy backpack while lying down. "And with you, Dr. Bernard?" "Are you Mr. Zulu?" Audrey whispered, no less pale than the defeated Diane. "Absolutely right. I am Zulu." "Let me go. I'm fine now." Zulu reluctantly complied with the request, prudently taking the shovel. Audrey stepped aside and, guiltily looking down, began to shake herself off. "Can any of you explain to me what happened here?" "She confused me with some Rylan," Diane noted, rising to his feet. "Who is this?" Zulu asked, looking straight at the doctor. "Or what?" "Some kind of curse word?"
On Kalisa III, Audrey began to explain haltingly. On Vulcan, I thought that episode had been erased from my memory forever. But it turned out differently. "Did you experience a flashback? A return to a once relived episode?" Zulu inquired. "I'll be careful from now on," Bernard said apologetically, looking at her bloodied colleague. Turning even paler, Diane asked, "Have you been to Kalisa Tree?" "Yes, she was there," Zulu answered for the doctor. "And she wouldn't want to remember it." Suddenly, Diane closed his eyes and bowed his head, remaining silent for a long time. "Rylan," the Romulan finally said quietly, without opening his eyes. "I never thought I'd hear about him again." "He commanded the Romulan military on Kalisa Tree," Audrey added. "Yes, he commanded." Diane sighed sadly, opening his eyes but for some reason not daring to look up. "And he was also my brother." Chapter 8. They were still hundreds of parsecs away, but he could already hear their voices. The sounds were still very faint, even to his super-sensitive crystal sensor. But even across such a vast distance, he detected a change in their intonation. In a thousandth of a second, he compared the new intonations with the old ones, and in the next thousandth, he analyzed the general spectrum of voices and found that they expressed emotions called sadness by its creators. He spent a few more milliseconds pondering. Finally, gathering his energy and raising his voice, he attempted to reach this planet, trying to stir the molecules in its atmosphere and oceans and compel the grieving to speak the true language. So far, he had never spoken this language to anyone. Only once had a few beings reached the level where they could exchange a few words with him. All others were born only to converse among themselves at will, and then quietly and ingloriously depart. And yet he hoped, as his creators hoped, that one day his mission would be crowned with success and find a response. Suddenly the tone of the voices changed again. Apparently the message had reached its target. The sad notes gave way to a strange mixture of hope and fear. And then, from the depths of seething voices, merged into a single chaotic din, a lone, weak voice broke through. "Save us."
Captain Hiran and I will be there shortly, Mr. Scott, Kirk said into the nearest intercom. I'm sorry, Captain, but that's impossible, the Romulan said suddenly, gesturing to his communicator. I've been asked to report to the Galtids immediately. They're probably calling me to the bridge for the same reason, Kirk guessed, and transmitted into the intercom. Captain Hiran has been urgently summoned to the ship, Scotty. I'll escort him to the transport bay. Okay, Captain. Kirk and Hiran headed for the nearest turbolift. Do you think our negotiations have a future? Following Kirk into the turbolift, the Romulan shrugged vaguely. To be honest, this Tiam is as much of a diplomat as I am an archaeologist. It seems to me that you are not very optimistic. Tiam is not inclined to give too many reasons for optimism. But there's still you and me. Doesn't anything depend on us anymore? The elevator stopped and the doors opened silently in front of the captains. I hope you're right, Captain Kirk. In the transport bay, Kirk and Hiran were met by an unfamiliar duty lieutenant. Just a moment, sir, he warned, without looking up from the control panel. Soon, Riley, Handler, and 2 lieutenants accompanying them materialized on the transport platform. The duty officer waited for the diplomats to leave the platform and then gestured for the captains to follow. Looking at Riley indifferently, Hiran quickly jumped onto the round glass podium and said goodbye. We will definitely continue the conversation, even if everyone else doesn't talk to each other. Of course, Captain, Kirk managed to answer. A moment later, Hiran vanished into thin air. Riley and Handler were waiting for Kirk in the hallway, but this time without an escort. It seems your quick return doesn't mean a breakthrough in the negotiations. Am I right, Riley? Kirk asked. That's right, sir. It doesn't mean. Riley sighed and told the captain at length about the acute conflict that forced the Feds to leave the negotiating table. Entering the command compartment, Kirk found his first officer. Tell me, Spock, is it possible that the Romulans are unaware of the existence of the probe? Nonsense, Spock said without hesitation. We already know for a fact that they're monitoring the target, possibly just as thoroughly and for as long as our services. That's perfectly obvious. Obviously? I thought you knew about this. You know, Spock, you can never be absolutely sure of anything. This Centurion, according to Mr. Riley, acted as if he'd never heard of any probe in his life. Riley swore softly in Irish to confirm his point. By the way, Kevin, Kirk said to the ambassador, you haven't lost anything. If Tiam knew anything about the probe, then your persistence is entirely justified. If he truly knows nothing, then the Empire considers him a fool. Through Tiam, we've conveyed to those playing these games with us that we have no intention of playing around and will not allow anyone to do so. We'll find out someday, sir, whether I was right or not, Riley said after a long silence. Right now, we need to decide what to do if Tiam persists. Perhaps we should refuse to negotiate? You're the ambassador, it's your call, Kirk shrugged. Suddenly, Riley approached the group of communications officers and addressed Lieutenant Kitty. I assume you can contact Admiral Cartwright or the President. Yes, sir, Kitty replied, slightly embarrassed at the mention of the President. The sudden, insistent buzzer of the intercom prevented the girl from listening to Riley's instructions. Captain, Mr. Zulu is asking for you, Kitty said, forgetting about the aftermath. Anything... Turn on the speakers, Lieutenant. Yes, sir. Kirk speaking, Mr. Zulu. I thought you and Hiran... We're here on the Enterprise. Negotiations failed, and Captain Hiran returned to the Galties. What's the archaeology report? Nothing archaeological, Captain. I think you'd better go down and see for yourself. Go down? Kirk frowned. Yes, sir. You haven't forgotten that little task you gave me. Ah, so that's it. Kirk remembered and quickly replied. Ambassador Riley and I will be there soon. A few minutes later, Kirk and Riley materialized near the Exodus chambers. Zulu stood frozen in anticipation between Dr. Bernard and the head of the Romulan archaeologists. What happened, Mr. Zulu?
The helmsman told the captain and Riley in detail everything that happened at the ancient building.
Apparently, the doctor's consciousness involuntarily returned to Kalis III. Just like there, she used the first object that came to hand to defend herself. This time, the doctor grabbed a spatula. Dr. Bernard is not to blame. It's my own fault, Diane defended himself. I got too close to her while she was working. But believe me, I knew nothing about the events on Calissa III. It seems, Zulu remarked, that the Romulans were so insistent on inviting Dr. Bernard to head the Federation archaeological expedition for a reason. They probably figured that Dr. Bernard's old grudges and her latent hatred of the Romulans would inevitably surface and prevent rapprochement between the rank-and-file archaeologists on both sides. By the way, this is the younger brother of Rylan, who commanded on Kalis III.
Imagining McCoy's gloating grin and his cry, "I told you so."
Kirk glanced at Diane with some apprehension. It's entirely possible the archaeologist simply didn't know what game the wily Romulan diplomats had drawn him into, the captain thought hopefully. But nothing's been proven yet. Let's see what he says. Your peaceful initiatives seem to have faltered. What do you think of Mr. Zulu's reasoning? Kirk asked the Romulan bluntly. I admit he's right in some ways, Diane replied. But I assure you that not all Romulans are on the same page as our senile rulers, Captain Kirk. Most of us are victims like Dr. Bernard and her colleagues. In what sense? The captain asked, though he didn't doubt the archaeologist's sincerity for a second. He'd learned this incontrovertible truth from his school textbooks. When violence and fear rule a society, it inevitably disintegrates into persecutors and persecuted. After the events on Kalisa Tree, my brother fell into disgrace, not because of any unjustified cruelty there, but because of someone's slander. Many of us, in order to save ourselves, write denunciations of neighbors, colleagues, friends, and even relatives. Soon after, my brother disappeared. I think he was executed. My parents, to clear their name of shame, resorted to ritual suicide, and my sister and I were exiled to the provinces. Audrey Bernard's eyes lit up, but it was impossible to say exactly what they expressed: sympathy, condemnation, or malice. However, you and your sister are by no means the least important members of the delegation, Kirk noted. This is as surprising to Yandra and me as it is to you. Just a few weeks ago we were in disgrace, but in the mere days since the Praetor's death, everything has changed, as if the shame, our brother, and the denunciatory letters had never existed. My sister was even invited to participate in the funeral concert.
Moreover, her husband, previously nothing more than a self-absorbed bureaucrat, was suddenly and mysteriously appointed head of the historical mission. And I was summoned from the backwoods and asked to lead a Romulan archaeological team. Diane shook his head sadly. Now I know why. It was all planned in advance. The conference was destined to fail. From now on, I'll be more cautious and circumspect, Audrey Bernard declared, turning to Diane. They won't succeed in their plans, at least not by my hands or yours. I swear, I won't allow any more incidents in the archaeological community. Are you saying, Dr. Bernard, Kirk frowned, that you intend to continue working with Mr. Diane, pretending nothing happened? I'll continue working with Diane and the other archaeologists, even if we have to fight them every day. But that's just an exaggeration, of course. I hope such an incident won't happen again, the doctor said, looking pointedly at the Romulan.
If, of course, the esteemed Kerr Diane agrees.
The Romulan looked at Audrey with surprise. Diane was struck not so much by the doctor's desire to continue working with him after what had nearly become a tragedy, but by the addition of the traditional Romulan prefix to his name. I would be honored to continue the work you have begun, Dr. Bernard. Then let's get this over with, Bernard snapped. Let's get on with the work. It looks like we have much less time on Temarius than we expected.
I agree, Diane nodded. We'll try to do everything we can, even if the work stops tomorrow. Both archaeologists seemed oblivious to anyone or anything around them. You wouldn't mind, Dr. Bernard, Kirk offered, if Mr. Zulu were to keep you company on a regular basis, just to be on the safe side.
So his appearance here is not accidental, Audrey concluded. Mr.
Zulu couldn't care less about your excavations, but he's just as concerned about your well-being and safety as we all are. And so he happily agreed to take on this assignment. And believe me, under his reliable protection, you'll have no choice but to devote yourself entirely to your beloved work. That's logical, Bernard agreed, not looking away from the ancient walls. Kirk and Riley stood motionless as they watched Audrey, Diane, and Zulu head toward the historic building. But this incident could have ended more than just the brief history of peace negotiations, Riley noted philosophically. This incident could have been the beginning of another war between the Federation and the Romulan Empire. Kirk nodded silently, remembering another warning from an unknown Romulan informant. Nothing overturns reforms faster than the specter of a new war. I can't understand their plans, the captain finally concluded, reaching for the intercom. Why are the Romulans banking on such minor incidents as this? Riley didn't have time to respond. A moment later, he was shattered into billions of molecules and caught up in the Enterprise's powerful field. Captain Kirk was then subjected to the same procedure. Utak, dressed in uniform, was in his cabin. Sitting in a chair, he was patiently waiting for someone. Finally, the door to the cabin opened. "So, what's the news, Utak?" the newcomer asked instead of greeting. "There is something." The adjutant rose from his seat and began to tell in detail about everything that happened among the ruins of the ancient city. "Has anyone seen you?" the guest interrupted him. "I don't think so, although it's entirely possible the Federate's helmsman could have seen me. Did he recognize you?" "Don't know." "It doesn't matter, though," the guest said after a long pause. "Now those two won't be allowed to work together, and Kirk will probably keep a close eye on them. For now, perhaps we'll leave them alone." "And his sister?" Utak asked, his voice trembling. "After she played at Praetor's funeral." "We'll probably get Penalt involved," the adjutant thought. "Will this arrogant earthling really forgive Yandra for his humiliation at the evening concert?" "We'll see," the guest's features hardened. "I wouldn't want to drag civilians into this matter without reason when there are others." Utak remained imperturbably silent. He knew perfectly well who was meant by others, but he also knew that silence is golden. Sitting on the sand next to Diane, Zulu watched Audrey Bernard carefully as she attempted to breach the wall. Many human archaeologists had hoped that the conference, and thus the excavations, would continue for at least a few more days. But now, with the Romulans attempting to sabotage the negotiations, the order to abandon the planet could come at any moment. Zulu found it amazing that under such conditions, the archaeologists didn't complain, but instead, gritting their teeth, silently went about their work. Professionalism, he thought admiringly. For the uninitiated like Zulu, any discovery on Temarius would have been merely an interesting, intriguing fact. For archaeologists, however, the extinct city was akin to ancient Troy or Tutankhamun's tomb. The mere mention of these places makes the heart of any historian or archaeologist clench. Zulu knew that Dr. Bernard had published numerous treatises on the history of the Arisian Empire, but he had only come across two which he hadn't had time to read carefully, much less study. However, Zulu had long known that Dr. Bernard was the foremost authority on Arisian culture, and especially on Arisian musicology. This morning, I decided to educate myself on the history of the Arisian Empire, but I never got around to the Exodus chambers. I only heard they were found on all the planets that once belonged to the Arisian Empire. Is that true?
That's true, Mr. Zulu. Diane eagerly joined the conversation. I've never seen a single chamber myself, but I've read about Dr. Bernard's remarkable discoveries. According to Dr. Erizi's hypothesis, documents and objects could have been preserved inside the chambers that indicate exactly where the Erizians fled. Unfortunately, no one has yet managed to find a single untouched piece of evidence about the strange disappearance of the ancient empire's inhabitants. What exactly, according to Dr. Erizi, should one look for in the palaces? First of all, fragments of enormous star maps with glittering stars. Apparently, such a spherical map was placed directly under the dome of the chambers. Like in a planetarium? Zulu asked.
Only motionless, Mr. Zulu, Bernard replied, scraping away layer after layer of the wall with some shiny instrument. More like a static mosaic. Nevertheless, if we take the same stages of development, the Erizians have advanced much further than Earthlings in their astronomical and other knowledge. So, if this star map remained untouched in the halls, you can pinpoint the exact location to which the Erizians fled? Maybe, Diane replied, looking at Audrey, but not just by the map. In his works, Dr. Bernard points out that the chambers themselves have less informational significance than cultural significance. The Erizians stored genuine information, such as the coordinates of particularly hospitable stars, in special crystalline devices with memory. Several such devices were found in one of the chambers, but alas, no significant information was ever extracted from them. Internally, the crystals are structures riddled with myriad channels and capillaries, which apparently stored information, like neurons in the brain. This information was stored at a very high density. Unfortunately, both the capillaries and spatial nodes have been severely damaged or altered. Much of the information has been lost, and the remaining information cannot be extracted without risking complete destruction of the internal structure. Having learned what abyss of unsolved secrets lay behind the gloomy walls of the unprepossessing building, Zulu sighed heavily and listened to the beating of his anxious heart. Holding his breath from the stale air and throwing his head back, Zulu looked at the high vaults of the Hall of Exodus. The archaeologists were right. In the light of Dr. Bernard's halogen lamp, thousands of tiny dots glittered on the ceiling, precisely replicating the star map that the Erizians could see above them in that era. The building, sealed like a tin can, was spotless. The floor, made of a marble-like material, was smooth and level, without a single dent, as if the builders had just abandoned their site the day before, having cleaned up. A low bench, made of a material the tricorder stubbornly refused to identify, ran almost the entire length of the curved wall. In the center, on a tall, human-sized pedestal, rested a miniature replica of the vault, with the brightest stars marked on it. After carefully examining the main vault, Audrey Bernard rushed to the miniature replica, never turning off her tricorder. "It's intact," Audrey determined. "The internal structure is intact. The magnetic field is weak but stable." Zulu shuddered at the mere thought that history was being made before his eyes. "We don't have much time," Bernard said. "Kurdian, do you agree that the instruments and tools aboard the Enterprise will allow us to extract more information than yours?" The Romulan hesitated for a moment. "It's obvious," Diane finally agreed. Not without regret, looking at his device. A pathetic imitation of Dr. Bernard's tricorder. "So you won't mind if we transfer all this to the Enterprise?" "I won't," Diane sighed sadly. "Although if Tiam and the others find out, they might well make a scene." "We won't tell anyone until we've done all the necessary research." Catching Audrey Bernard's eye, Zulu turned on the intercom and called the Enterprise. Chapter 9. To the Wanderer's creators, this planet appeared as a greenish-blue world, shimmering with the colors of the endless ocean and the plankton dissolved within it. To him, however,
It was an ordinary celestial body, 90% hidden by clouds and haze. Occasionally, through rare gaps in the white blanket enveloping the planet, a few basalt cliffs could be glimpsed, here and there rising above the surface of the water.
Occasionally, when the sun peeked out, primitive creatures would crawl out onto the cliffs to warm their sides. They resemble neither the creatures of other planets nor their predecessors, who before winnowing were afraid to even stick their noses out of the water. But no one was basking on the rocks now. Deserted, they jutted out over the ocean like sharp, grey peaks. The primitive creatures had been driven from their perches by other little ones, who had constructed strange, octopus-like contraptions that dipped their long tentacles into the salty ocean waters. The voices of the exiled became even louder and more distinct. "Save us!" Thousands of different voices were heard, each of which the wanderer wrote down and stored in his memory. "Are the little ones aggressive?" he asked, and thousands of anxious voices began to complain in unison about their fate and the little ones. "But why are they doing this?" the wanderer asked sympathetically.
Thousands of voices fell silent at once, not knowing what to say in response.
"They won't do that again," the wanderer assured in the voices of his designers, looking closely at the mischievous little ones and their creations, whose sticky tentacles had grasped almost all the rocks on the strange greenish-blue planet. Spock tore his attention away from the instrument readings and peered closely at the crystal found in the Exodus chamber. Just then, two thin beams of light penetrated the crystal's facets, examining its spatial lattice micron by micron. "Fantastic!" Spock exclaimed quietly. "Its structure seems specifically designed to store all the information that could be collected in the entire galaxy." "If the Arisians could hide that much information in a single crystal," McCoy suggested, "then they could read it when they needed to." "Of course, Doctor. It's a shame we can't yet say exactly how it all happened."
We only know that all the information was recorded in mathematical symbols, and almost the entire mathematical apparatus was used, from elementary addition and subtraction to triple integrals and spatial topology. The internal structure of the crystal is well preserved. Gradually, by pulling on the thread, we will unravel the whole tangle. We already know that in all spatial astronomical measurements, the reference points were Temarius itself and the center of the galaxy. Diane, one of half a dozen Romulan archaeologists, quietly rejoiced at the Earthmen's initial successes. "We'll find out everything soon. We'll finally figure out where the Erisidians went and what they became. Earthlings, Romulans, or..." Diane suddenly fell silent, then exclaimed, "But the coordinates of all the designated stars are the same as they were 100,000 years ago. During that time, the entire galaxy has changed. All the constellations have become completely different, not as the Arisians saw them. All stellar coordinates are prudently supplied with motion vectors, meaning that even after so many millennia, we can pinpoint the star the Arisians had in mind," Spock explained. Suddenly, the light in the research lab went out, and the hologram of countless stars surrounding the Temarius system appeared on the ceiling. "This is what this part of the galaxy looked like 100,000 years ago, during the heyday of the Romulan Empire," Spock explained like a seasoned planetarium attendant. "Soon, knowing the vectors of the star's spatial motion, we'll get a picture of their current locations." A deathly silence fell over the laboratory. Directly above the heads of those present, the stars began their long journey through the millennia. A short time passed, and the hologram took its final form. What had taken 100,000 years happened in a matter of minutes. A few objects flickered from among the billions of motionless stars. "I'm afraid I'm mistaken, Spock. But from Temarius to the nearest blinking object, it's at least half a parsec,"
McCoy noted. I see that myself, Doctor, Spock replied, studying the data that appeared on the display. The object where the Arisians may currently reside is half a parsec from Temarius, but the nearest pulsar, Edris, is only 100 astronomical units away. A pulsar? Those gathered in the laboratory asked in unison. Perhaps the information from this crystal isn't entirely accurate, one of the archaeologists questioned. Perhaps these coordinates and flashing objects have nothing to do with the Arisian refuge, asked another. That can't be said now. Spock, as always, remained calm. The other object is a white dwarf. It's even more doubtful that it's orbited by a planet inhabited by Arisians. What's this? The human archaeologist asked, completely dejected, pointing at the winking nebula.
Perhaps the crystal simply contained a catalogue of dying stars.
Anything is possible. Spock seemed slightly puzzled. The most interesting thing is that all three of these objects came to the Arisians' attention 300,000 years before the information was inserted into the crystal's depths. I myself am curious to know why the Arisians have such a keen interest in obsolete celestial bodies. A deathly silence fell in the laboratory, interrupted after a while by noisy archaeologists. At least, Diane remarked over the general hubbub, there won't be any shortage of fantasies now. Turn all cruise engines to full power. Turn the ship around, the Azimuth captain commanded. My hour of death has come, she thought bitterly. Without a doubt, thousands of its inhabitants met their death on Flaravi. Hundreds of others on the Henzu and a large merchant ship who somehow got caught up in this mess were unlucky. The Azimuth is in for a rough ride.
Is there a ship in nature that could outrun this monster's pursuit? Is there any defense that could protect against this devil's incomprehensible weapon? Just recently, the Azimuth's captain had seen for herself how fast the object was, understanding that it was impossible to escape its deadly attack. Just a few minutes earlier, the unfortunate Henzu had attempted to bristle with all its weapons, and the Azimuth spared neither its powerful phaser blasts nor its deadly photon torpedoes against its new acquaintance. However, it was all in vain. The strange object remained invulnerable and out of reach. After toying with the doomed Henzu, the object froze in place, then struck back. There were no all-pervading phaser beams, no torpedoes. There was nothing. But the Henzu, along with the freighter traveling millions of miles away, vanished in an instant, disintegrating into trillions upon trillions of elementary particles. All the captain of the Azimuth could hope for now, and she had no doubt her ship would suffer the same fate as the other two, was to notify the government. Someone there was undoubtedly passionately interested in this object. It was no coincidence that the Henzu had arranged surveillance. Besides, why was the existence of the object so stubbornly denied? The captain understood that now only she could tell the Empire about the fate of the missing ships. Captain, it appears the object is no longer pursuing us, the first officer reported. It has resumed its previous course. Perhaps Azimuth will still survive. Perhaps a miraculous rescue will occur. The captain, with tears of joy in her eyes, ordered one of the officers to contact center. For the first time in many seconds, he struggled to find the appropriate words to respond to the distressed being. According to all the instructions his creators had given him, he was to approach the greenish-blue planet and destroy the Aruli Krams, who had thrown the planet's former masters into the sea. Half a second later, the Wanderer made a decision. Exposing his sides to the center of the galaxy and absorbing the monstrous energy of countless stars, he disintegrated the worthless babies into atoms in a second or two. Then the Wanderer thought for a long time, almost 8 seconds, about what to do next. Continue on his way, or return to the blue planet, whose primitive inhabitants could be subjected to the same oppression by other creatures. The Wanderer chose the latter.
He wanted to know why the blue planet had become almost completely devoid of all its inhabitants, who had once swarmed its oceans. Were the creatures traveling in metallic bubbles to blame? What would the two remaining inhabitants of the blue planet say? Having made his decision, the wanderer extended the manipulator with a crystal sensor at the end. A monstrous chasm of the universe separated him from the planet. Having calculated the shortest and most economical route, the wanderer took a deep breath and set off towards his destination. Chapter 10. From Captain Kirk's Diary. Sidereal time 8492.5. Spock completed the initial studies of the crystal found in the so-called Exodus chambers, but the results only further obscured the situation. They failed to identify any planets that could have become havens for the fugitive Eresians, nor even to confirm the fact of their mass exodus. In other words, we learned nothing new except the coordinates of objects to which the Eresians clearly could not have migrated. The remnants of 23 supernovae, the coordinates of 500 novae, and 500 variable stars. As Dr. McCoy noted, if the Eresians migrated to these stars, they certainly didn't thank their transport agents. Everyone says these objects have nothing to do with the Eresians' resettlement sites, but are most likely the results of scientific research by their astronomers. In short, no one has yet offered a clear explanation for the finds from the Exodus chambers. There are changes on the diplomatic front. After 3 days of stubbornness, Centurion Tiam unexpectedly asked Riley to arrange a new meeting. It's scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. At this meeting, I think we'll find out whether it's connected to Tiam's demand that the Romulans be allowed access to the crystal, or whether he has something to say about the probe. Another mystery is Captain Hiran's request to meet me, not on the Galtes or the Enterprise, but on Temarius. It's also scheduled for 2 o'clock. So you won't be attending the meeting, Captain Kirk? Tiam, flanked by his aides, slowly stepped off the transport platform and looked at the captain with feigned disappointment. Something definitely happened last night, thought the Enterprise captain. I'm afraid not. I have business with Captain Hiran. A shadow of displeasure crossed Tiam's face. I understand. He tried to smile. 2 young Starfleet lieutenants were about to escort the Romulans to the press center when the ambassador suddenly remarked, I would like to remind you, as I have already reminded Captain Hiran on several occasions, that only Riley and I can represent our governments at this conference. I'll take it into account, although I've never thought otherwise, Kirk replied, thinking, thank God that the idea of meeting me didn't belong to you, but to Captain Hiran himself. I'm glad to hear that you realize that, Captain. Tiam's voice held a note of dissatisfaction with Hiran's behavior. We are ready, Captain, reported the lieutenant on duty in the transport compartment. I'm ready too, Kirk responded, standing in the center of the platform. A minute later, the captain found himself among the ruins of Temarius. A preoccupied Hiran awaited him just 10 paces from the Hall of Exodus. Welcome to Temarius IV, Captain Kirk, he greeted. Has the diplomatic round begun yet? It's about to begin. If not diplomatic, then something else. It would be very interesting to hear what will be discussed there. The familiar smile appeared on Hiran's face again. I think I won't be wrong if I assume that Tiam warned you against any unauthorized conversations. That's right, Kirk laughed. He reminded me that neither of us are official representatives. And it's a pity, Hiran said thoughtfully, and fell silent. Kirk was about to sigh sadly and agree when suddenly Hiran asked, What do you know about Kalisa III? Kirk frowned but tried not to show his surprise. I know your empire hasn't achieved any glory on this planet.
Why do you ask?
Hiran was silent for a few minutes and then said with extraordinary excitement, I'm starting to think that at this conference we won't achieve anything. We'll only be disgraced. What is the connection between Kalis III and this conference? The Romulan's lips twitched into a slight, sad smile. Are you waiting for an explanation? But since you invited me here, I assume you know what Dr. Bernard encountered on Kalisa III. Yes, and I was given to understand that her invitation here was a kind of penance. That's what I thought too. That's what many others thought too. Well then, Kirk urged when Hiran fell silent again, did you know that our archaeologist who is currently working with the Doctor is the brother of the Romulan who commanded our military contingent on Kalis III at the time? Yes. Diane is Ryland's brother, but I only found out about it 2 days ago. How did you find out about this, Captain Kirk?
How did you find out about this? Or did you always know about it?
No, what are you saying? If I'd known earlier... Hiran shook his head sharply. If I'd known about this, I wouldn't have done so many stupid things. I don't mean to offend you, Captain, Kirk said, but I need to know that too. You haven't offended me. I'm more upset by the actions of my fellow humans. You say you found out about this 2 days ago. From Diane and Audrey Bernard themselves. So they both know about it. They learned about this unexpected connection between them before entering the palaces. And they still work together? There was some friction between the Doctor and Diane, but after one incident they agreed never to mention what happened. Moreover, after that moment, Audrey Bernard and Diane began to work much faster and more efficiently than before. Hiran raised his eyebrows in surprise and again fell into deep thought. Yes, of course. If they fail to disrupt the conference, other attempts will be made. Believe me, my fellow tribesmen are very inventive. They will find a way to end not only the conference, but the excavations as well. And they will spin it so that the blame for the disruption falls on you, Earthlings. Now I understand why Diane so quickly agreed to have the crystal transferred aboard the Enterprise for research. I would like to note that this fact infuriated our ambassador. Tell me, Captain Hiran, why did Centurion Thiam suddenly demand another meeting? Could he be planning to officially acknowledge the existence of the probe? I'm not privy to his plans, Captain, nor his negotiations with the Citadel. I only know that he maintains constant contact with some of its inhabitants. He's probably getting the same information our delegation is getting through Admiral Cartwright, Kirk thought, and for a moment he felt a surge of trust in the Romulan captain.
Still, he had to be careful, as one unnecessary word could tip off Hiran that the humans have a reliable and trusted informant close to the Empire's leadership. He shouldn't give in to momentary emotions. Even if Hiran deserves his full trust, there are likely intelligence agents aboard the Gultids who will try to extract from him everything about his conversation with the human on Temarius. It's okay. We'll soon find out what your ambassador is up to, Kirk sighed. I wonder who exactly is behind all the sabotage. Of course, to Thiam. Well, yes, of course. But is he a simpleton like Diane, who allows himself to be manipulated? Or is the Centurion in control of the situation? I suspect Thiam doesn't realize what he's doing, although perhaps I'm just wishful thinking. But I think Thiam is a mid-level bureaucrat who rose to the zenith and is now bending over backwards to please his masters. Diane told me the same thing, Kirk remarked. I suspect Thiam was chosen as the head of your delegation precisely because he's the husband of Diane's sister. His nomination, without any apparent reason, as well as the rehabilitation of Diane and Yandra, now leaves no doubt about the true intentions of your leaders. Don't forget about their relationship with Rilan, and about some connection with the events on Kalisa III. Of course, Kirk agreed. Is there any way to find out who exactly recommended Thiam for this post? Hiran remained silent. Perhaps. But we can't go to the Citadel so as not to arouse suspicion.
Then don't report it there, the captain of the Enterprise advised indifferently, unnoticingly moving on to instructing his colleague. We can't afford to lose a respected Romulan who's still trustworthy, Kirk thought, and continued. If it's not too much trouble, try to find out about this at least when you return home. Okay, Captain, I'll definitely try. Hiran smiled broadly. And now, while the conference is still going on, allow me, as I promised, to show you Galtitz. I'd be honored, Captain, Kirk said, unable to help but smile. I assure you we'll have a great time, Hiran said happily and turned on the intercom. For the first time since the mission began, Captain Kirk felt some satisfaction. On the Enterprise, the conference would end immediately after the buffoon Tiam and Ambassador Riley completed their diplomatic rituals. Real diplomacy took place here on Temarius, where ordinary humans and Romulans gradually drew closer to each other. And it was here on Temarius that tragedy could unfold at any moment, putting an end to the fragile peace between peoples. Well, if Kirk or Hiran are destined to die here, then it will be comforting to think that, God willing, the sacrifice made to the world was not in vain. Just imagine, these dark forces, who dare call themselves reformers, have decided to exploit the desire for peace, sacred to all peoples, to achieve their own vile goals. It doesn't matter that no one in the Federation will believe the report of an Earthman stealthily killing a Romulan. The main thing is that the Empire believes it. And they will. And then even the Romulan lower classes will consider the words treachery and federation synonymous. There will be those who believe that the border post on Vlarivi was destroyed by bloodthirsty Federation troops, and that their captain killed the Romulan captain simply because the latter justifiably accused the Earthmen of the death of the border guard ship. The average Romulan would swallow such a scenario like a light breakfast, lacking the strength, the opportunity, or the desire to verify the truth. Seated next to Lieutenant Handler, Riley took a long, polite turn, asking his guests to follow his example. They came in two, he thought, but before they used to come in four. I wonder why. The meeting began as it had in previous days, with established rituals and non-committal remarks. The rectangular table separating the two delegations was almost the same size as the one on the Galtitz. The walls behind the delegates were adorned with the traditional symbols of the Federation and the Romulan Empire. Glasses of various shapes sat on the table alongside frosted decanters of exceptionally pure, cold water. "Welcome aboard our ship," Riley greeted. "Thank you. I'm glad you found a way to accommodate my request," Diam replied. "I wonder what changed in the Romulans' minds after they despaired of getting their hands on the Arisian crystal." Riley chuckled to himself and got down to business. "Excuse my bluntness, but would you be satisfied if we transferred the data obtained from the crystal to the Galtitz central computer?" "Good. Although, as far as I know, none of Dr. Eritz's followers are thrilled with this information. Nevertheless, it intrigues and keeps everyone who comes into contact with it in suspense. Don't forget that several thousand coordinates indicated in the crystal correspond perfectly to specific objects." "Yes, we shouldn't forget that." Tiam extended his hand, took an ordinary office folder from the adjutant, and placed it on the table in front of Riley. "We've identified another 500 objects." "Thank you very much," Riley said, taking the folder from the table. "Do these objects have anything in common with the ones already identified?" "Yes. Mostly these are novae, supernovae, and explosive stars." "Is this addition the reason you asked to organize the meeting?" "No." The smile disappeared from the Centurion's face. "There are much more important things to discuss." "I'm listening. Please continue." "I'm talking about the object you call the probe. Apparently, since our last meeting, you have found evidence of its existence." The Romulan's features hardened. "We have become aware of circumstances that go beyond the question of its existence." Excuse me, would you mind clarifying your phrase? Good. I was just informed that an object matching the descriptions of the Earthlings and following a course that also matches your predictions appeared in the vicinity of the planet Vlarivi and destroyed the border post and research station located there, as well as 2 of our ships en route to that planet. There are no survivors. So that's what Azimuth reported, Riley guessed, thinking that the losses would have been much fewer if the Romulans had heeded the warning instead of stubbornly denying the existence of the probe. Please accept, on behalf of myself and the Federation, our deepest condolences, said the head of the Earthling delegation, rising from his seat. Unfortunately, I cannot accept your sympathy.
The Earthlings looked at each other in bewilderment, not believing their ears.
I don't think we heard you, Riley muttered uncertainly. I said I cannot accept your false condolences, the Romulan repeated firmly, and I expect only a sincere confession from you. I don't understand you. What recognition are you talking about? Very well, Ambassador. If you wish me to speak clearly and slowly, I will. On behalf of the Romulan government, I await your explanation regarding the Federation's complicity in this crime. Complicity? But you just said that this very same probe... Absolutely correct. The Federation is the one who controls the actions of this object. For what other purpose, if not to commit the bloody crime that just occurred, did this probe leave your main planet and proceed through the neutral zone to Vlarivi? But this is ridiculous, Riley exclaimed angrily.
I don't understand why you feel happy, but I won't take back my words.
Of course, I categorically reject your baseless accusations, Ambassador Tiam, Riley said slowly, running through all the possible scenarios in his head. However, I am prepared to hear all the evidence regarding our involvement in this incident. Your denial means no more to us than your so-called sympathy. We will accept only a detailed explanation and an official apology from the Federation. That's impossible, Riley shook his head, because it would be a lie. If that's all, Ambassador, then... Riley wanted to get up, but the Centurion got ahead of him. I don't see any reason to continue the discussion either, the Romulan said quickly, then added in his usual ominous tone, until the Federation admits its responsibility for what happened on Vlarivi, my government, and therefore I, have nothing to talk about with you.
As you wish, Riley said, standing up and gesturing for Handler to do the same.
Still, I would advise you to inform the Imperial government of the true truth about Vlarivi and our conference, because misinformation could lead to even greater tragedies. The Centurion, who was already leaving the door, didn't even turn around. Later, on the bridge, Riley remembered that Kirk was probably still on Temarius with Captain Hiran, unless he had boarded the Galtees for a sightseeing tour. The captain is still on the surface of Temarius, Lieutenant Kitty reported from the communications bay. Contact him, Riley said with a heavy sigh. He'd better know before he gets to Galtees. Right away, sir. A few seconds later, wrinkling her pretty face, the lieutenant reported with alarm in her voice. Captain Kirk is not answering. Try again, Lieutenant. He doesn't answer. Riley felt a chill in his chest.
He quickly approached the navigation terminal, where a young ballistics lieutenant was on duty.
Lieutenant, Riley had completely forgotten the girl's name. Scan the entire probable area of the captain's location immediately. I want to know what happened there. Yes, sir. Whether it was the foreboding feeling that gripped Riley's heart or the impression he'd received from his encounter with the Romulans, the ambassador truly couldn't remember the girl's name. Finally, he managed to do so. What is it, Lieutenant Darcy? Just a second, sir. I want to make sure myself. The girl's lips trembled. The captain and the Romulan, sir. They're lying, unconscious. A Romulan is approaching them. He's 30 paces away. Without listening to the end, Riley rushed headlong to the nearest elevator. Every second counted. "Give the captain's coordinates to the transport bay," Riley shouted to the lieutenant standing by the open turbolift doors.
Already in the elevator, the ambassador contacted the transport compartment.
"Prepare for my landing on Temarius. There's not a second to lose." The lieutenant on duty in the compartment looked in amazement at Riley, who instantly jumped onto the transport platform. "I'll determine the exact coordinates now," the lieutenant began, but Riley cut him off. "Can't you see what's down there? This Romulan, already 5 steps away, sir. Drop me off right behind him. Hurry!" The duty lieutenant's fingers danced across the control panel buttons. At the last second, Riley saw the figures of 3 guards appear in the transport bay door. A moment later, the familiar atmosphere of the compartment gave way to the silent ruins of Temarius. Kirk and Hiran lay motionless, not 5 yards from Riley. A Romulan, dressed in an archaeologist's fatigues, leaned over the human captain. In one hand he held a phaser, and in the other a very old-fashioned laser, obviously of Romulan manufacture. But neither was aimed at Kirk. The Romulan placed the phaser in the human captain's hand. Hearing a distinctive roar behind him, the stranger turned and frantically raised his laser. The ambassador, screaming, lunged at the Romulan, but he managed to pull the trigger. A sharp pain pierced Riley's arm, shoulder, and neck. Chapter 11. Regaining consciousness and opening his eyes, Captain James Kirk realized he was in the Enterprise's medical bay, the section reserved for recovering patients. Directly above him, the captain saw Zula and one of the doctors bending over. Kirk gathered his strength and tried to get up, but the helmsman's strong hands pinned him to the bed. "Wait, Captain," Zulu said. "Don't get up yet, and don't worry. Everything is fine." "But that's not true, Mr. Zulu. What the hell happened?" "Captain, try to remember what happened before you lost consciousness." The helmsman ignored Kirk's question. "Please, Mr. Zulu."
You were on the planet's surface with Captain Hiran, and he ordered us transferred aboard the Galtitz because he'd long ago promised to show me his ship. Then, I don't remember what happened next.
You received the powerful discharge from a phaser.
And Hiran? Same here. He's in the next compartment, also awake, and really wants to talk to you.
And I want to meet him. But first, let someone finally tell me in detail what actually happened to us.
We know you and Hiran were deliberately stunned, and it was done by a Romulan, who was immediately killed by another Romulan.
Kirk frowned and tried to sit up again. Finally, he was allowed to do so. "But who and why?" the captain asked, clutching his head.
Those 2 Romulans, the dead man and his killer, were Tiam's adjutants.
I'm not surprised. It's part of the conspiracy that has already pitted Diane and Dr. Bernard against each other.
Probably, but
what happened next?
McCoy appeared in the doorway, his robe splattered with blood.
"Riley," the doctor said. "He saved your life, Jim. Yours and Hiran's."
"Kevin Riley?" Kirk raised an eyebrow.
"Yes," McCoy nodded affirmatively.
"I want to know everything," Kirk repeated stubbornly.
"We won't know the exact picture until the ambassador comes to," Zulu began. "When the security team arrived on Temarius, Riley, badly burned by a laser, was already unconscious. One of TM's adjutants, named Utak, was found at the scene of the crime. He was holding a laser and dressed as an archaeologist. You and Hiran were lying next to each other, unconscious, with a phaser in your hand."
"But this can't be."
"Yes, it's all rather strange. We know that Hiran was unarmed. This same Utak, upon seeing 3 burly guards, panicked and wanted to open fire on them, but was struck down by a monstrously powerful phaser beam."
"And who is his—"
"Another adjutant of TM.
Katal?"
"Yes, it was him," Zulu confirmed.
"Too old to have hidden in the ruins."
Then Kital said he saw Utak disguised as an archaeologist and, suspecting something was wrong, parachuted after him onto Temarius. Before Riley showed up, Yutak took you and Hiran out with a phaser, then placed it in your hand. We suspect this was done to frame you and Hiran for mutual murder. And present yourself as some kind of savior? Kirk continued angrily. Why then didn't Kital prevent Yutak's attack on Riley? He said he lost Yutak in the ruins and arrived at the scene of the tragedy only seconds before Riley arrived. According to Kitala, he would have finished Yutak off if Riley hadn't attacked the Romulan and prevented him from taking aim. And you believed Kital? McCoy smirked and Zulu shook his head. The worst thing is that this version will spread throughout the Empire, the doctor said. And how did Thiam himself assess what happened? He's silent for now, Zulu informed. Kirk sat with his head in his hands.
Let's talk to Hiran, he finally suggested. You two can go see your Romulan if you want, McCoy said sullenly. I have things to do. Ambassador Riley, for example, needs to be watched closely right now.
When will Kevin come to his senses? Kirk asked.
He's lucky he's alive at all, McCoy replied before leaving, and it's not clear whether the ambassador will ever come to his senses.
In the next room, a pale Hiran sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the Earthlings in confusion. My apologies, Captain Kirk, especially for the injuries caused to Ambassador Riley.
I accept, Captain Hiran, although the main culprit is not a member of your crew. Be that as it may, he eats, drinks, and sleeps on my ship. Kirk had a good idea of what the Romulan was feeling right now. He is the captain and is responsible for everyone on board his ship.
I understand, Captain. Mr. Zulu said you wanted to speak with me.
Yes, I do.
I was told that all this was done by one of Thiam's adjutants.
We were stunned by Yutak, Kirk said. He then brutally wounded Ambassador Riley with a laser before being killed by another adjutant, Kital. What do you know about them? Even less than about Thiam. I was once told that they arrived at the Citadel before they were assigned to Thiam. They don't have a diplomatic education? As far as I know, no. Don't you think this Kital is too old to be in service anymore? Kirk remarked. Hiran shrugged. I never really thought about it. Obviously, this is the main reason Kital's career stalled. Or maybe it wasn't a coincidence that he was appointed Thiam's adjutant. One mediocrity serving another, Kirk thought wryly. Isn't that the best way to screw up a mission? I wonder if Thiam hand-picked these two, or if they were thrust upon him. I doubt Thiam could have suspected the existence of Yutak and Kital while serving in the province, but I don't want to present this fact as absolute truth. In my opinion, whoever ordered Yutak and Kital assigned to Thiam also planned the confrontation between Dayan and Dr. Bernard, Hiran suggested. And now, as far as I understand, Kital was escorted aboard the Enterprise so that I could speak with him. Absolutely correct, Captain, Zulu replied. And he still hasn't been given the opportunity to contact Thiam? Certainly. Good. A slight smile appeared on the Romulan's lips. I'd like to inform Thiam first. I'm eager to see his reaction to what happened and the fact that I'm still alive. Do you think Thiam is somehow involved in this matter? Kirk asked. I'm inclined to believe that Centurion Thiam is a victim of circumstance. In any case, he'll insist on continuing the conference so that at the slightest pretext he can dramatically and demonstratively leave the negotiating table, showing everyone who truly wants peace. However, I've already been informed that something similar happened at today's meeting, Hiran said, looking pointedly at the door. And now, before returning to the Galtis, I'd like to speak privately with Kaital. Of course, Kirk replied. I want to talk to him myself and thank him for saving my life. If you'd be so kind as to ask the adjutant to be more frank with me, I promise you he won't be leaving here anytime soon. I'll try, Hiran replied. Perhaps I owe Kaital my life. In the Enterprise's press room, surrounded by his lieutenant guards, sat Kaital. The adjutant awaited his fate with complete calm. He had long since ceased to be nervous or angry. Only resentment lurked deep within his Romulan soul, resentment at himself and his fate. Heavy thoughts swarmed through Kaital's head. I shouldn't have trusted you, Taku. I should have taken a closer look at this scoundrel.
It was necessary to find a way to make Tiam take the negotiations with the Earthlings more seriously, instead of organizing various concerts with loud door slamming. Riley should not have been underestimated like that. The intelligence and insight of this Federation diplomat should not have been overlooked. It was impossible to stand on Temarius for so long and wait for tragedy to occur. As soon as the two captains appeared among the ruins, he should have cast aside all formality and gone out to them. Yes, perhaps his appearance would have surprised the captains and even aroused suspicion, but it wouldn't have ended so tragically. He should have given Riley the appearance of helping him, and with the arrival of the guards, he should have... Oh, what can I say? Although, who knows how things would have turned out. Caught with Utak near the wounded bodies, he would have been unable to offer anything in his defense. And then shame and humiliation would have awaited him, Kitala.
And the scum in power, having squeezed the maximum propaganda benefit out of his capture, would have forgotten him like a lost old glove. Romulan propaganda would have drummed into the minds of ordinary people that the Earthlings had not only killed the captain of the Imperial interstellar ship, but also captured 2 members of the official delegation. And if we add the station on Vlarivi into the mix, there is no doubt that the current reformers will fall sooner or later, but such foreign policy hype may delay their fall. Kitala's difficult thoughts were interrupted by the rustling of opening doors. On the threshold stood the one with whom the adjutant said goodbye forever. Diane's heart pounded with excitement, his mouth dry. There was no time for reflection. It was now or never. No one knew what had happened, but one thing was clear. Both the excavations and the peace conference were over. Diane, Dr. Bernard, and Zulu were already several hundred paces from the Exodus chamber when the helmsman suddenly heard the plaintive whine of a phaser. When the archaeologists finally emerged through the rubble into the wide plaza near the chamber, a grim sight unfolded. 3 Enterprise guards, phasers at the ready, stood beside 4 charred bodies, aiming at the Centurion's adjutant, Kital, who was approaching them. After examining and finding out the names of all the victims of the tragedy, and listening to a brief report from one of the guards, Zulu contacted the Enterprise and managed to exchange a few words with Dr. Bernard just before the transport. Diane also decided not to miss the opportunity. Dr. Bernard, I understand that you have no reason to trust me, but you are our only hope, the Romulan said. Bernard, who seemed completely unaffected by the horrific sight, replied calmly, You yourself said, respected Ker Diane, that you and your family became the same victims of the events on Kalisa III as I was. You are very generous, Dr. Bernard, but I want to ask you. Let's get down to business for now, and we'll talk later, okay? The Romulan had no choice but to nod silently. Yandra was starting to get seriously worried. Almost 3 days had passed since she and Diane had decided to act against the interests of the Empire, or rather, its authorities, but still nothing had been done. Can't you see? Diane tried to soothe her. There's no right time yet. It seems to me, brother, that the longer we delay our actions, the less chance we have of success. It's already quite clear that the peace talks have failed. Now that I'm aboard the Enterprise, I'll forever be locked out of the ruins of Lihala, Diane said, backtracking unexpectedly. Your precious ruins again, Yandra exclaimed with malicious sarcasm. Previously, she only used that tone with Tiam. The Centurion himself, pleased with yet another of his cunning diplomatic moves, had just returned. Let's see how the Federates swallow their own bitter pill, Tiam gloated, rubbing his hands. Not that it matters much. Soon all this nonsense will be over, and we'll finally be able to return home. Outwardly calm, Yandra felt as if she'd been doused with cold water. How long did she have left on Temarius? Days? Hours? How many more times would she be able to see her brother, who spent his days lost among his beloved ruins? What if Diane had changed his mind? Was that even possible? He still hadn't said anything, not a single word. "We must be very careful," Diane repeated, without mentioning anything about what was to come. The sudden silence made Yandra shudder. The same scene was often observed in the citadel.
A husband, arriving from somewhere tipsy, would grumble and change his shirt, then, slamming the door loudly, would disappear. This time Tiam didn't leave, but merely locked himself in his bedroom. As in the citadel, strange muffled sounds were heard. When Yandra first heard them, she asked what they meant, but Tiam became so enraged that he nearly struck her and demanded that she never ask again. Suddenly there was a soft knock at the front door. Yandra headed for it, wondering why the guest had chosen to knock instead of ringing the bell. After standing for a few seconds, the Romulan pressed the button to automatically open the doors and found herself face to face with her brother. "Where's Tiam?" Diane asked before Yandra raised her index finger to his lips as a sign of silence. "In her bedroom," the Romulan whispered and pointed to the door, from behind which strange but familiar sounds were still coming. "It's time," Diane whispered, taking his sister's hand. "Come with me." A strange feeling of joy and horror overwhelmed Yandra. Joy because Diane hadn't forgotten anything or changed his mind, and horror because now she had to do what she had been striving for all these past days. "But I have to—" "No," Diane cut her off. "If we land on the surface of Temarius, it will arouse suspicion. Let's go now." Yandra took a deep breath and looked around the apartment, mentally bidding farewell to the world that would soon be gone from her life, a world in which Tiam and Praetor, familiar faces, and the native Romulan dialect would remain. Yandra would take only the music with her. With a parting glance at the door to her ex-husband's bedroom, the Romulan slipped out into the corridor after her brother. Chapter 12. "What?" Kirk couldn't believe his ears. "I sincerely apologize," Diane said guiltily, still remaining on the platform while his sister had already decisively stepped off the magical transport ramp.
"I wanted to wait until the conference was over with this decision. But what happened today on Temarius leaves no chance of continuing it. We couldn't wait any longer. And if today's incident doesn't affect the conference in any way, what then? Have you considered it?" Kirk scolded the Romulans like schoolchildren. "Is your decision connected to Mr. Penalt's promise to organize your sister's tour, Mr. Diane?" "With this clown?" Yandra was genuinely indignant. "He's no better than my husband." The doors to the transport bay slid open silently, and Handler appeared on the threshold, tired and surprised. He and Zulu had been at Riley's bedside for several hours, where he had been informed that the Romulans had arrived on board. "These two," Kirk gestured toward Diane and Yandra, "just said they wanted to join us." "To us?" "Yes, Mr. Handler. They want to stay with us." The ambassador's assistant suddenly blushed and blinked rapidly.
"What do you, a career diplomat, say to that?" Kirk asked.
Handler couldn't assess the situation for a long time. Finally, collecting his thoughts, he said, "Sir, we already have them. According to Federation law, any ship on a diplomatic mission becomes a traveling consulate, no matter whose territory it's in. Therefore, by transferring aboard the Enterprise, the Romulans are already in Federation territory, within the jurisdiction of its laws." Kirk sighed loudly. He'd never experienced such an incident in his life. What if this is a provocation, some original move in the Romulans' complex game? Or maybe they're just spies? After some thought, Kirk decided to believe Diane and Yandra. "Lieutenant, he addressed the transport bay duty officer. "Be prepared to evacuate our people from Temarius at the first command. I repeat, on first order." "Yes, sir." "And you, Mr. Handler, will have to take full responsibility for the defectors, or, excuse me, guests."
"Now everyone, to the command bridge. And you too, Dr. Bernard."
I don't like this case, Kirk thought on the way to the command module. Okay, that's about Riley and his service. Kirk was in no hurry to contact the Galtas. Haran was the first to contact the Federation ship. He indicated that Tiam was in a good mood. Seeing Haran alive and well, the Centurion didn't bat an eyelid. Either Tiam was a much better actor than he was given credit for, or he knew nothing of the bloody plans. Upon learning all the details of the incident, the Centurion wasn't upset. In fact, he made it clear he was completely indifferent to the events, and upon Yutaka's death, he even remarked, "Well, that's it. The incident is closed." Tiam wasn't the least bit shocked by the news of Diane and Yandra's defection to the Federation. He was only momentarily indignant, then calmed down. "I certainly demand the return of the 2 Romulans you kidnapped," Tiam declared, contacting the Enterprise.
"The fact that one of the victims is my wife makes this particularly intolerable. I urge you to consider your actions. And you, dear wife," the Centurion addressed Yandra from the screen. "I hope you don't want your actions, assuming they were deliberate, to interrupt the peace conference and lead to hostilities." "I would like to clarify, Ambassador Tiam," Kirk replied, "that the responsibility for the interrupted negotiations, and especially for the outbreak of war, will not fall on the 2 Romulans who wanted to change their citizenship, but on those who almost killed me, Captain Haran and Ambassador Riley."
"I've already offered my sincerest apologies for this unfortunate incident, and especially for the injury to your ambassador. The incident between my adjutants is entirely our internal affair. Incidentally, I've long been suspicious of UTAC." "Are you saying UTAC acted independently?"
"And there's no need to investigate his motives or look for accomplices. Do you have any evidence that anyone else is involved in this matter? If so, I'm ready to listen carefully, Captain Kirk."
"No, we don't have direct evidence," Kirk replied, trying not to look at the silent Hiran.
"Don't you want to look into this matter yourself?" "A thorough investigation will certainly be conducted, Captain Kirk, and we'll begin it with questioning Kital, whose vigilance saved the lives of you and Captain Hiran." "And you intend to give us the results of the investigation?" "As far as this can be done for security reasons, Captain Kirk. You know the restrictions usually placed on the transmission of such information." "What do you think about the negotiations?" Kirk asked, gritting his teeth. "I am ready to continue them at any moment, but on the condition that a worthy replacement for Ambassador Riley is found. Mr. Handler and I will talk to the Ambassador and the Federation."
"As you wish. However, I haven't listed all the conditions. First, as I stated to Ambassador Riley at today's meeting, the Federation must admit its responsibility for what happened on Vlarivi. Second, those 2 Romulans, the 2 hostages, must be returned immediately." As he dictated the second condition, Tian glanced at his wife. "And I want you to know," the Centurion's voice turned icy, "that the Romulan Empire holds the Federation and you personally, Captain James T. Kirk, responsible for the hostages' well-being." After Tiam's regal gesture, contact with the Galtis was lost. Without a word, the captain cast a grave glance at Spock, McCoy, Uhura, Bernard, the Romulans, and all the officers on the bridge. "We'll be back," Yandra said calmly, looking at her brother. "We won't be a burden to the conference." "It's not your fault," Kirk responded unexpectedly, glancing around the room once more.
"These peace initiatives from the Romulan Provisional Government strike me as insincere. They most likely are. In recent days, it's become clear that there are those within the imperial leadership who are prepared to commit any crime to ensure the conference fails miserably. I don't know all the details," Kirk continued, glancing at Diane and Bernard. "I don't know yet,
But suffice it to say that these figures, whoever they were, attempted to have Captain Haran and me removed by proxy as soon as they sensed that our warm relationship could ruin their entire plan. We would have been finished off if Kevin Riley, who is currently in intensive care, hadn't intervened. Haran knew about the sabotage and tried to warn me right before the assassination attempt. Kirk paused, took a deep breath, and turned to the two Romulans. So please forget about the cold shoulder I gave you in the transport bay.
Believe me, your return won't improve the situation or help matters, and it could be very costly. It feels like someone quite experienced and ruthless is behind this, and they have the situation under control. I repeat, you are not to blame for what happened. Now you're useful to Tiam as, a bargaining chip, but tomorrow you'll be thrown out as useless. So please consider all the pros and cons and don't act hastily or rashly. Thank you, Captain, Diane said, squeezing his sister's hand painfully. We'll stay. Yandra couldn't find the strength or desire to contradict her brother. Kirk nodded to the Romulans and turned to the ambassador's aide. Mr. Handler, I remind you that you represent the diplomatic service. Receive our guests according to all consular regulations and find suitable cabins for them. Handler, still confused, managed to squeeze out a few words of greeting and invited the Romulans into the press room to complete the necessary paperwork.
Suddenly, Lieutenant Kitty's loud voice was heard.
Captain, this is Base 13. Turn on the speakers. The order was carried out, and the bridge filled with a cacophony of radio interference, and then a voice rang out. This object has reversed its course. It is still in Romulan Imperial space, but came into our sensor field of view several minutes ago. It is heading toward Earth at 12 times the speed of light. As it moves, it is spreading the same energy fields that disabled several of our ships and the Klingons. The energy emitted is monstrous. We have prudently withdrawn all our ships from the object's path and advise anyone within a parsec of its predicted trajectory to do the same. We are transmitting the object's current coordinates and vector. Spock had been at his workstation for a long time already, carefully writing down the coordinates. We must warn the Romulans again, Captain, the Vulcan said, looking up.
The probe's trajectory is less than a light year from Temarius.
So the conference will have to be postponed after all, Kirk sighed. And now the saboteurs have nothing to blame. Lieutenant Kitty, contact... Being at a great distance from the object, we are not yet concerned about the condition of our ships and are confidently accepting any information coming from it, the voice continued over the loudspeakers. The object's energy is apparently fueling some population or even civilization. Suddenly, strange sounds broke through the radio interference, something between a hiss and a whistle, apparently a complex superposition of many sounds. If one were to listen carefully, one could hear the roar of a stadium filled with thousands, the rustling of cellophane paper, and even the cooing of pigeons.
Exactly the same sounds were recorded by many stations during the probe's approach to Earth, when the confusing object attempted to communicate with terrestrial cetaceans, but unfortunately found only two interlocutors. But in this case, the sounds were even more complex and varied. If he comes near Earth again with that grunting noise of his, McCoy shook his head, he'll drown us all in the ocean this time. Captain Kirk, Yandra suddenly called out, barely able to be heard above the cacophony. It turned out she was still on the bridge. Turn it down, Lieutenant. Kirk waved his hands. And these sounds, the Romulan began timidly when the noise died down. Do they represent any significance? Quite possible. Can you say anything about them? They look like... Yandra fell silent mid-sentence, bowed her head, and listened to the chaotic sounds. No, they're not just similar, the Romulan clarified. Some of the pieces are exactly the same as what my husband so often listens to when he locks himself in his room. It was the same way in the Citadel. He was listening to the same thing when I left Kalditz.
The most interesting thing is that Tiam always lost his temper when I tried to ask him about the sounds. Does your husband have recordings of these sounds? When did he manage to record them? Even before this mission? Yes, for a long time now, Captain Kirk. So that's what the Romulans' sworn denials of knowledge of the probe were worth, the captain protested, turning to Handler. If they've had these records for a long time, they were made before the probe crossed the neutral zone, and maybe even before it entered Federation space. It seems so, sir. Tell me, Spock, Kirk turned to the Vulcan. Was it from the Empire's side that the probe first penetrated Federation space? It was first spotted at Base 12, Captain. Back then, the probe's trajectory wasn't as straight as it is now. But the base's ballistics experts were unanimous in claiming the object had emerged from the neutral zone. Kirk frowned and fell silent for a long moment, listening intently to the sounds coming from the loudspeakers. Yandra, the captain suddenly turned to the Romulan pianist. You said the pieces are exactly the same. Are you sure? There are tens of thousands of different sounds intertwined there, and there are absolutely no patterns. Why none? Yandra asked in genuine surprise. Don't you hear? The Romulan glanced around at everyone nearby, as if seeking support. Even if I were hearing these sounds only a second time, and they were overlaid with all the noises in the world, I'd still recognize them. Chapter 13. For over 20 minutes, the sounds of the probe filled the small command compartment. During this time, Spock carefully reviewed all the information about the object that Starfleet had entered into the Enterprise's computer shortly before the mission began. Unable to bear the crazy cacophony, McCoy demonstratively covered his ears with his hands and hurried to his medical bay, where Riley, still in a coma, was waiting for him. Yandra, still standing by one of the loudspeakers, commented on what she had heard. She reported that exactly the same sounds had been transmitted to them from one of the Romulan ships. Everyone in the command compartment listened politely to Yandra, but were in no hurry to agree with her comments. Don't you hear? When the sounds fade, you can hear the howling of the wind, the Romulan continued, amazed at the humanoid stupidity. Am I the only one who hears the wind? Diane, don't you hear it? No, sister, the Romulan shook his head, which surprised Yandra even more. The constant noise had already become quite annoying to Kirk, who began to demonstratively grab his head and complain to Spock. So we will go deaf or crazy? No, wait, Yandra exclaimed. Don't turn it off. I understand, Kirk said politely. You think you're getting the point, but... That's not what I meant, Yandra replied, excitement in her voice. The initial sounds repeat again. Kirk looked at Spock. What's wrong? Did you restart the recording? No, Captain. The entire recording takes several hours. Kirk turned back to the Romulan. Are you saying that the part of the recording we are listening to now was already played 20 minutes ago? Yandra nodded vigorously. It's the same drawing. I can't speak for the other sections of the recording, but these are absolutely identical. Could she be mistaken? Kirk wondered. Or maybe she's just fooling me, or even misleading me with malicious intent. Maybe that's why she defected to us. What the hell could all this mean? Spock, what does the computer say about the repetition of sounds? I'll take a look now, Captain. The Vulcan pressed a few buttons and, looking thoughtfully at the display, noted, Nothing yet. Looks like you can't take this by storm. Mr. Spock, Uhura perked up for the first time. Have the computer focus on the frequency band between 2 and 3,000 hertz. Did you hear something, Uhura? Kirk asked, surprised. I'm not sure. If Yandra hadn't noticed the pattern, I wouldn't have even noticed anything. But now I think I heard it. Or maybe I just imagined it. Okay, 2 or 3 kilohertz. Spock repeated, running his fingers over the buttons. Now we will watch the recording from the 1st to the 22nd minute. Leaning back in his chair, the Vulcan focused all his attention on the computer readings. "Well, Mr. Spock?" Kirk asked impatiently every now and then.
Finally, the first officer straightened up and, staring at the display, concentrated for a few more seconds on studying the neat rows of final numbers and letters that had appeared. "The computer has indeed detected a pattern in the sound patterns, Captain," Spock reported excitedly. "The pattern is approximately 19.43 minutes. Moreover, the pattern extends over a frequency range much wider than 2 to 3 kilohertz. Kirk raised his eyebrows and turned to Yandra and Uhura. "It's strange that no one except you noticed these concerts." "Nothing strange," Zulu answered for the women. "They're musicians, after all, and that's the kind of people they are. They'll find music where others hear only the croaking of frogs and the hissing of snakes." "Any musician will hear the melody where it is," Uhura settled the dispute. "And you two claim that this alternation of sounds is nothing more than a melody?" Kirk asked skeptically.
"This could very well be a real melody," Yandra confirmed. "But the harmonic structure that underlies it is clearly neither Romulan nor earthly in origin. That's certain." "So, this thing sings songs along the way?" Kirk still didn't believe it. "Don't laugh, Captain," Spock replied, suddenly serious. "Perhaps it really does sing. And on Earth, these songs were intended for our whales. And George and Gracie, in response, sang something of their own to the probe. Just shortly before the start of this mission, I once again attempted to communicate with the whales and literally experienced what others would call mental or spiritual sensations. I told no one about my experiences because I couldn't offer any logical explanation for this phenomenon. However, these sensations are undoubtedly a form of music that cannot be called either earthly or Vulcan." "Perhaps that's the explanation," Yandra suggested timidly. "Perhaps I was able to hear these musical patterns because, from childhood, I learned to memorize any melody after just one hearing, be it Romulan, Earth, or Klingon. For me, it's as natural as walking or swimming for others." "Can you remember other things as well?" Kirk asked. "Let's say things outside of music." "You mean visual memory?" "Mine isn't very well developed. I've never told anyone this, but I'm terrible at remembering written words, for example. But music, Captain, I remember after just one listening." "Brilliant!" Spock exclaimed. "There are only 5 Vulcans who possess such abilities, and the average Vulcan's memory is far stronger than that of the average Earthling. Musical memory is generally better developed among Earthlings, and perfect pitch, as far as I know, is not uncommon among Earthlings. There are even cases of Earthlings memorizing and reproducing the most complex musical compositions on the first try."
"Think of the young Mozart."
"Look, folks," Kirk interjected. "This is a very interesting discussion, but can we get back to business?" "Of course, Captain," Spock replied. "There are many theories on this matter, and one of them is that those with perfect musical memory and pitch are talented in other areas as well. The same applies to cetaceans. Everyone knows that they can reproduce a song they've heard for an entire hour." "Looks like we're starting to see more stories about your super whales," Kirk frowned. "First telekinesis, now this crazy memory." Spock thought about something and then continued. "Through long logical reasoning, I came to the conclusion that if intellectually developed creatures do not have limbs with which they could change the environment, then they develop other abilities." "All this is interesting, Spock," Kirk remarked wryly. "But what does it have to do with super whales and other such things?" "The most straightforward explanation, Captain.
Whales' super memory compensates for their lack of limbs. Simply put, the shorter the arms, the longer the memory."
"But why?"
because an advanced race inevitably develops a need to retain information. That's how writing emerged. But whales don't have limbs, so all they have left is to develop their memory. And what follows from this? The brains of these creatures, like a sponge, absorb vast amounts of complex information, just as Yandra can memorize long musical compositions on the first try. I suspect the language that encodes such a vast amount of information must be unique. By specific, meaning musical, Kirk persisted. So it's no coincidence that the patterns in the hissing and growl we just heard were detected by such a sophisticated musical ear as Yandra and Uhura possess. I wouldn't necessarily call this system of codes a musical language, Captain, but it does have some analogies to music. More precisely, some musical laws might apply to this system.
What we call whale songs is nothing more than the most primitive form of such a language.
Everyone fell silent for a long time, only now noticing that the computer had been playing the same parts of the probe's song for a long time now, like a broken record. So it is a language after all, Kirk finally sighed. And everything that rogue did to us was just an attempt at small talk, a casual conversation with old friends. Meanwhile, we had entire islands sinking underwater. The captain paused thoughtfully. Yes. Similarly, our communications in space are subject to subcosmic and electromagnetic waves. So back on Earth, the global atmospheric system was disrupted because the probe raised its voice. Funny. But one natural question arises. What exactly was it trying to talk about? And what did the Romulans manage to find out about this? Zulu interjected. I dare say they know something. Why then did Tiam spend hours poring over these recordings? Was he a decryptor?
How close did Tiam come to understanding the probe's songs?
And wasn't this whole conference charade orchestrated so that... All of this is entirely possible, Mr. Zulu, Spock interrupted the helmsman. But right now, we should be more concerned with another question. How we can contact the probe ourselves before it gets too close to the heart of the Federation. Earth. Exactly, agreed Flight Engineer Scotty. We can't wait for him to do the same to Earth as he did to Vladavi. Chapter 14. As expected, the Romulans ignored the Earthlings' warning that the probe was approaching. Tiam considered this warning an empty threat and continued to demand that the captain of the Enterprise rein in the monster. When Kirk asked if there were any intelligent marine life forms on Vladavi, Tiam gave the captain such a pointed and eloquent look that everyone present felt ashamed of their ambassador.
And I suggest, Kirk insisted firmly, that for our mutual survival, we need to exchange any information we gain about the probe. For example, we know that you recorded and measured the probe's emitted energy, or, more simply, its voice, during its previous passage through the Empire. We have an identical recording.
What utter nonsense you're spouting, Tiam angrily retorted. Until you ordered your probe to attack Vladavi, no one in the Empire even suspected its existence. But the facts stubbornly point to the opposite, Kirk argued coldly. Your wife heard you enjoying the object's voice, at least at sea, several times, and long before you were appointed head of this mission. And you've been leading us on the wrong way the whole time. Kirk's statement shocked even the Centurion himself, who seemed speechless. Hiran was the first to come to life. Putting all his sarcasm into his smile, the captain of the Galties looked at the ambassador searchingly.
Let it be known to you, Tiam finally came to his senses, that my wife is a musician, not a scientist, and I have no idea what she heard. I assure you that... Your wife testified that after your morning meeting with Ambassador Riley, you returned to the Galties, locked yourself in your bedroom, and listened to Zon's voice. If it wasn't his voice, then whose was it? And why did you have to lock yourself in?
These details once again perplexed Tiam. This guy isn't an ambassador after all. He's not the right kind of guy, Kirk thought. Of course, a true diplomat, like Riley, for example, would have hidden his emotions deep inside, not flaunted them. This doesn't concern anyone except members of the Romulan government. Tiam couldn't think of anything better. As you know, Ambassador, Kirk said calmly, glancing at Haran every now and then, even though you're not even considering working together, I can tell you that the probe's attack on Vlarivi is most likely somehow connected to the planet's intelligent or near-intelligent inhabitants. On Earth, such creatures were exterminated about a century ago. We have the strongest evidence to suggest that the attack on Earth was provoked precisely by this. But why did he ultimately retreat? Tiam said, switching from defense to attack. If you truly don't control the facility, why didn't he complete what he planned? Nobody knows, Kirk answered thoughtfully. Perhaps because we transported these creatures from... Kirk suddenly fell silent. Was it worth letting the Romulans know that Earthlings had a reliable way to travel through time? We brought these creatures out of hibernation. What a blessing for Earth and the Federation, Tiam exclaimed for some reason admiringly. So, Ambassador, you understand that the time has come to share information about this object.
If you learned anything about it during its previous passage through Romulan territory, then...
The object is now heading toward the Federation, directly toward Earth, the Centurion interrupted Kirk. You claim it's acting completely independently. I say it's following your government's orders. In any case, I see no reason to get involved with the Federation. If the object behaves independently, it's your government's problem, not ours. And any damage it causes to the Federation will be a balm to our souls. And if the Federation does control the facility, and I am certain it does, then it would be the height of our naivety to provide you with information that would make control even tighter, and attacks on our planets even more destructive. Suddenly, the captain of the Galties approached the Centurion. Apparently his patience had run out. What if you're wrong, Ambassador Tiam? I think that's exactly it.
What if this probe visits the Federation for a while, and then returns to us, only even faster and even more vicious? What then, Tiam? It seemed Tiam had been expecting this unexpected challenge. With a wicked smile on his face, the Centurion turned his entire body toward the Romulan captain. I remind you once again that all dealings with the Federation are entirely my responsibility, and you have no right to speak to Captain Kirk or anyone else without my express permission. Is that clear to you?
And I'm responsible for my ship and the safety of the Empire, Hiran retorted, turning away from the ambassador. Captain Kirk, I know nothing about the information the ambassador has, but I'll assume... Suddenly, the main screen went dark, and then the external image of the Galties appeared on it. Restore communication, Lieutenant, Kirk demanded. No answer, sir, Kitty reported plaintively, running her fingers over the dashboard keys. Damn, Kirk cursed.
Tiam blocked the channel. Captain, Spock called from his seat.
There's a stir in the Romulan transport bay. It looks like they're evacuating their archaeologists from Temarius. Kirk immediately turned on the intercom. Transport bay, evacuate our people from the planet immediately. Having given the order, Kirk looked at the Vulcan. Spock, is there any other activity on the Galtis? Maybe they are preparing weapons or putting on protective belts. No, Captain. However, the Romulans are busy with the cruise engine. Kirk looked at the screen. The Galtis, slowly receding, was turning into a tiny object that nevertheless retained its outline. All archaeologists have been brought aboard, Captain, came the report from the transport bay. But they don't look happy. That's not surprising, Kirk remarked, imagining the archaeologist's displeasure.
Turning to Audrey Bernard, who had maintained a deathly silence throughout, the captain added,
I'd be very grateful if you could explain the situation to your colleagues. Tell them they'll be returned to Temarius as soon as possible, but the chances of any future work are extremely slim. Of course, Captain. Mr. Spock, Kirk continued as the elevator doors disappeared behind Dr. Bernard. "We now know that the probe's voice may be its means of communication. I think it makes sense to continue working in this area. If this object is hurtling toward Earth at full speed, determined to cause more havoc there, we have no choice but to attempt to decipher its language and establish contact. Lieutenant Kitty, contact Admiral Cartwright or the President." "Yes, sir." The fatigue and stress of the last few days had taken their toll on the girl's pretty face. And now, to top off Tiam's diplomatic antics, the mysterious and unpredictable probe had been added.
"How long will you continue with this nonsense, Tiam?" asked the straightforward Hiran.
"Until you return to your senses, Captain," the Centurion snapped. "We will not approach the Enterprise until you are prepared to follow all my orders. I repeat, all."
"But Kirk was right, wasn't he, Tiam?"
Hiran shook his head dejectedly.
"You knew everything, or at least a great deal, about the object. Kirk is obviously right about the events on Vlaravi as well. What are we even doing on that planet?"
"None of this concerns the Federates. We conducted several experiments on Vlaravi. If the results were positive, we would have an excellent way to punish the rebels in the seas of Varizat and put an end to the rebellion once and for all." Frowning, Hiran asked angrily,
"Experiments? On sea creatures? On intelligent sea creatures, as Kirk suggested?"
"Don't get too carried away with your Federation friend, Hiran.
The creatures are nothing but mindless, stupid creatures who seem useless even to themselves." Tiam grinned, half smile, half grin. "We've found a use for them, though. My informant reported that, although the experiment failed, the creatures turned out to be perfectly edible. I think the research station could be converted into a food factory and the coastal shallows into hunting grounds." "But the station's useless now," Hiran said disarmingly. "It's been destroyed by that thing." "Yes, Kirk was right. I'm just surprised it didn't destroy it on its first pass." "Because he passed then more than 100 parsecs from Vlaravi," Tiam said wearily. "And before that? Didn't the object pass closer before? You knew about it all, didn't you?" Tiam closed his eyes and sighed loudly. "Okay, if it makes you feel better, Captain, I'll tell you. Yes, our dear government knew about the object's passage. Attempt after attempt was made to contact it, but all were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, scientists and engineers kept a close eye on the object. Observations were conducted, and its voice was recorded. The object's strange behavior led us to believe that not only was it unmanned, but it was completely out of anyone's control. Moreover, the object astonished everyone with its power, size, and mass. So someone decided to get their hands on him. For the good of the Empire, Tiam exclaimed. The Empire. They say the Praetor himself took an interest in the object in his final days. If only those wimps in power now had the sense. The rags you represent, Tiam? Realizing he'd said too much, the Centurion blinked rapidly, but quickly pulled himself together. Ultimately, nothing could save this conference, and when the negotiations failed, and Tiam knew they would from the start, there would be such a scandal that only the most cunning and sharp-toothed would rise to the surface. The rest would be swallowed by the abyss of oblivion. Yes, Captain, Tiam finally spoke. It is precisely these rags that I now represent, and it is their good fortune, as well as the good fortune of the entire Empire, that I am their representative. Do the authorities know your secret thoughts, Ambassador? Hiran remained inimitable. If they knew, do you think they would have appointed me? Didn't they have the slightest doubt? I don't know, Captain, but I'm sure naive and stupid officials don't rise to such heights. There were certainly objective reasons for inviting me to the Citadel immediately after the Praetor's death. There,
I was informed, in the strictest confidence, of the object's passage through Imperial space. I was also told there was a way to contact the object and harness its boundless power. I was given precise information about it, recordings of its voice, and was offered the opportunity to take on the matter. My wife was invited to the Praetor's funeral as a musician during this time. As it turned out, the recordings were completely useless. Not a single clue to communicate with the object. Immediately after I informed the authorities of my failure, I was informed of a promotion, a new assignment, and the role my wife would now be playing. Obviously, you shared the results of your work with those who nominated and appointed you to this position. Of course not. Those who nominated and appointed me remain to this day completely unaware of what a tough nut the project turned out to be. You pathetic fool, Hiran chuckled to himself. You have no idea that you'll soon suffer the same fate as Yutak. But the captain of the Galtis wouldn't be himself if he didn't warn even such an unpleasant individual as Tiam of danger. Chapter 15. From Captain Kirk's Diary. Sidereal time 8493.4. Cartwright seemed more upset by Riley's injury than by the potential failure of the conference. I expected the Romulans to betray me, the Admiral said, and I was prepared for it. Therefore, this news didn't take me by surprise. Cartwright also personally warned me against being trapped by the treacherous Romulans. He made it clear that my warm relationship with Captain Hiran was not worthy of encouragement. The Admiral also discussed the contents of another message received from the source who had informed him of the Praetor's death. The message concerned, above all, the likely failure of the conference. Rumors of the imminent end of the negotiations were already circulating within the Citadel, and the reformers, who were still in power, were already feeling the slump. The Admiral read a passage from the message which spoke of seizing every opportunity, no matter how small, to achieve peace. When I asked if this informant was one of those treacherous Romulans, I nearly mortally offended the Admiral. As a lyrical aside, Cartwright recalled his youth, when he patrolled the neutral zone and was friends with his captain, Hiran. Messages from Base 13 and patrol ships indicate that the probe will pass by the Temarius system in a few hours. At the speed the object is currently traveling, it will reach the Federation and Earth in 2 days. However, we are still far from solving the probe's language. Poor Spock hasn't slept since he began working on this problem. Yandra, Uhura, and the other musicians, who are also struggling with the probe's riddle, are only able to rest their heads on the pillows from time to time. Even Mr. Penalt is participating as best he can, though the maestro seems more preoccupied with Yandra than with the enigmatic problem. Some musicians try to play musical pieces from the recordings of the probe's voice, but no matter how they perform them, slowly, quickly, or even backwards, it's all to no avail. Attempts were made to conclude the voice. The probe's mathematical formula and computer modeling were also used. But so far, we've only been able to detect musical patterns at other frequencies, not just the 2 to 3 kilohertz band. The patterns extend from the infrafrequency range of 10 Hz to ultrasound frequencies exceeding 100 kilohertz. However, none of the linguistic computer programs detects any hint of a means of communication in the patterns. The computer is constantly acting up, requesting new data. Incidentally, Spock found an interesting analogy. In some Earth languages, words change their meanings depending on the tone in which they are spoken. And the same word, spoken, for example, in 4 different tones, will have 4 different meanings. The same thing happens in the voice recordings. The probe has some patterns that repeat at different frequencies or tones. After hearing Spock's theory, Flight Engineer Scott suggested sending fragments of the probe's own voice. I don't know what we'll get, but it's better than nothing. It would be nice if its own echoes evoked a surge of friendliness in the probe rather than aggression. As for the Galtis, it seems it has no intention of returning to the Empire. At the same time, it has maintained a deathly silence in response to all our inquiries and attempts to establish any kind of contact. The only thing we've heard from the Romulans is a demand for the return of the hostages. However, our observers claim that, despite its silence, the Galtes is not missing a single one of our requests. The Romulan ship is closely monitoring both the probe's progress through the neutral zone and our attempts to contact it. Dr. McCoy claims Ambassador Riley is recovering well and will soon grace us with his presence.
However, Zulu and Uhura, who spent much more time at the ambassador's bedside than the doctor, are less optimistic.
If signs of stabilization were anything to go by, they say, Riley would have woken up 24 hours ago. But the ambassador, save for occasional groans and involuntary facial expressions, remains in a deep coma. Zulu and Uhura believe that even in a comatose state, patients can hear everything said in their presence and even show some signs of life in response. So the two decided to try to rouse Riley by reminding him of the memorable moments he'd been involved in. We'll see what happens. Listening to the sounds coming from behind the medical bay doors, Diane hesitantly paced the corridor. Would his intrusion be disruptive? After all, Zulu and Uhura are the ambassador's friends, and who is he? Just a Romulan acquaintance who could easily be mistaken for an enemy. Besides, only Zulu had invited him into the medical bay.
Uhura and I have started repeating ourselves, the helmsman said, then explained why they actually needed his help.
You see, Mr. Diane, by reminding Ambassador Riley of vivid experiences, we're infiltrating his subconscious and preventing the thread that connects his consciousness to the outside world from breaking. At least when Riley wakes up, he won't have to start from scratch. Diane, of course, had never heard of such treatments, but Zulu was so sincere and convincing that the Romulan couldn't find the strength to refuse. Moreover, it was Zulu who had saved him from an enraged Audrey Bernard on Temarius. Taking a deep breath and casting aside his last doubts, Diane finally pressed the button. The doors to the medical bay opened, and the Romulan cautiously stepped over the threshold. Deep in Kevin Thomas Riley's subconscious, muffled voices echoed from his distant childhood. His father, killed 4 decades ago by the executioner Kodos, was speaking to his young son.
"Take care of your mother, baby," said the father, stroking his son's red hair.
"And I need to go away for a while." "Where are you going?" whined little Kevin. "Can I come with you?" "You and I," the father sighed. "You can't, baby. You have to stay here and take care of Mom." His father never took the boy with him. Kevin's mother held her son, who had fallen into a restless, childish sleep, close to her and went to the window. When Kodos's military patrols passed, she quickly walked outside with Kevin. Another page of memory turned, and little Kevin found himself on a deserted rooftop with grown-up Kevin. Hand in hand, they watched as the bluish beams of phasers cut through the low-hanging clouds. Outwardly, Thiam remained as tough and unyielding as ever.
Despite all his efforts, Hiran was unable to convince the ambassador that he was merely an obedient puppet in someone's hands, and had risen to such a high position not because of his outstanding diplomatic skills or hatred of the Federation, but because of his indirect kinship with Rylan.
"They could have found plenty of other candidates in the capital instead of calling you from the provinces," Hiran said. "But it all has to do with your marriage to Yandra, Rylan's sister. Your convictions and views certainly played a role, but they weren't the decisive reason for your nomination. You yourself don't believe that inviting an Earthling, considered the only survivor of Kalisa Free, was pure chance." "Think as you please, Captain," Thiam replied haughtily. "The fact remains, I am the official representative of the Empire, and the final authority in all matters with the Federation." The ambassador was quick to point out that Hiran commanded the Galtids, but he was subordinate to him.
All communications, both with the Empire and with the Enterprise, were to be personally overseen by him, Thiam.
And anyone who deviated even a step from this rule would be punished. The gravity of the ambassador's words was reinforced by the presence of Adjutant Kital, who stood nearby, fiddling with a deadly phaser. After Tiam reported to the center about the capture of his wife and her brother, those he now represented were surprised and even shocked. The center ordered the Centurion to do everything possible to secure their release and try to save the conference. He was told that the fate of the government depended on the outcome of the negotiations. Later, another communication session was conducted with Tiam via a secret channel to a personal receiving device installed right in the Centurion's bedroom. After Yandra's disappearance, Tiam no longer worried about the confidentiality of the communication. There was no one to eavesdrop.
The voice from the center praised the Centurion for his skillful handling of affairs and expressed hope that the ambassador would not relax his efforts in the diplomatic field. After the usual formal introduction, the voice described Yandra and Diane's disappearance as a flight and advised against returning to the negotiating table until the Romulans returned. However, the distant interlocutor's tone indicated that he himself had no faith in the fugitive's return. "A few more days," the voice confided, "and the reformers' regime will crumble like a house of cards. Then we will restore order and stability to the Empire, and your contribution will never be forgotten." Immediately after the secret communication session, Tiam was informed that the Enterprise had left the orbit of Temarius and, apparently, set off in pursuit of the monster that had destroyed the station on Vlari V and disabled the ship Henzu.
"Well, Captain," Tiam said with satisfaction, "the conference has reached its logical conclusion. The hostages have not been returned, and the Federation ship has departed to rendezvous with its ally, or vassal, from whom it will soon receive a detailed report on the work carried out on Vlarivi. What do you now say about the behavior of your human friends?" "You're well aware," Hiran shook his head, "that they're trying to establish contact with this object, and apparently are very much hoping for our assistance. However, in response to their inquiries, the Federation has heard nothing but your universal lamentations about the defunct conference. Frankly, Tiam, the behavior of the Earthlings is far preferable to yours and your masters, if you're still interested in the truth, and your wife." Tiam's face twitched in pain for a moment, but then became cheerful and contented again, as it had been before. "She allowed herself to be taken hostage," the Centurion said disapprovingly, "and this fact will still serve the interests of the Empire." "But why don't we help the Feds establish contact with the object? Aren't your masters interested in that?" "Maybe, but I prefer to watch from the sidelines. Just remember what the object did to the Henzu and an unarmed freighter from millions of kilometers away. I don't really want to get close to that monster, whether it's under Federation control or a self-sufficient killing machine. In any case, we're safer here, so we'll sit back and wait to see how the Enterprise and the object end." Tiam smiled slyly. "The destruction of the Henzu was recorded by our sensors from more than a parsec away." Zulu, his hands firmly on the wheel, steered the Enterprise toward the probe. Chekhov plotted a course from his navigator's station. Uhura silently replaced Lieutenant Kitty at the communications console. Scott, restless at his station, stood next to Uhura. Of course, Spock was there too. Even McCoy stood to Kirk's left, his gaze fixed on the main display. Despite the large crowd, a deathly silence reigned on the bridge. The only non-crew member present was Yandra, whose remarkable abilities allowed her to detect patterns in the Zon's chaotic concert. All the other musicians gathered around a screen specially placed in the very hall where the memorable evening had taken place. Mr. Penalt was also there, having been rather insistently asked to leave the bridge. "The Shenandoah reports that the probe is continuing its course through the neutral zone, Captain," Uhura reported calmly. "It could appear within our sensor range at any moment." "Thank you, Uhura," Kirk said calmly, continuing to stare at the screen. "Ready, Mr. Spock?" "Ready, Captain." "And you, Mr. Scott?" "Yes, Captain. The backup batteries are charged and protected. Even if we lose all primary power sources, they will allow us to maintain our initial momentum." And the connection with the probe?
Everything is ready, sir. Our voice will not be lost.
Kirk was silent for a moment, then sighed almost silently. Well, Mr. Spock, begin the conversation with our friend. Suddenly he encountered an object on his path whose existence he had never suspected. It was not found among the hundreds of billions of natural objects stored in the Wanderer's memory. It took 1/1,000,000th of a second and about 1,000,000,000,000 calculations to make the decision. The Wanderer decided to adjust its course and avoid the unfamiliar object. "Captain," Uhura's voice rang out, "the Shenandoah reports that the probe has altered its course. Its new trajectory lies 1/10 of a parsec to the galactic north." "Damn toy," Kirk cursed. "I think he's seen us. Yes, his sensors are showing us their sensitivity. Mr. Zulu, head straight for the target. Choose your own reference warp." "Yes, Captain, but it would be better if the object appeared within our sensor range."
As you said, Uhura, its path lies 1/10 of a parsec to the north.
"That's right, Mr. Zulu," Uhura confirmed. "Sensors have detected the object's radiation," Spock reported, "but the object itself is still out of range." "He's probably trying to throw us off," McCoy suggested. A fantastically beautiful picture appeared on the screen, the entrance to a warp in time and space, upon entering which the Enterprise must develop a speed several times greater than the speed of light. The Wanderer noticed an unknown object slowly drifting through space and landing on his tail. His crystalline sensor now had no trouble determining the object's nature. The Wanderer gave the necessary commands, and a sensor emerged from his womb on a long arm. Bugs, he determined. The object turned out to be another one, inhabited by primitive creatures clad in metallic bubbles. "Destroy them," advised one part of the Wanderer's onboard computer.
Not worth it, objected another, more powerful and intelligent one. These beings in the bubbles are thousands of parsecs away from those who silence the blue-green planet, those who fill the blue one, and hundreds of thousands of parsecs away from those who dare to attack him under the cover of cosmic darkness. They have nothing in common, flashed through the Wanderer's electronic brain. However, remember their location, advised the third, most advanced part of the onboard computer. Go back and find out if there is a connection between them, the two planets, and those who attacked and wanted to destroy you. Once again, trillions of calculations were performed, and once again the course changed. "The object is within our sensor range," Spock announced loudly, "but it's changed course again." "What a mischievous fellow," Kirk muttered. "Mr. Zulu." "I know, Captain. I'm correcting course." It returned. It changed course and returned. A huge, sensitive, crystalline sensor began collecting information about the object and the inhabitants of the blue-green planet. Is there a connection between them? Are these primitive creatures responsible for the planet's devastation? "No," one part of my brain replied. "No," echoed another. "Keep watching while we're moving toward the blue planet. If you have any questions, you can come back. But now, let's go." The manipulator was already ready to return the sensor to the Wanderer's womb. The power plant was already preparing for the long journey, when suddenly from the object came what the Wanderer had long wanted to hear, the true language. The inconspicuous boogers that had caused the important and busy Wanderer to lose a few precious seconds suddenly began speaking in the true language. "Captain, the object changed course again," Kirk finished Spock's thought with a displeased grimace. "The probe's final course change will bring it within a few hundred astronomical units of the Temarius system, leaving the Enterprise no chance to exploit the curvature of space-time for pursuit. In this case, the curvature would be simply useless." "Captain, the object has almost ceased emitting," Spock added. The bridge was plunged into absolute silence. "Stop the ship," Kirk commanded. "Yes, sir," Zulu responded. "Mr. Spock, reduce our radiation output by half." "Yes, Captain."
The danger now was that the probe's strange maneuvers and its unexpected cry after a lull could disable even Scott's highly protected energy batteries. Uhura, try to contact Galtes. Not answering, sir. Are they still here, Spock? Yes, not far away, Captain. They can hear all our requests. But they're not answering. Kirk shook his head dejectedly.
Uhura, keep trying to contact them.
Even if this Thiam is blinded by hatred or is playing some kind of game of his own, then Hiran, who is no less informed than the Centurion, in this situation must find the courage to push him against the wall. Everyone on the bridge held their breath. The whirring of instruments could be heard in the deathly silence. The object appears to have come to life. Sensors have detected a faint form of energy, Spock reported. Reduce our radiation output by another 50%, Kirk ordered. Done, Captain. Is it still emitting? Yes, Captain, at a very weak level. Reduce our radiation to 5% of the original level. Yes, sir. I'm afraid his whisper is as dangerous to us as his cry, the captain said quietly. Damn, if only I knew what he was whispering about. Mr. Spock, does his voice sound like our recording now? It's still unknown, Captain.
The computer has been instructed to analyze all incoming signals and compare them to existing records, but so far no matches have been found.
Perhaps the probe uses different languages when it whispers and shouts, McCoy suggested. That makes as much sense as anything else this thing does. Turn on the speakers, Kirk ordered. Just not at full volume. The sounds filling the bridge and the room where the musicians had gathered seemed to the captain nothing more than a meaningless cacophony, as before. What patterns did Yandra manage to discern in this chaos of sounds, he wondered. If anyone has any thoughts, then... Kirk began, but was interrupted by Uhura. Captain, Galtes is responding. Signal on the screen, please. Not us, Captain, Uhura corrected herself. The Galtes is responding to the probe. Chapter 16. TM's first thought, upon learning that the object had changed course and was now heading directly for the Temarius system, was to divert the Galtes at least half a parsec away. However, that obstructionist Hiran was unforgivably slow. The object stopped and seemed to be frozen in anticipation, but the Galtes still had no intention of leaving the Temarius system, wasting precious time in the process. Staring intently at the screen, Tiam listened to the first officer's reports. The Centurion already knew of Kirk's crazy idea to contact the target via its own voice, and patiently awaited its failure. And who in the Federation appoints such incompetent captains? The object stopped. Why? Was it taking a break before attacking the Federation ship? Or was it confused by the human attempts to contact it? Suddenly, Tiam realized what was going on.
The problem had nothing to do with the communication beam Kirk was using to contact the object. That beam could extend for thousands of kilometers, but certainly not the parsecs that separated the Enterprise and the object. The ship's maneuvers were the culprit. The Enterprise had found itself in the object's path, and it was perplexed by the Federation ship's inimitable audacity. This is the end of Kirk, and with him, Yandra. The monster would crush them like flies, and he, Thiam, would remain on the sidelines. Perhaps it was a good thing that Hiran was being stubborn. What if Galtes' flight provoked the monster into pursuing him? Captain, Thiam addressed Hiran sternly, let the Galtes remain where it is. I'm glad to hear it, Ambassador, Hiran replied, unable to hide his surprise. May I ask? You can't, Thiam barked and then added, the Federation ship is still a considerable distance away from us. Its destruction will in no way affect the Galtes. Hiran gave the necessary orders and shook his head sadly. Thiam waited, praising himself for his intelligence and cunning. After some time, after listening to someone's report, Hiran laughed. The object appears to be most peacefully disposed towards the Enterprise. He doesn't even think about attacking Earthlings. Thiam cursed silently. This wasn't the outcome he expected.
The object reacted to the Enterprise completely differently than it did to, say, the Henza. Where had its aggression, its cunning, its predatory instincts gone? "What are your orders?" Hiran asked, as if nothing had happened. Tiam grew worried. Everything had suddenly turned upside down. All his conclusions had gone to hell. Why had Kirk been so lucky? And Yandra had been lucky too. Had this crazy idea with the talking beam really borne fruit? Suddenly, the Centurion felt a chill inside. Of course. He'd once had recordings of the object's voice during its passage through the Empire, and he'd personally rejected them, declaring them useless. How could he, Tiam, have failed to spot the bird of fortune? And that upstart Kirk, using the same recordings, stopped the monster and even swayed it toward peace. Perhaps the Earthlings really did establish some kind of contact. Perhaps there really is meaning, logic, in the chaotic jumble of sounds emitted by the object, and perhaps the Earthlings, with Yandra's help, found what slipped through his, the ambassador's, fingers. Did they really find the key? Did they really translate it? If that's true, if news comes to the Citadel that he, Tiam, was unable to do what the Federates succeeded in doing, no, it can't be. Kirk didn't make any contact with the object. He simply played a tape recording of the monster's voice, and it paused, unsure what to do. After a while, the surprise would wear off, and then...
But I can do the same, Tiam realized. We need to hurry before the target decides that only the Enterprise is worth communicating with. The recordings are in the bedroom. I should take them and... Prepare to broadcast on all frequencies, the Centurion ordered, running from the bridge. At maximum power. It seemed this time the probe had encountered a clear paradox. The beings, as trillions of calculations had suggested, did indeed speak the true language. But other trillions of calculations had clarified the picture. The beings did not possess the power of the word. For many milliseconds, the probe studied this phenomenon, comparing and calculating. Finally, he turned to the instructions implanted in his memory 500,000 years ago by his creators. The instructions indicated that this was a crude imitation. While the word is recognized in a crystal sensor within milliseconds, a counterfeit, causing doubt and rechecking, slows the speed. This was the case this time too. The sensor, extending its manipulator into space, attempted to detect the vibrations of the true language, as it had done hundreds and thousands of times before. The creator's instructions were clear and unambiguous. There was no trace of the true language here. Only those who possess the power of the word can speak it, and these beings, quite obviously, did not possess such power. Finally, after long seconds of analysis, what the beings wanted to say was revealed. It was the most ordinary narrative, one the probe had heard many times before. A greeting, the history of the colony, and an invitation to visit. This was how it had been during the passage of thousands of worlds, and this was how it had been during the approach to the blue planet. And yet, this wasn't the word. This wasn't genuine communication. It was an imitation of the true language, a repetition of what the probe had heard millions of times over the millennia. The paradox must be resolved. The questions of the beings from the blue planet, and even the secrets lost in the memory of the probe, faded into the background in the face of this new mystery. "What good is it if you know the true language without possessing the power of the word?" asked Probe. There was no answer, only the echo of his own voice. Suddenly, the probe stopped its endless cosmic flight. After a few moments, it lowered its voice, remembering what its scream had done to the blue planet and the mechanisms piloted by primitive beings. A few moments later, Zond lowered his voice even further. And again. Time passed. Suddenly, the probe picked up another voice, this time from other beings in the metal bubble. The beings made no threats and made no attempt to establish contact with their fellows. The probe had no time for them. It was still occupied with resolving the paradox.
How can one master the true language and yet be unaware of the power of the word? Billions of channels and capillaries in the crystalline sensor were busy resolving this mystery. Billions more were searching for a connection between the inhabitants of the blue planet and the beings who had appeared here without cause or warning. The crystal sensor absorbed the incoming energy and distributed it across billions of channels to subject it to even more thorough analysis. The patterns of alien voices across every conceivable frequency were compared with those previously stored in memory. The energy was then dissected into billions of fragments, and probe set about examining each fragment individually. Once again, its inquisitive mind combed through all the frequencies. And here, another paradox emerged, even more astonishing than the first. In the patterns of voices, in the interweaving of energies, the probe came across the true language, the words of which were repeated in thousands of knots, as if the same pattern were discovered in myriads of snowflakes in a snowball, examined under a microscope. This paradox was beyond Zon's comprehension. All that remained was to return to its creators and lay the riddle at their feet. To begin, Zon decided to gather metallic bubbles around itself. Responding to the probe? Kirk frowned at the screen, then turned his gaze to Uhura. How? They're broadcasting on all subspace frequencies, sir. Uhura winced slightly and touched her headphones to turn down the volume. I may be wrong, but it looks like they're playing the same recording we are. Do they use subcosmic channels instead of a carrier beam? Yes, Captain. Uhura, I don't know if anyone on the Galtees can hear us, but ask them what the hell they want. Spock, can you analyze the Romulan transmissions? Are they really transmitting the same things we're transmitting? Spock studied the instrument readings for a few seconds. It appears so, Captain. The Vulcan glanced at the other data. However, the fact that the computer identified two broadcasts as identical doesn't mean the probe is listening to two ships simultaneously. What do you mean? Are you saying the object is responding specifically to us? I don't know, Captain, but... Spock suddenly fell silent and glanced at the new data. The probe has lowered its voice again, Captain. It's barely audible now. Did the Romulans scare him off? Or is probe talking to them now? Perhaps, Captain, but... The Enterprise rocked. The air suddenly became thick, almost sticky. Every sound was now more muffled. Kirk tried to turn towards the screen, but he couldn't. Mr. Zulu, he called to the helmsman, but his vocal cords refused to obey. His lips, as if filled with lead, were unable to form a word. Only a barely audible groan escaped the captain's chest. It became difficult to breathe. Kirk felt his chest tighten, as if with elastic bands. The air, thick and viscous, snaked down his throat. Then the captain saw Zulu's hand reach for the instrument panel. As if in slow motion, the helmsman touched the throttle button. If the Enterprise could get some momentum, it might be able to escape this situation. Well done, Kirk wanted to praise him, but only an incoherent mumble came out. Out of the corner of his eye, the captain saw McCoy gasping for air like a fish. The doctor's knees were shaking. He clutched the back of the command chair with one hand and his throat with the other. Zulu managed to press a few more buttons. There was no result. Suddenly, the Enterprise shook again, this time much more violently. Then a deathly tremor gripped the ship. Anything loose fell to the floor. Instruments rattled. The air became so thick it was impossible to breathe. Kevin Thomas Riley, who was in the medical bay, also found it difficult to breathe. He dreamed of a 4-year-old boy lying in his mother's arms, trying to breathe, but his chest was being squeezed by some unknown force. Suddenly, the visions from his distant childhood vanished, and the adult Riley, having regained consciousness, began to struggle against the rubbery air. What happened? Maybe Kodos managed to poison even the air? Kevin Riley tried to remember where he was. He finally realized that Kodos had long since died, and he himself was now very far from Tartus IV. After trying unsuccessfully to fill his lungs with air, Riley was overcome with terror. Finally, he managed to take a single breath. The little boy sighed, emerging again from the depths of his memory. "Father!" both Kevins cried, and plunged into the realm of nightmares. The air became lighter and clearer. Familiar sounds began to fill the ship. Upon waking, Diane first checked the medical devices attached to Ambassador Riley. Aside from his rapid heartbeat and breathing, all readings were completely normal. Diane then looked at Riley and listened to the sounds escaping his pale lips. "Father," the Romulan suddenly thought. For some reason, his parents came to mind. How surprised they would be if they learned their son was aboard a human ship at the bedside of a sick Federation representative. A lump rose in Diane's throat. The sound of a door opening was heard, and a lab technician entered the medical bay, breathing heavily. Barely holding back tears, the Romulan went in search of his sister. Finally, Zulu managed to remove his hand from the control panel. Another jolt was heard. Then the shaking stopped. It was difficult, though, and with pain in his lungs, but he could breathe and even speak. Black spots swam before his eyes. It was painful to look. Suddenly, everything returned to normal. The air became light and clear again. My lungs began to work, starved for oxygen, and my heart began pumping blood through my arteries again. Everyone on the bridge was overcome with shortness of breath. Taking McCoy by the arms, Kirk helped the doctor to his feet. The main screen opened, revealing a surprising image. Just a few kilometers from the Enterprise, gently rocking its sides, sat the Galtis. What was surprising was that the Romulan ship was suspended in a completely starless, velvety black space. Kirk couldn't understand anything. Where had the stars gone? The myriads that usually peppered the screen? Perhaps the ships had drifted into intergalactic space? But even then... Suddenly, Kirk had an idea. The Galtis wasn't hanging against the starless sky. Behind the Romulan ship, a few hundred meters away, its body blocking the entire screen, sat the mysterious probe. Chapter 17. "Mr. Zulu!"
"Try quarter impulse," Kirk commanded, as soon as the bridge had caught its breath after the previous half-impulse boost.
"In 5 seconds, unless otherwise ordered." "Understood, sir. Quarter pulse for 5 seconds." The maneuver began, and Kirk began to hope that the ship would complete it without harm to the crew. But a few seconds later, the same thing happened again. Once again, the air became thick and viscous, like syrup, barely penetrating his lungs. Once again, the captain's body felt leaden. Relief came only after the ship completed its maneuver. The air became weightless again, and lightness returned to movements. "How much longer are you going to test our bones?" McCoy's voice came over the intercom. "I told you, Jim, that Riley was out of danger, but now I can't guarantee anything." "That's it, Bones. Nothing more will happen, at least for now." "I certainly believe you, Jim, but please leave the intercom on.
If you come up with another unexpected idea, I'll at least have time to take some action here.
Okay, Bones, but you let me know when Kevin's fully awake." Kirk turned to Spock. "What's that thing doing? Any signs it's leaving us alone?" "Practically none, Captain. The energy field that has captured the Enterprise has increased in intensity in just 10 microseconds. Any attempt by the ship to break free from its grip is met with increased intensity from the field." "Are there any indications of the nature of this field?" "None either, Captain." "Well, what about Galtits? It seems to me they're in the same situation as us." "Yes, judging by fragmentary observations. 2 attempts to escape the probe's field were observed, and both were unsuccessful." Kirk turned to Uhura. "What happened during that circus?" "Nothing special, sir. All systems were functioning normally, but there was no contact with Starfleet, nor with Federation ships, nor with border posts." Kirk frowned.
So that's how it was.
This object had not only bound the Enterprise hand and foot, but also deprived it of hearing, voice, and sight. Mr. Zulu, do you have any idea where we're going? Or are we just hanging there? Not quite, sir. What happened to the communications also happened to the ship's navigation systems. Judging by the instruments, the Enterprise is hovering in one place, like a dragonfly. But judging by the relative motion of the stars and the computer's current knowledge, we're moving at the same breakneck speed as the probe itself. In which direction? It seems to be heading toward an unexplored square in the region of Orion's belt, sir. If things continue as they are, we'll pass the belt and be at the Sagittarius Arm in about a day. But that's a crazy ride. No less than 12 times the speed of light. That seems to be the case, sir. Zulu shrugged. Okay. At least the object isn't moving toward Earth. Kirk turned back to Uhura. Is the Galtis still silent?
Apparently, communications with them are blocked too.
I've been monitoring the Galtas periodically, Uhura reported. It appears they've also been unsuccessfully attempting to contact the outside world. However, they're still not responding to our signals. They won't answer, the captain assured. Not until Tiam is in good health, or until Hiran gathers his courage and pushes the ambassador aside. In any case, Uhura, don't give up trying to contact the Galtas. Kirk glanced around the bridge and focused on the screen, where the Romulan ship hung motionless against the backdrop of the probe, which blocked out the entire sky. Spock, what do the sensors say about the probe itself? The object is under constant surveillance, but there are no definitive results yet. But can we at least say with certainty that the object is unmanned? It's clear so far that there are no large open spaces within its body, Captain, Spock replied, studying the sensor readings.
And there's no evidence of living organisms either.
However, the object does contain a significant amount of material that could, in a sense, be considered organic. What do you mean? Spock, don't speak in riddles. It's not my whim, Captain. These materials are capable of regeneration or restoration at the molecular level. Therefore, I have concluded that the substance inside the object is organic. Spock fell silent and stared intently at the numbers filling the computer display. After a few seconds, his eyebrows rose, forming a single dark arch, indicating the Vulcan's overwhelming surprise. Well, Spock, Kirk couldn't help but say, it's all written all over your face. What did you find there? The first officer didn't answer right away. He scanned the columns of numbers and text descriptions again. Finally, the Vulcan turned to the captain and reported. At the very heart of the probe lies a 10-meter-long crystalline block. Its structure differs slightly from that of the device being extended into space on the manipulator. Most interestingly, the internal crystalline substance is structurally identical to what archaeologists found in the Exodus chamber on Temarius IV. This news shocked everyone on the bridge. No one could speak out of astonishment. The first to come to was McCoy, who was now separated from the command bridge by several rooms. Do you think the Arisians built this thing? Not at all, Doctor. I simply said that the crystal structure. I heard what you said. But what did you mean? I meant what I said, Doctor. Stop it, Kirk interjected. Spock, what's so special about this crystal? Have you seen anything like it before? Your question is rather vague, Captain. The internal structure of this crystal has much in common with a dilithium crystal. Note that many crystals are similar to dilithium, but only dilithium itself is effective in generating energy from the collision of matter and antimatter. Okay, Spock, let me clarify my question. Have you ever encountered a crystal structure exactly like this? Only in the facility with Temarius IV, Captain.
So the connection between the probe and the Arisians is obvious. Communication is possible, Captain, but not certain. But if the crystal in the womb of the probe is similar to the crystal found on Temarius IV, then the structure of the dilithium crystals in our engines is the same as those in Klingon ships. If we follow your logic, then our ships and theirs were built by the same people. But dilithium is a natural substance that is known to any more or less developed society. Without further analysis of the crystalline body from Temarius, it is impossible to say whether it is natural in origin or artificially created. Okay, Spock, you win.
In any case, even if there really is no contact between the probe and the Arisians, we must keep an eye on the object. By the way, is it possible to somehow read information from the probe's crystalline block, like from the crystal from Temarius?
Unfortunately, no, Captain. While our sensors are capable of scanning the probe from top to bottom, they are not yet focused enough to analyze the crystal at the molecular level. Kirk frowned and thought for a long moment. But if our sensors were able to penetrate the very heart of this machine, then that means both our weapons and the Romulan ones can burn it out, right? Unknown, Captain. Remember Vlarivi. The Romulan ships were powerless against that monster. Of course. It certainly has a massive defense system, Kirk agreed. And the only way to test it is to attack. I'm afraid it could all happen in microseconds. I mean fatally for us. If the probe can shut down ship's engines from half a parsec away...
By the way, where does it get such monstrous energy?
That's a completely different matter. The probe appears to be designed as a living organism, not a machine, Captain. It appears to have no separate power source. On the contrary, the probe resembles a single living organism and generates its own energy for its own operation. What kind of energy is this that allows the probe to move independently for months, drags us along and holds us by the throat? Doesn't the monster have an external power source? It appears not, Captain. Remember, this energy is currently beyond our sensor's reach. All my speculations are based solely on an analysis of the probe's material. Yeah, the captain drawled, still frowning. I'm becoming more and more convinced that the only way out of this situation is to establish direct contact with the object. It seems we must throw all our efforts into this, enlisting the help of everyone who can help in any way. You, Spock, I'm putting in charge.
Whatever you desire is at your disposal.
All right, Captain. Uhura, Yandra, please join me, Spock commanded, rising from his seat. We must gather everyone who can help us. Lieutenant Kitty took Uhura's place, but before she could put on her headphones, the warning light began to blink. Captain, Kitty turned to Kirk, Galtes salutes us. Centurion Thiam struggled to his feet, which felt like cotton wool. Scratches and abrasions on his hands and face proved that he had hit the protruding parts of the bridge several times before reaching the captain's chair. Consciousness and ease of breathing returned as quickly and unexpectedly as they had disappeared before. The only thing Thiam remembered was someone's voice, presumably Haran's, giving the order to turn the engines on full power.
All systems are functioning properly, echoed another voice, probably the first officer's.
But there's still no response from any of our ships or bases. Hiran? What was that? Thiam asked when he finally came to his senses. When I find out, I'll tell you, the captain said rudely, without looking up from the screen, which showed an image of the Enterprise. Captain, I must remind you. Suddenly, someone squeezed the Centurion's arm painfully. Thiam turned around in alarm and saw his adjutant. Kaital held a phaser, pointing it directly at his master's face. Come with me, Ambassador, the adjutant said in such a quiet and ingratiating voice that no one on the bridge even noticed what was happening. It's high time you realized what's going on the Galtes. Thiam was so stunned that he didn't even think of resisting. Keitel holstered his phaser and, still clutching his master's elbow, led him away from the bridge.
A few minutes later,
the centurion was indifferently surveying the Spartan furnishings of the adjutant's quarters. It was a room no larger than a quarter of any of the rooms in Thiam's quarters. Closing the doors behind him, Keitel gestured for the centurion to sit down on the hard bench. "What is the meaning of your behavior?" the centurion asked rather sternly. "I apologize for being too rude, Ambassador, but it was necessary. I had to tell you a lot, but in a way that wouldn't arouse Hiran's suspicions. Believe me, I had no other way to get you out quickly and quietly." "Who gave you the right? Let's not waste time on stupid questions," Tiama Keitel interrupted irritably. "Hear me out and don't interrupt. Those who brought you here have authorized me to oversee all events, and in the event of any unforeseen circumstances. But the committee didn't warn me." "The committee has nothing to do with this. I'm acting on the orders of the provisional government group that pulled you out of the provinces and recommended you to the committee." "The group with which you've been in contact during this mission." Thiam looked angrily at the adjutant. "What kind of group is this? I haven't heard anything about it." "Listen, don't be a fool. Don't waste your time," Keitel barked, losing his patience. "I'm acting on behalf of a group with whom you're secretly negotiating on subspace frequencies using a transmitter hidden in your bedroom." "You know about this too?" Thiam turned pale. "Of course. We were the ones who installed this transmitter. Every communication session was monitored personally by me or my people." "Can't be." "Perhaps, Thiam. Perhaps," the adjutant said calmly. "I don't have time to discuss this matter with you. Later, when we establish contact with the Empire, you will be confirmed in my authority. For now, I would like to offer you cooperation. After all, we both work for the good of the Empire. But on the condition that you report to me personally." "What if I refuse?" Keitel grinned and touched his phaser. "Then you will die, Thiam. I will not allow anyone to stand in my way." "Keitel, are you threatening me?" The centurion turned even paler, genuinely frightened by his adjutant's audacity. "I want you to understand, Ambassador Thiam," Keitel hissed, leaning close to the centurion's ear. "Dealing with you will be much easier than with that runt of a man Utak, who nearly ruined the whole thing." For a moment the gazes of the centurion and the adjutant met. "I repeat, Ambassador," Keitel continued, "I require your active cooperation. I would like you to help us get out of the situation we find ourselves in as quickly as possible. I know it's within your power. In the interests of the Empire, you must put aside the animosity you feel toward me and my masters who started this mess. If you agree, then honor and praise to you. When the time comes, the Empire will remember your services. And if you intend to get in my way, then I will have to remove you. I have no other choice." A predatory smile suddenly appeared on Keitel's lips again. "I understand, Centurion. My uniform bothers you. Well, sometimes it's useful for centurions to listen to the advice of those below them, especially since," Keitel chuckled, "I can introduce myself if that makes you feel any better." "You think I'm a complete idiot?" Thiam protested. "You're Keitel, my adjutant. I can imagine you've been given some kind of conspiratorial powers. I can believe you've been appointed a spy, but—" "I am Yenyu, captain of the Shalyar. If not for the stubbornness of some committee members, you would now be aboard my ship and under my command. But under pressure from certain idiots and extraordinary circumstances, things turned out rather differently. So Hiran was right after all," Thiam thought bitterly. "I am not a piece, just a mere bargaining chip. And they chose me not for my abilities or convictions, but because of a family connection that was needed at the moment. Nothing I've said or done since the beginning of this mission has mattered. Well, now that I know the whole truth," Thiam swallowed hard. The fear vanished. "Now that I know the whole truth," the centurion thought, a decision ripening in his mind. We'll see who's a piece and who's a pawn here. If it's for the good of the Empire, TM said calmly, you can fully count on my cooperation. And now, as you yourself said, let's not waste time. The sooner you explain everything to me, the sooner we can begin acting. Hiran's disgruntled face filled the entire screen on the Enterprise's bridge. Captain Hiran, Kirk greeted dryly. Glad to see and hear you. The Romulan's stern face was softened by a slight smile. Likewise. I want to thank you for the information about your actions.
To be perfectly frank, Captain, Kirk said, we're sending it to you in the interests of self-preservation. I assumed that if you knew our every move, you'd be able to keep the situation under control. I'd do the same thing if I were you, Hiran smiled. It's good you haven't forgotten about Posle Tiam, who's aboard the Galtitz. By the way, how is he feeling? He keeps talking about our cooperation in the face of a common enemy. You can ask him yourself. Tiam will be arriving on the bridge soon. Before he shows up, Captain, let me ask you one question. Did the same thing happen on your ship as we did? The air suddenly thickened, making it impossible not only to breathe, but even to move. It stopped when the monster pulled us toward itself, and it repeated itself every time we turned on the engine at full power and tried to escape the object's clutches.
It got even worse when we tried to exploit the curvature of space-time and break the light barrier.
We're in a similar situation, Kirk confirmed. By the way, our sensors can't seem to pick up on this object, Kirk lied, afraid to suggest the probe's connection to the Arisians, even to Hiran. What about yours? Same situation. We sense the object emitting a force field of unknown origin, but... There was a flash of light on the screen, a hissing sound, and Hiran's face was replaced by that of a centurion. Ambassador Tiam, Kirk greeted, though somewhat feebly. I'm glad to see you. Perhaps you'd like to speak with Mr. Handler. Ambassador Riley is still recovering from... That's not necessary, Captain, Tiam interrupted. This isn't a negotiation, more like a request. In the face of a common external threat, I insist on a joint effort, a complete merging of our resources.
For the purposes of exchanging information, I prepared recordings of the subject's voice, made during its previous passage through the Empire, and I'm prepared to provide them to you. Further, I acknowledge that my wife and her brother were not taken hostage, but came aboard the Enterprise of their own free will. And now that this complex and unpleasant situation has been clarified, I would like permission to transport myself to your ship and speak with Yandra privately. Kirk wasn't thrilled by the Romulan ambassador's sudden transformation. Mistrust was clearly evident in the human captain's eyes. Of course, Ambassador Tiam, Kirk's eyes narrowed to slits. I think Yandra would agree to such a meeting, but remember, we're guests of the probe, and I can't guarantee the transport bay will function properly. Thank you, Captain Kirk. I'll be sure to take the recordings of the object's voice with me. If you'd like, several of our musicians can come with me, to join yours in attempting to contact the object. Kirk looked questioningly at Spock, who had been standing silently in the turbolift doorway since the start of the connection, his eyes glued to the screen. Yes, Captain, the first officer agreed. It would be very helpful if a few Romulans joined us and tried to identify the patterns. They might not be musicians. Dr. Bernard heard the patterns, too. I don't think I need to repeat myself, Kirk said, turning to the screen. Yes, Tiam confirmed, turning to Hiran. Captain, will you announce this proposal? As you wish, Ambassador, came the voice of the Romulan captain. After a pause, Tiam looked at the Earthlings again. Then, Captain Kirk, let us know when the transport bay is ready to accept us on your ship.
Say what you need, Tiam, Yandra said without raising her eyes. And go. Your cabin on the Galtis, said the Centurion, looking around the modest room, was better than this kennel.
It doesn't matter. The company here isn't so annoying. A long silence fell. Finally, Tiam took his wife's chin and lifted her head, but Yandra still didn't look at him. "Why?" the centurion hissed. "Why did you betray me? Why did you betray the Empire?" "Because the Empire betrayed me and my entire family." "Yes, of course. Your family was treated rudely, but you think executing my parents is just rudeness?" Yandra looked up, but only for a moment. "But they were not executed. They were demanded to commit ritual suicide. Is that any less cruel than the execution itself?" The pain in Yandra's voice silenced Tiam. Brushing away tears, the Romulan continued. "Tiam, is that why you came here? To remind me of the abominations the Empire did to my family?" Tiam swallowed loudly.
"I had no idea the depth of your pain," Yandra exclaimed. "You never suspected anything." She looked up, but met her husband's cold gaze and looked down again. "From the very beginning, I was just an appendage to your career. If that's all, then you can get out." Tiam swallowed again. "That's not all. I was given to understand that you were the first to find repetitions in the object's radiation. Is that true?" "Yes." Yandra barely suppressed a bitter smile. "If you'd let me hear that howl earlier, if you hadn't yelled at me at the first empty suspicion, you might have found out about it first." "Is it true that, even with the recordings, the Vulcan and his team can't find anything useful in them?" Yandra couldn't contain her laughter. "That's why you were so eager to see me. You wanted to know if the feds were lying or not. Of course they found nothing. And anyway, everything the humans on Galtitz reported was true." "Maybe that's what you think, but—" "Yes, perhaps. I'm not privy to the Federation's secrets, just like I'm not privy to yours." Yandra jumped up and walked to the door. The door swung open with a rustle, revealing 2 security lieutenants. "Take me to Mr. Spock," Yandra addressed one of them, and then threw into the room. "Thank you, Thiam, for reminding me of yourself. Now I have no more doubts about the correctness of my choice. And Diane's choice." Chapter 18. The probe extended its crystal sensor and tried to hear the voices of its creators, thousands of parsecs distant. But they were silent. Alarm pulses raced through the probe's heart. Usually the creators' voices could be heard across a quarter of the galaxy. What had happened? The probe pointed its sensor toward its home star, but immediately retracted it, confronted by yet another mystery, no less astonishing than the presence of beings who don't know the word, but can imitate the true language. The home star shifted by 2 of its former diameters. Moreover, it cooled and shrank. The star's temperature dropped by 2,000 degrees from its initial level, and its diameter decreased by 100,000 kilometers. The probe was perplexed. What could have happened? Recovering from the shock, it released its sensor again and began scanning the surrounding stars, determining their coordinates and spectra. All its neighbors were in their proper places, as were the tens of millions of other stars the probe had visited over the past 500,000 years. What had happened to the home star? It seemed as if some neighboring giant had sucked all the life out of it. The probe tried again to pick up the voices of its creators, and once again the homeworld responded with absolute silence. From Captain Kirk's diary. Sidereal time 8495.3. Despite the Romulans' help, we have made little progress in deciphering the voice. Probe. The discovery of a crystalline array within the object generated a glimmer of optimism,
based on the fact that this crystal is similar in structure to the one found on Temarius. According to Spock, these crystals are designed to be read like a book. Unfortunately, without access to the probe's crystalline body, we cannot extract information from it, as the Vulcan did with the Temarius crystal. So the probe crystal, to paraphrase the first officer's words, was created for now to tease us. At present, we can state only two facts with varying degrees of confidence. Firstly, the patterns in the probe's emissions become more complex from the beginning of the 20-minute cycle to its end. Secondly, the object's response to our message is strikingly different from the recordings made previously. Unfortunately, no one can say whether its response is something fundamentally new. Or perhaps the probe wants to ask us something. The recordings, Kalditz presented to us, shed no light on the object's language, and are exactly the same as those we operate with. Whatever the probe's message may be, we currently lack the key to deciphering it. One cannot fail to mention the help of the Romulans. Their musicians and archaeologists, who joined Spock's group, showed a sincere desire to help the Earthlings. Only Ambassador Thiam seems to keep to himself, but even he tirelessly calls for cooperation and the sharing of results. However, his efforts to extract our secrets from Yandra are somewhat alarming. Thiam himself didn't utter a word about the Zon's language. Most likely he truly had nothing to say. The Centurion had been repeatedly told of the repetitions in the object's voice, but he, like everyone else uninitiated by music, including me, heard nothing. Apparently, there's something in these conglomerations of sounds that defies our non-musical ears. It's worth noting that some of the Romulan musicians excelled in detecting sonic patterns. They spotted patterns that even Yandra couldn't detect. Naturally, everyone anxiously awaits the end of our saga and a breakthrough in their search from Spock and his team. We eagerly await Ambassador Riley's recovery. Despite Dr. McCoy's assurances that the probe hasn't touched us yet, Uhura, Zulu, and even Diane fear the worst. No one knows how this space traveler's mysterious cure will affect the crew's health. Nevertheless, all three frequently visit Riley in the medical bay to shield the ambassador from the probe's negative influence. They continue to try to prepare Riley for her post-comatose state. However, Kevin is no closer to recovery now than when we fell under the probe's charm. The home planet was getting closer and closer, but the mystery remained unsolved. Again and again, with enviable stubbornness, the probe made millions of observations, trillions of calculations, compared and rechecked, as if this could change anything. All in vain. The mystery remained unsolved. Finally, the moment arrived when the arduous journey across the vastness of the universe came to an end. The probe's home star system appeared before it. But even from such a mere distance, it heard not a single sound. Its creators remained stubbornly silent. The extended sensor stared at the home planet the probe had once left, at the oceans where its creators had lived and where life had once teemed. The planet was silent and empty. Instead of oceans, the sensor detected only piles of ice. 500,000 years ago, oceans covered 90% of the planet's surface. Now, half the planet was land. Not a drop of water was visible anywhere. The moon has also disappeared. Perhaps it shattered into thousands of fragments, which, having formed large clusters, now encircle the planet along the equator. "It can't be," gasped billions of capillary neurons. "It can't be. Of course, stars and planets change, but why did this happen to our star and our planet?" A second winnowing? Could there really be no survivors? The probe turned its sensor toward the sun. Nuclear reactions were still occurring in the star's heart, but this had been known for thousands of parsecs. The probe was right. The sun had cooled and shrunk, about to transform into a spectral old man. The home planet perished, taking its creators with it to another world, and with them
the goal died: to convey to the creators the news that speakers of the true language exist. With the death of the creators, a final paradox emerged. They said, "If you have any problems you can't solve, come back to us. We'll help." But the final and most important problem was that there was no longer any help to be found. Finally, the probe stopped its endless run across the galaxy. Kirk, having slept for the first time in 3 days, ran onto the bridge and in the blink of an eye found himself behind the Vulcan. "What the hell is this place?" the captain asked anxiously, peering at the screen, where the Galtus still stood out against the background of the Zaan's black body. Zulu, yawning incessantly, was already sitting at the helm and studying the instruments. "With a large margin of error, Captain," the helmsman announced, "we can say that we are at 120th degrees on the galactic disk, almost on the line that connects the Federation with the Shapley Center." "Maybe we should try the impulse engines," Zulu asked the captain, raising his hand over the control panel. "Careful, Mr. Zulu. Try a quarter pulse for 1 second. "Understood, sir. Quarter pulse. Now."
The Enterprise bounced off the Galtits and streaked past the probe. The maneuver was a success. Both the Romulans and the object were behind them. The air remained weightless and transparent, and everyone, perhaps except Spock, breathed a sigh of relief. "How long will it take us to get to the Federation, Mr. Zulu?"
"Months on the 8th curvature," the helmsman shook his head sadly.
"Then we can look around and see where we are," Kirk sighed. "Maybe we'll understand why the probe dragged us into this wilderness."
"We are currently in high orbit around some ringed planet, Captain," Spock reported. "Sensors indicate—"
Suddenly, all the lights went out. But a moment later, thanks to Scott's protected power systems, they came back on.
"It seems the probe has started to roar again," the flight engineer noted wearily. "Sir, Galtits contacted us," Lieutenant Kitty reported.
"But when the power failed—" "They don't have the kind of protected power plants we do," Scotty said, a hint of pride in his voice. The lights flickered again, and the ship returned to its original power supply.
"Hurt the Galtis, Lieutenant," Kirk said. "Maybe their power is fine. By the way, Mr. Spock, what do the sensors say about this planet? Could it be the home of your super whales?"
"If so, Captain, they are no longer here," Spock said, looking through the kaleidoscopically rapidly changing data.
Lieutenant Kitty reported at this time that the Galtis was not responding.
"I don't know if this is the probe's home planet," Spock continued, "but the planet is unusual in many ways. The ring around it was formed from fragments of a disintegrated satellite and is still in the process of formation. Despite the extremely low temperatures at all latitudes, this planet is undoubtedly an M planet. Remnants of an oxygen-nitrogen atmosphere are observed, but there are no signs of life, even at the cellular level. The ice shell covering the planet is extremely ancient. It is at least 300,000 years old. Sensors indicate that the frozen water was once teeming with life. Could this ring from the disintegrated satellite be related to the cooling of the planet? It's unknown, Captain, but both events appear to have occurred during the same era. The lack of heat caused by the ring's formation couldn't have had such a dramatic effect on the planet's glaciation. So what turned the entire planet into a refrigerator? Kirk asked, surprised. The temperature should have dropped by how many degrees? 50? 100? The highest temperature on the planet right now is 20 degrees below freezing, Captain. The average temperature is another 30 degrees lower. So, for the ice shell to melt, the temperature would have to rise by 50 degrees Celsius. But that's almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Add another 10 degrees Celsius. Kirk shook his head.
Spock, is that kind of sun possible? And if not, why not?
What happened? I don't recall anything in my astrophysics textbooks about stars of this spectral class around which life had developed, suddenly going out of nowhere.
However, Captain, It seems that is exactly what happened here. What about the planet's internal heat? Kirk persisted, arguing with himself. There's nothing more terrifying than having such a capricious sun nearby, unless the planet's inhabitants have done something wrong themselves. Having the kind of energy the probe has, they must have had it to build something like that. If they could drain the oceans in a matter of days... Kirk frowned and continued. The probe's energy must come from somewhere. The energy needed to even launch a station of such monstrous proportions.
Spock, perhaps this monster was constantly drawing energy from its sun, its planet, and eventually froze it. Tens of thousands of parsecs from here? The Vulcan raised an eyebrow. Anything is possible in this world, of course, but logic defies such a proposition. If the probe could draw energy from its sun, why couldn't it do the same with nearby stars, instead of stretching across half the galaxy? Well, if only because that's where it was built. Kirk suddenly laughed. Why are we arguing without the proper facts? Right, Spock? What else did the sensors encounter? What are the former continents like? Are there really no life forms left? Spock peered into the new batch of data. After a few minutes, his eyebrows rose again in surprise. Yes, Captain. There is evidence that simple plants and animals existed before the onset of the Ice Age. Signs of an advanced civilization have also been found dating back to an even earlier era. Could they have built the probe?
Quite so, Captain, Spock said, his eyes fixed on the display. Everything indicates that civilization vanished approximately 2 million years ago. Buried beneath the ice are the remains of at least one large city. But not just ice. Well, Spock, Kirk exclaimed impatiently when the Vulcan fell silent. Geological evidence points to an asteroid impact, Captain, similar to the one that wiped out all the dinosaurs from the face of the Earth many millions of years ago. A moon breakup? Kirk suggested. Perhaps some fragment of the satellite destroyed this civilization. No, Captain. The asteroid impact occurred long before the moon's breakup and the glaciation. The asteroid impact and subsequent volcanic activity undoubtedly caused a brief glaciation, but in terms of scale, it was nothing compared to what we observe today. However, it obviously caused the extinction of a large number of animals on the continents.
Instruments also detected a multimeter layer of ash beneath the ice. A multimeter layer of ash all over the planet and in the oceans too? Didn't the ash kill all marine life, especially your super whales, which need to emerge above the surface to breathe? If they breathe air, Captain, then there is logic in your words. If whales existed at all, which we have neither facts nor evidence for, the only thing we know for sure is that the probe dragged us here for some reason. So our entire discussion seems rather scholastic. Oh, and I almost forgot. There's evidence that life lingered in the oceans until the last radical glaciation. Therefore, the Vulcan suddenly stopped his train of thought and stared at the computer, his expression growing indescribable. Captain, Spock finally said, a cave has been sighted, apparently artificial. It's located on the shore of one of the oceans. What's most interesting is that it contains a massive crystalline body, structurally similar, if not identical, to the crystals found in the probe's body and the Exodus chamber on Temarius IV. Yenyu, the recent captain of the battlecruiser Chaliar, suddenly realized that he was faced with the most important and perhaps the last decision in his life, on which his entire future career, and perhaps his life, depended. Compared to this, his mission to disrupt the conference and overthrow the provisional government seemed like child's play. And now, perhaps, the fate of the entire empire depended on his, Yenyu's, decision. The decision was in the air. There was no time to waste. The Galtids had just come to life again, all the lights had come on, and the ship was once again under control. A decision must be made immediately.
even if it means destroying the Galtits and its entire crew, not at the hands of the mysterious monster, but at the hands of the Federation ship's phasers and photon missiles. If the captain had the deck of the Shaliar beneath him, he would have long since known what to do. A sudden and swift attack on the unsuspecting Enterprise would destroy the Federation forces in minutes. And then only he, Yen Yu, would have any chance of matching the monster's power and energy. But the Galtits is a small, poorly armed ship. Such tricks won't work against it. Even wounded by the initial surprise strike, the Enterprise will undoubtedly deal with the Romulan vessel. Then the Romulan ship will be left alone against the monster, unopposed and with plenty of time to take control of the object and transform it into a real threat to the very existence of the Empire. No, the only chance was to attack the monster. And Yen Yu knew very well how slim that chance was.
Just a few hours ago, the captain wouldn't have dared to consider such audacity.
But now, after studying all the data obtained during the object's first passage through Imperial space, the impossible could well become reality, even a necessity. All the ships tracking the monster noticed one interesting detail. Each time it approached a new planet, the object would stop and extract a huge crystalline body from its depths. This was presumed to be the source of the monster's mysterious radiation, but there was no evidence. It was also said that all forms of energy received by the object passed through its crystalline appendix. After its work, the appendix retracted back into the monster's body through an opening, the only potentially vulnerable spot on the entire square kilometer-sized body of the monster. It is known that behind the opening, somewhere in the monster's belly, there is another crystalline body, which turned out to be similar to the crystal found on Temarius IV.
It is quite possible that the crystalline body inside the monster is its brain center, where all information is stored.
The Galtits instruments detected nothing else of interest. Thus, this object has a single nerve center and a single retractable sensor on its manipulator. This means that if you wait for the sensor to retract and then hit the monster with the full might of phasers and photon torpedoes, you can destroy it, or, at the very least, render it uncontrollable and useless to the Federation. But is such an attack possible? Given the experience of the Henzu and Azimuth, the answer is no. The Henzu's phaser was blocked almost instantly, and the starship itself, like the nearby cargo ship, was transformed into a cloud of molecules within seconds. However, during the monster's first passage through the Empire, an incident occurred that instilled some hope.
A dozen border guard ships were circling near Kruzak for exercises when the monster suddenly emerged from a cosmic vortex and headed toward them. 2 ships immediately opened fire with phasers at the intruder, but the monster disrupted the ship's power supply. The phasers, rendered useless of course, did no harm to the monster, but the ships themselves were unharmed, save for a temporary power failure. Perhaps the ships were simply overlooked by the monster, or ignored due to their proximity. But the Galtis is now just as close to the giant, and it may simply be impossible to see. Even if they fail to destroy this monster, at least the Federation's plans will be thwarted. In the worst case, the enraged monster will deal with both the Galtis and the Enterprise. "Captain!" the first officer's excited voice interrupted Jenna's thoughts about, "What else is there?" he thought, watching Hiran, who turned his gaze from the screen to the first officer. "Captain, a massive crystalline body has been discovered on the planet. It seems to be similar to the crystal found on Temarius IV. Thiam's face, standing nearby, brightened. Can he be lifted on board? The mass of the body is only slightly less than the mass of the entire Galtits, Ambassador. Well, then part of it. Thiam, Hiran exclaimed. If this really is another information-keeping crystal, then raising the body will destroy it. But we only know this from the Vulcan's words, Captain. And I'm inclined to believe his assessments, because he's had the most intimate contact with this matter. The crystal, whatever it is, should remain intact.
Then I'll go down there myself, Tiam decided, turning to the first officer, who also served as the Romulan ship's senior scientific consultant. Most likely, this crystal was made specifically for storing information.
Of course, we can try anything, Ambassador, but it seems to me that the Enterprise is better suited for these purposes. But the Enterprise is our enemy, Tiam shouted, then turned to Hiran. Will you ever force your officers to obey my demands? Or do you want me to formally assume control of this ship? Mind you, it's within my power. For a moment, it seemed as if Hiran was about to object. But, as if changing his mind, the captain nodded submissively and turned to the first officer. Do as the ambassador sees fit, but don't damage the crystal. Yenyu watched Tiam and the first officer carefully as they left the bridge. Fools. Well, have fun, he mentally admonished. Maybe this Tiam really did have some chance of success. Perhaps, once they brought the stone aboard, the situation would become clearer, and the key to controlling the monster's behavior would be found. But would that idiot Tiam succeed? Suddenly, Yenyu left the bridge. He decided to meet with his men, who had been sent to the Federation supposedly to help Spock, and discuss the details of his planned plan. What if he, Yenyu, was right? Chapter 19. As the officers gathered in the Enterprise's press room, Kirk declared, "Before we go down, we need to make sure this is the probe's last stop, and that it won't get the idea to drag the Enterprise anywhere else. The planet below us doesn't seem to be the most hospitable place in the galaxy. The air in the cave is perfectly breathable. Let's hope it's not fatal to the human body on the planet's surface either." "How the hell are we supposed to look into the probe's mind and figure out what it's up to?" Bones asked. "Or are we supposed to be able to ask the monster a few leading questions, like, 'Kid, how long are you staying?'" "Dr. McCoy is correct, Captain," Spock remarked. "Even if we tried, we couldn't predict the probe's next steps, even if we established contact with it." "I never thought the day would come when you and the doctor would agree on anything," Kirk chuckled. "Okay, make your suggestions, gentlemen." "Let's go down and take a look around," McCoy began first, "in case our sensors missed something. Let's see if Spock's idea of setting up a temporary analytical lab on the planet makes sense. And anyway, on the surface, we need to act according to the circumstances and not leave our transport bay." "I wouldn't be so specific right now," Spock said, cautious as always, "but I can't help but agree with the doctor. The potential discoveries on the planet outweigh all other factors, including our deaths." All the officers sitting at the table nodded in unison. "I didn't even apply to the academy because I was afraid of failing the entrance exams," Zulu confided. "As the saying goes, if you're afraid of wolves, stay out of the woods." "I understand your point, gentlemen," Kirk concluded, standing up. "Now I'm interested to see how our friends from the Galtits will feel about joining our expedition. Unless, of course, they've already organized their own." By the time the officers reached the bridge, it was already known that the Romulans had begun to act independently. "There's activity between the Galtits transport bay and the planet, Captain," Lieutenant Parnell reported as the entire group of officers emerged from the turbolift. 3 Romulans, carrying a trove of electronic equipment, are about to land near the cave containing the crystal. Kirk's expression darkened. "Contact Galtits," he ordered after some thought. "I'm trying, Captain," Kitty reported. "Every 5 minutes, but—" "Captain, Galtits is here. Would you like it displayed?" "Take him out, Lieutenant." Hiran's tired face, devoid of his usual smile, appeared on the screen. "I have been asked to demand that you transport all Romulans currently aboard the Enterprise to the Galtis without delay," Hiran said immediately. "Asked? Who? Ambassador Thiam?" "Yes. Kaital spoke to me on his behalf. The adjutant also added that he would be filling in for the ambassador during his absence." "The ambassador's absence? So Thiam is one of those planning to descend into the cave?"
Hiran looked somewhere to the side and smiled faintly. So, you already know about the cave and the crystalline body?
Yes, Captain, we know. We're planning to go down into the cave too and wanted to invite you to join us. But it seems an invitation won't be necessary.
It seems so, Hiran agreed. Would it be a good idea to inform Thiam and his expedition colleagues that we, too, are planning to visit the cave? I'm afraid our presence might frighten them and provoke them into rash actions.
Of course, Captain Kirk. Captain Hiran. They heard someone's snake-like hiss on the Enterprise. The Romulan captain glanced to the side again and said with concern, "It seems I am being reminded of the demand to return all Romulans from the Enterprise."
Your orders will be announced to all of them, Captain, Kirk assured, but I suspect 2 of them will disappoint you.
I know, Captain Kirk.
The screen went dark, but Kirk managed to catch a glimpse of Hiran's mysterious farewell smile. The captain of the Galties had just returned to the bridge from the transport bay, where he and Catal had greeted the Romulan musicians who had arrived from the Enterprise.
The adjutant, Hiran decided, is a far more cunning beast than Thiam. Listen. The captain turned to one of the officers, Morvain, whose loyalty he never doubted. Try to inform me of every step Keitel takes, especially any actions that the ladies might find incompatible with his low rank. At first, Hiran wanted to address his request to Ferric, the first officer. But then he remembered how in all disputes and quarrels, Ferric invariably took the side of the chief authority on the ship, Thiam. Unlike the Centurion, whose facial expressions betrayed almost all his thoughts and intentions, Keitel was cunning and cautious. While Thiam reacted violently to everything going on around him, the adjutant remained cool and cautious. While the Centurion was often arrogant and overly frank, Keitel lurked like a shadow, watching and sniffing everything out like a security dog. And it was no coincidence, it seems, that Thiam chose him as his second-in-command. Having settled into his role, the adjutant began to give orders and command, as if he were, at the very least, the ship's captain. And why not? Suddenly dawned on Hiran. His demeanor always suggested he'd been a high-ranking figure for many years, commanding hundreds of Romulans. Apparently, Keitel, like Rilan, had done something wrong, for which he'd been demoted. No, this adjutant is not so simple. Hiran decided that when he returned to the Empire, he would definitely raise the computer archives and try to find out who this Keitel really was. Captain, Morvain's voice interrupted Hiran's thoughts and made him flinch. Leaning close to the captain's ear, the officer whispered confidentially, "You wanted to know about Adjutant Thiam's strange behavior." Hiran nodded, frowning with displeasure. I knew this Keitel wouldn't keep us waiting long. McCoy pulled back his fur-trimmed hood and wiped beads of sweat from his forehead. He'd been waiting in the transport bay for 5 minutes now for his expedition colleagues, Spock and Kirk, to the uneasiness of the duty lieutenant. "I'll have to remind that pedant," McCoy grumbled, referring to Spock, and walked over to the intercom. But before the doctor could press the button, the doors rustled open, and the captain and the first officer burst into the transport compartment, holding warm clothes in their hands. "Bones!" Kirk exclaimed, noticing the sweat on McCoy's forehead. "You're dressed so warmly." "Look at your watches, friends," the doctor replied. "Who knew you were so undisciplined? By the way, Spock, are we taking any other equipment besides your ubiquitous tricorder?" "No, Doctor." The officer shook his head, placing the device on the floor and putting on warm clothes. "We're not taking anything with us." McCoy glanced at Kirk, who was also putting on a warm jacket, and then looked back at the Vulcan. "I'd like to remind you, Spock, that the Romulans have been there for half an hour. Of course, their instruments are inferior to yours, but if we wait this long, I'm afraid we'll give the Romulans an advantage in everything. I hope they don't take that crystal with them." Having frightened his friends, the doctor laughed loudly. "Have mercy on your heart, Dr. McCoy. Their advantage is illusory at best." "Like the tortoise before the hare," Kirk said, carefully slinging his tricorder over his shoulder.
While we were debating so heatedly in the press room, Lieutenant Parnell made a more precise analysis of the data we were receiving. It turns out there are some differences between the crystals from the planet and those from Temarius IV. Therefore, our first step is to use the tricorder to confirm or refute the lieutenant's conclusions. Then we need to determine what other instruments will be needed for our research.
So, there's no connection with the Arisians? McCoy asked, disappointed.
If the structure of this crystal is different from the one from Temarius. Dr. Bernard appeared in the transport bay door, followed by a confused Diane. Both archaeologists were already dressed in warm fur jackets. I was told that the structure of the crystal here is different from the structure of the crystal from Temarius, Bernard told Spock, catching her breath. The differences aren't really in the structure at all, Doctor, the Vulcan reassured, climbing onto the transport platform. The most important difference is that there doesn't seem to be a magnetic field around the crystal here. Then it's useless, Bernard remarked sadly. All the information, even if it was once recorded in the crystal, has been lost to time and the influence of the planet's magnetic field. Not necessarily, Spock countered.
There's no evidence that such a field ever existed around the crystal. If this is so, then this crystal never stored information. And again, I disagree with you, Dr. Bernard, although this is possible. I suspect the information is stored in the crystal using an unknown form of energy, like the one used by the probe. Using the tricorders, we can test my hypothesis. But if you don't know what this energy is and have never even recorded it, that's unimportant, Dr. Bernard. It's also not necessary to know the nature of the probe's emissions in order to record them and then analyze them. In the case of the Temarius crystal, we distorted its spatial lattice using a magnetic field and then restored it to its original state. The sensors, in turn, read the information by measuring not the aforementioned distortions, but the magnetic field strength that causes them. Listen, Kirk pleaded, wiping sweat from his forehead for a long time. Later, we will definitely have a special discussion about voltages and distortions. But now, something else is more important. The captain gestured to the young duty officer's attention. Don't let us out of your sight for a second. Be prepared to quickly evacuate us from the planet if necessary.
Yes, Captain, the lieutenant replied cheerfully, leaning over the control panel. McCoy, who had been on the transport platform hundreds of times, thought there was no particular reason for this mission. It's just a whim, that's all, the doctor decided. At that moment, an invisible force gripped his body. Everyone talks about energy, but no one really understands what it is, flashed through McCoy's mind before the transport bay swam before his eyes. A few seconds later, the doctor found himself in pitch darkness. This stupid machine broke down and left me suspended in some other dimension, McCoy thought fearfully.
A few more moments passed, and to his delight, the doctor felt his own weight. Sweat poured down his forehead. Out of the corner of his eye, McCoy caught a faint glow. The light soon grew in size, and the doctor saw Audrey Bernard holding a halogen flashlight, Spock, and the captain. Diane stood a little further away. Beneath their feet, the translucent ice floor, smooth as glass, gleamed. Above, pitch darkness stretched. The rays of the Bernard lamp didn't reach the cave's ceiling. 50 meters away, McCoy spotted a greenish body, which was undoubtedly the infamous crystal, or rather, its upper portion, protruding from the thick ice. 3 wary Romulans stood next to the block, dressed in warm clothing. Clouds of steam billowed from their nostrils and mouths, rising above their heads in whitish clouds. 2 of the Romulans held antenna-like devices. The third was unencumbered. He stared at the humans without speaking. A huge hood obscured his face. "Tiam," McCoy suggested quietly. And the other 2 are working under his supervision.
"Captain, the one staring at us is armed," Spock said, just as quietly. "Thank God he didn't point a gun at us,"
Kirk muttered. Hiron promised to inform them of our arrival. So what are we waiting for? McCoy asked. This Romulan seems in no hurry to welcome us with open arms. Kirk turned to the Romulan archaeologist. Diane, maybe you should come back aboard the Enterprise. It's not too late. I'll stay with you, because I'm not afraid of this pompous guy. Actually, I doubt he will take any unfriendly steps. Time is only brave and courageous with my sister. As you wish, Kirk said, and moved carefully across the ice. The Earthling's heavy boots slammed against the icy floor like steel. A light, frosty wind blew through the cave, stinging his face. It all reminded McCoy of his first winter trip to Alaska, undertaken in his distant youth.
Finally, Audrey Bernard's lamp illuminated the faces of the Romulans, who were now about 10 paces away from the Earthlings.
Ambassador Thiam, Kirk greeted. Captain Kirk, the Centurion replied, and looked angrily at Diane. Ker Diane, you seem to have decided to return to your compatriots.
Not at all.
Very well, Thiam laughed ominously. The Empire lost nothing from you and your sister's escape. What have you and your family ever done for the Empire? Without waiting for a response, the Centurion pointedly turned away from Diane and the humans. The two Romulans immediately resumed scanning the crystalline block with antenna-like devices. Kirk cast a gloomily glance at the ambassador's back and also headed toward the block, pulling his colleagues along with him. Up close, the enormous domed block revealed itself to be a crystal, covered in myriads of tiny, geometrically perfect facets.
From a distance of a few inches, Earthlings could see that each face was divided into several more geometric shapes, from triangles to octagons. Spock placed his tricorder against the block and began slowly moving the device along its edges. Bernard and Diane, on either side of the Vulcan, did the same. McCoy, who was idle, and Kirk observed the Romulans' actions. After a few minutes, Spock lowered the device and said, "There's no magnetic field here, but the crystal lattice is heavily distorted. What do you think, Dr. Bernard, and you, Diane?" "It seems that this is indeed the case," Audrey agreed. "And I hold the same opinion," the Romulan nodded. "Means..." Spock didn't finish. Suddenly, from somewhere deep within the crystal, a barely noticeable pulsating light appeared. "What is it?" McCoy muttered. The light, at first weak and pale, then intensified to such an extent that soon the cave became as bright as on Earth during a full moon. The doctor looked around. The Enterprise's sensors had already determined the cave's size from orbit, but the figures meant nothing to McCoy. Now, however, he was stunned. The cave seemed to come alive, revealed in all its grandeur. The ceiling, icy and smooth as glass, was at least a kilometer away. The crystal towered in the very center of the cave. It was about 3 kilometers from the boulder to any of the walls. Only in one spot on the wall, equidistant from the floor and ceiling, was there a gaping hole. Apparently, this was the entrance to a tunnel leading out of the cave. Suddenly, the light in the crystal intensified and grew even brighter. Curses were heard from the Romulans. McCoy's fingers suddenly began to glow. The doctor's vision began to swim, and his arms and legs felt weak and unresponsive. He struggled to grab the intercom, which was also glowing a steady greenish light, and tried to call the Enterprise. "Wait, Bones!" The captain gripped the doctor's wrist tightly. "Look there!"
McCoy strained his eyes to look in the direction indicated, strained his vision, and whistled in amazement. The ceiling suddenly became transparent, and the doctor was astonished to see a giant animal swimming above him, its fins slowly flapping. Chapter 20. Entering the captain's cabin, Keitel saw Hiran sitting at a rough wooden table, deep in thought. And the captain was thinking about him. Hiran recalled how a few days ago he had had a rather harsh and unpleasant conversation with Thiam, and the ambassador had strongly recommended that he treat his adjutant with respect. "Captain," Keitel looked questioningly at Hiran. "Adjutant, do you have any plans for Galtis?" Hiran asked unexpectedly. A look of mild surprise appeared on Kitala's face, which was replaced a moment later by the usual mask of dispassion. I don't understand you, Captain. Or are these not your plans, but Ambassador Tiam's? I really don't understand anything, Captain Hiran.
What do you mean?
A conversation between you and another adjutant of the ambassador. We've had a lot of conversations, Captain. We have to communicate somehow. And which of our conversations is it that caught your attention? The one that happened a few minutes ago in your cabin. The adjutant's face remained indifferent and even somewhat detached. So, you installed a listening device in my cabin? Keitel asked, a little too calmly. If so, then it is my right as captain of this ship. Moreover, it is my duty. Understand. That's good, Keitel. So you don't mind explaining? Of course not, Captain. I just don't understand what I have to explain. The issues you raised in conversation are the prerogative of senior officers or the ship's captain, but not of the ambassador's adjutant. For example, Captain Hiran. For example, questions about the maneuverability and firepower of ships of the Galtis class.
Or how quickly the Galtis can be brought to full combat readiness and attack the object that tracked us here.
Keitel was silent for a long time. Then he nodded and said, I have to be prepared for certain circumstances. Which one exactly? We must be prepared for Ambassador Tiam's attempts to extract useful information from the crystal to fail. Is this his initiative or yours? Keitel fell silent again for a long time. If Ambassador Tiam orders you to attack the monster, won't you obey? The adjutant finally asked. No, Hiran answered firmly. That order is tantamount to an order to shoot yourself. So you think that attacking an object is tantamount to suicide? I know what he did on Vlarivi, what he did to the Henzu and another civilian ship that happened to be in that area, Hiran said, and mentally added, I also know the reason for the object's attack on the planet. They shouldn't have experimented on living beings. And if I tell you that we have a chance to avoid the fate of Henzu, on what basis do you make such bold assumptions contrary to the obvious facts, Adjutant? Keitel briefly recounted the story of the border guard ships that encountered the object during the exercises. We have a chance, the adjutant concluded, to get so close to the target during the attack that we could hit its vulnerable spots without any risk to ourselves. That sounds intriguing, Hiran remarked when Keitel fell silent. But even if we had that option, why would I attack the facility? Don't you have a desire to avenge Vlarivi and Henza? I don't recall Tiam being so distraught over the Empire's losses. On the contrary, it seems he wanted to establish contact with the object. As do we all. However, we must take into account that Tiam's efforts could be wasted, while the Federates might be lucky. Ah, so that's the thing. Of course, it's easier to destroy the facility than to get to the truth, even with the help of Earthlings, Hiran said sarcastically. That's what every Romulan, a patriot of his homeland, should think, Keitel answered with pathos. But the war with the Federation ended 100 years ago, Hiran objected. And it could start again if the Federates feel that this monster can destroy us without any losses for the Federation. I never thought you cared so much about the Empire's interests, Adjutant. As far as I understand, we're the only ones considering how to take control of the facility and turn it against the Federation. We'd be complete idiots not to think about that. We were just lucky the object passed through Imperial territory before it entered Federation space. It's brought us so much good. In any case, I don't believe the Federates are considering war with the Empire, especially now that there's hope for a lasting peace between our peoples. In response, Keitel laughed loudly and boomingly. What a fool you are, Hiran.
You've fallen completely under the influence of the lying Earth captain. You should watch yourselves, Adjutant, Hiran barked, turning on the intercom. I'm forced to place you under arrest until Tiam returns. Then we'll continue the discussion and see how the ambassador feels about your crazy idea. But the captain didn't have time to use the intercom. The door suddenly opened and 2 more of Tiam's aides burst into the cabin, phasers aimed at the captain. After countless calculations, Probe realized that something had changed. Somewhere within him, a glitch occurred and the information passed through the wrong capillary. Suddenly, the probe remembered the Crystal of Wisdom. The creators may have disappeared, died, or simply migrated elsewhere hundreds of thousands of years ago, but they left behind their memories. Perhaps the answer to all paradoxes and problems lies there, in the crystal. It's entirely possible that the creators, after launching their brainchild, foresaw this turn of events. Extending its sensor, the probe focused its attention not on the search for living beings, but on the crystal. And it was found, the Crystal of Wisdom, with a memory eclipsing the probe's own. A flood of information immediately descended, the history of the creators, their thoughts, deeds, failures, and successes. Now any paradox, any problem could be resolved. Now any information could be found, any advice could be obtained, and, finally, the gaps in knowledge could be filled. The probe didn't miss its chance. Slowly, carefully, persistently, for several whole seconds, it listened to the living wisdom of the creators, awakening the dormant crystal. Like a vast sponge, the probe absorbed the information, basking in its flow. Within minutes, hundreds of the gigantic animals, many of which were at least 120 meters long, swam over the heads of the astonished observers. "Well, well," McCoy exclaimed, not believing his eyes. "Spock, you were right. But they still look more like super dolphins than super whales." "A hologram," Kirk guessed, waving his glowing hand. He was now worried about the ocean waters breaching the cave. The captain glanced at the crystal again. "It's probably a hologram of the probe's creators." "Spock, did the crystal paint this picture?" "I don't know, Captain," the Vulcan replied, not taking his eyes off the tricorder. "Whatever its source, it's an unknown method of constructing a hologram. As with the probe's emissions, there's no evidence that it's coming from the crystal." "It looks like this light from within the crystal is just a side effect," Bernard added. Like Spock, Audrey had been completely absorbed in working with the tricorder since the image appeared. "But where did those scenes from the Oceanographic Museum come from?" McCoy persisted. Suddenly he remembered. "Romulans!" Everyone turned sharply towards their forgotten competitors. Tiam barely restrained himself from crying out in amazement when he saw light shining from the crystal. "You are making progress," he praised his colleagues, a female officer and her assistant. Tiam chuckled to himself. "I'm the one making progress, and Yenyu is just getting in the way." "No, Ambassador," the Romulan countered. "It looks like we're getting nowhere here. Our instruments have gone blind in just a few minutes. It must be a crystal." "So what?" "I don't know, Ambassador, but I think it's time to get ready for Galtas before—" "No, we're not leaving here," Tiam managed to say, before a bright light burst from the crystal, engulfing all 3 of them. The Centurion recoiled in fear. Suddenly he saw his entire clothing and body glow with a steady greenish light. Instinctively, the ambassador waved his arms as if trying to ward off invisible insects. Thiam's colleagues, oblivious, tried to bring their instruments back to life. Once the fright subsided, the ambassador realized the bright light was harmless. 300 meters away, the Earthlings screamed in fear. One of them even seemed to have lost his sight. Was it the Federation that had brought the crystal to life? Was it this traitor, Dayan, and his new friends?
Thiam's hand reached for the phaser hidden under his loose jacket. But the ambassador did not dare to draw his weapon. Some earthling, apparently their captain, was looking straight at him. A moment later, Thiam realized the Federation had nothing to do with it. They were using the same equipment as the Romulans and appeared to be unarmed. All of them, except for the doctor, apparently, were holding only instruments.
Moreover, the flash that erupted from the depths of the crystal frightened the Earthlings no less than the Romulans. Soon, Thiam noticed the Federates staring upward, filling the cave with surprised exclamations. The ambassador followed the Earthling's example and suddenly felt his heart pound. Monstrous animals swam right overhead, flapping their enormous flippers. Logic told Thiam that these were just images, an ordinary vision that came from the crystal. "Find out what these creatures are right now," the Centurion ordered his subordinates, pointing at the ceiling. "And how the hell did they get there?" "We're trying," the Romulan replied. "It's a hologram, without a doubt. But our blinded instruments can't detect holographic beams." "No," McCoy thought, looking at the mesmerized Romulans. "They're not to blame for any of this. And if they are to blame, it's not consciously."
Spock confirmed McCoy's thought. "The Romulans' instruments haven't been working since we arrived here." "Why did their instruments malfunction?" McCoy asked, surprised. "Why not our tricorders? Are we in some kind of holographic aquarium?" "I don't know, Doctor." Spock turned the tricorder toward the animals. "It's not a hologram." "What do you mean?" Kirk didn't understand. "Not the holograms we know, Captain. These are indeed images of some kind, but they're filled with matter. They have no mass, but each image contains some kind of internal structure that our tricorders can't." Spock didn't finish, because at that moment the crystal, along with the icy floor, sank somewhere below. Nevertheless, the Earthlings still felt solid ground beneath their feet. If they had stood with their eyes closed, they would have felt no change at all, as if nothing had happened.
Only the icy air in the cave became more vicious and prickly, trying to sneak under the fur jackets of the explorers, tired of wandering.
McCoy, still in control, noticed that the glow from his clothes and exposed skin had ceased. With each passing moment, the cave grew darker and darker, like a theater before the curtain rises. And yet, giant dolphin-like creatures could still be seen swimming through the thick ice. Suddenly, ripples began to sparkle above the explorers' heads. "The surface of the ocean," Spock explained, remembering his encounters with George and Gracie in the warm waters of the Great Barrier Reef. McCoy noticed that the Vulcan's voice was as mysterious and admiring as it had been in those wonderful days on Earth, when Spock didn't even want to think about anyone but his whales. Suddenly, the researchers were surrounded by sounds from all sides, something vaguely reminiscent of George's endless saga.
The cheerful, singing sounds of dolphins mingled with sounds never heard by Earthlings.
This sonic chaos resembled the cacophony emitted by the probe. "An audio hologram," Dr. Bernard noted. She put the tricorder aside and began to work with some device a quarter of the size of the tricorder. "These images reflect sounds. The internal structure of the images is now clearly visible to my sound sensor." "Of course!" Kirk suddenly exclaimed and turned to McCoy. "You were right, Bones. These are super dolphins, not super whales. And dolphins," the captain turned to Bernard, "see more with sound than with their eyes. So all images must be clearly visible primarily by these dolphins' sonar. Damn me if I'm wrong." For a long time, everyone was silent, watching with admiration the huge animals, or rather their images, swimming in non-existent water. "I believe, Captain," Spock finally said, "that you and Dr.
Bernard have given me the key to solving the mystery of the probe's emissions."
"What? Speak more clearly, Spock." The captain reached for the intercom, which was in the inside pocket of his jacket. "Well, never mind," Kirk said heatedly. "Let's get back to the Enterprise right now and see how right we all are. This is all damn interesting." The captain had already reached into his inside pocket, but suddenly felt he couldn't move anymore. He couldn't breathe. It must be Zond and his little tricks again, Kirk thought. The creators called it the second winnowing, and the probe found complete information about the event. Like the first, this disaster came from space, but not in the form of millions of tons of rock, stone, and meteoric iron, plunging the planet into pitch darkness and cold, causing earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, and ultimately covering the land and oceans with a blanket of ash and ice.
No, the second winnowing came in an abundance of massive, sharp-nosed metal bubbles, inhabited by primitive creatures. Their only response to the true speech was lethal rays that killed thousands of creators. And only the voices, the true voices, united in a single chorus, forced the aggressors to retreat. At the same time, these voices called to the probe for help, for only its energy could put an end to the alien engine of destruction once and for all. But the probe didn't respond. At that moment, several of its memory units had failed. It was licking the wounds it had sustained in a brief skirmish with similarly primitive creatures scurrying through the universe in their metallic bubbles. Without the probe's power, without its nearly limitless energy, the creators could only protect themselves and their planet with a single voice. But they were powerless to drive the aliens from their star system.
Hordes of space barbarians took advantage of this, turning their attention to the defenseless star. And the sun that had provided the creators with warmth went out. The aliens were sure that the planet had been dealt a fatal blow and appeared again. But the beings in the bubbles were mistaken. The death of the planet did not yet mean the death of its creators. With the same care with which they had once built the eternal probe, the creators destroyed the only moon and from its remains built a vast space fleet. Having won the battle with the ice that had already covered half the planet, they pumped all the ocean water and almost the entire atmosphere into the ships. Finally, the hour came when several tens of thousands of creators moved into the ships that were waiting for them and set off in different directions. They did not know when and where they would find a world suitable for life. They did not know where new dangers lay in wait for them.
Where? Probe asked persistently.
Where could the creators have migrated? Even now I can help them, and they can help me. Where are they?
The Crystal of Wisdom didn't answer this question. Perhaps that's for the best. If an answer existed, it would be known not only to the probe, but also to the aliens who plunged the planet into darkness. Returning again, they could extract the necessary information and pursue the fugitives. But how did the aliens learn about the Creator's planet? Perhaps they extracted this information from the probe's own memory, stunning it for a while? Still, the creators must be somewhere, and they, if they're still alive, need help. The probe wanted to know exactly where the creators had gone. Without them, not a single riddle or problem can be solved. After the 1,000th, perhaps 10,000th conversation with the Crystal of Wisdom, somewhere deep within the probe's mind, a decision was made to attempt contact with those primitive beings who were eager to speak the true language.
Extending its sensor, the probe began searching for them, and soon encountered yet another paradox. Returning to his native star system, circling above his home planet, he yearned to find, if not the creators, then at least some life forms. But he found nothing. And now, in the very receptacle of the Crystal of Wisdom, just a few meters away, the probe unexpectedly spotted 8 living beings, primitive creatures. Who were they? The ones who had turned the planet into an icy wasteland? Had they returned to exploit the crystal for their own ends? A moment later, the probe grabbed the insolent creatures in its arms, just as it had recently done with the metallic bubbles. While the creatures remained captive in its energy, It surveyed the entire system, not forgetting the surrounding space. But other than the bubbles it had dragged here, the probe spotted nothing suspicious.
So the creatures were only from these bubbles. Only a tiny fraction of the creatures landed on the planet's surface. The rest were in their shelters. The probe counted 5 from the large bubble and 3 from the smaller one. But how did these creatures get into the Crystal of Wisdom's vault? The probe, trying not to miss anything, once again reviewed all the information it had stored in its memory since its arrival in the vicinity of its system. However, it still could not understand how, or by what energy, the beings had found themselves in the Holy of Holies, the repository of the Crystal of Wisdom. Once upon a time, 2 creatures also appeared on the blue planet, and also in the most mysterious way. The probe looked closely at the primitive creatures and, seeing that they were dying, loosened its grip, but did not free the insolent creatures. Kirk suddenly regained consciousness. At the same time, the dark circles before his eyes disappeared.
With great difficulty, the captain turned around and saw that only McCoy had fallen onto the invisible icy floor. Spock, slowly, as if underwater, hurried to his comrade's aid. It seemed as if the ocean phantom had suddenly become reality and filled the cave to the brim. Kirk tried to speak, but only childish sobs came from his lips. Words stubbornly refused to take a proper form. He needed to contact the Enterprise. Kirk, slowly, overcoming the enormous weight, reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, where he had hidden the intercom just before landing on the planet. His gloved hand barely obeyed its owner. Suddenly, all the visions and images began to slide downward. Before Kirk could recover from his surprise, the glimmer of the ocean's surface appeared overhead again, stubbornly sliding downward. Or perhaps it was he, Kirk, and his companions, rapidly rising upward, as if in a turbolift. Somehow, the captain finally found the intercom and began to pull it out of his pocket.
Just then, the entire company reached the ocean's surface. The chaotic sounds suddenly died down, as if they couldn't escape the depths of the ocean. The sun, twice as bright as it appeared through the Enterprise's windows, was setting, but not yet flushed. Peaceful, calm waves washed over the captain's body without touching him. The present was himself, Spock, McCoy, Benar, and Diane, along with the 3 Romulans who had risen to the surface of the non-existent ocean some 30 meters away. From time to time, waves washed over McCoy, lying on his back, and Spock, kneeling over the doctor. White-winged birds frolicked overhead. One after another, enormous dolphin-like creatures leaped out of the water, then splashed back into it, sending up tall, glittering fountains of spray where they fell. Land was visible in the distance, a chain of towering mountains, their steep, wooded slopes cascading almost to the water. A city perched on one of the slopes. Its buildings, squares, neighborhoods, and narrow, winding streets were far from mirage-like, unlike the cliffs, the sea, and the giant dolphins. Finally, Kirk managed to pull the intercom out of his pocket. He sighed with relief. At least something real. Something that gave him hope. However, the captain still couldn't utter a word, not a single coherent sound. With great difficulty he managed to activate the intercom. On the opposite side of the first sun, a second one arose, no less bright than its predecessor, and began to climb toward the zenith. It grew brighter and brighter, until finally it split into a dozen smaller suns, scattering in all directions. From the spot where the second sun had risen, a terrible roar was heard, the rumblings of which seemed to resound across the entire ocean and echo off the chain of high cliffs above the water. "Captain!" Kirk heard Uhura's voice through the roar. In response, he only angrily squeezed the intercom, then turned it off and slowly put it in his pocket. The largest fragment of the second sun disappeared behind the nearest mountainous island. Suddenly,
A huge, unbearably bright mushroom sky, resembling an atomic explosion, shot skyward over the island. The mountain peaks swayed and began to slowly lean toward the water, crushing the forests and mysterious city spreading along the slopes. Soon other mushrooms appeared in various places, but not as large and bright. An asteroid, Kirk finally realized. We were shown how, 2 million years ago, an asteroid wiped out an ancient, mysterious civilization. "Captain," Uhura's anxious voice came again, this time from the inside pocket of her jacket. A moment later, the voice fell silent. Darkness fell. Enormous black columns of smoke and ash obscured the sun. The ocean, an intangible element, suddenly became seriously agitated. But after a minute or two, it calmed down, falling asleep forever beneath a thick shell of ice. Kirk felt as if the probe's invisible hand had grabbed him again, but this time the captain was caught in the Enterprise's powerful energy field. His vision darkened again, and his body became light and weightless. A moment later, consciousness vanished. When Kirk came to, he felt an incredible warmth and bliss after the bitter cold in the cave. The captain realized he was in the cozy transport bay of the Enterprise. All the previously unnoticed senses returned, ease of movement and free, unobstructed breathing. Turning around, the captain saw McCoy sprawled on the circular transport platform, with Spock kneeling over the doctor. McCoy lay with his eyes closed, inhaling greedily. "Take the doctor to the medical bay," Kirk ordered. Then the captain stepped off the platform and slowly began to unbutton his jacket. McCoy had already opened his eyes and, with Spock's help, tried to get to his feet. "I'm fine, Jim," the doctor muttered weakly. Diane and Audrey Bernard also appeared. They helped McCoy up and off the platform. "If Mr. Spock really managed to find the key to the voice, Zonda, then we must protect it like the apple of our eye," Audrey Bernard said, either joking or seriously. "Spock," McCoy said, his reddened eyes darting up at the Vulcan, "start working on the computer right now, before that probe does something even worse." Without waiting for Kirk's consent, Spock left McCoy in the care of the archaeologists. Audrey and Diane immediately grabbed the doctor's arms and led him to the exit. Before they could disappear through the doors, 2 lieutenants emerged from the elevator. "Spock," Kirk said, interrupting one of the lieutenants with a gesture. "Bones seems to be fine, and you really should get to that damn computer." "Of course, Captain." As soon as the Vulcan disappeared through the doors, Kirk turned to the young lieutenant on duty. "There are still 3 Romulans in the cave. They were a few dozen meters away from us. Get their coordinates from Lieutenant Parnell in the science bay." "Yes, sir." While the captain was talking to the security department and handler, the duty lieutenant found out all the necessary coordinates. "Try to get the Romulans out of there as quickly as possible," Kirk ordered the duty officer. "But first, have the security team come here. One of the Romulans is armed. Everything that happened in the cave might have made him a little nervous." The lieutenant nodded and concentrated on the control panel. "I found them, sir," the duty officer reported. "The Romulans are already on their way to us." Soon, the transport bay filled with characteristic sounds, and 3 transparent figures appeared on the platform.
At that moment, the doors opened, and 2 lieutenants from the security department entered. "You're fast," Kirk chuckled. "Uhura said that—" one of the lieutenants began, but was interrupted by the captain's light laughter. "She was right, as always," Kirk replied, quickly explaining about the Romulans and Tiam's phaser. The lieutenants immediately aimed their weapons at the platform. The noise grew louder, and the 3 figures rapidly assumed physical form. Kirk noticed that Tiam was now unable to use his weapon, let alone hold it. The ambassador appeared before the Enterprise's officers with his eyes closed. He swayed slowly from side to side, emitting muffled groans. A moment later, all 3 Romulans began gasping for air. At the captain's signal, the lieutenants sheathed their weapons and waited for their unexpected guests to come to their senses.
Finally, the centurion opened his eyes.
Ambassador Tiam, Kirk said calmly. Welcome aboard the Enterprise.
Chapter 22. Strange, unfamiliar sounds and images paralyzed Tiam's will, just as the monster's invisible energy had so recently. Closing his eyes, the centurion began a furious fight for life. Every breath, every movement was the greatest effort. Finally, relief came. Suddenly, Tiam felt himself being squeezed by the transporting energy. Of course, it was Hiran, or even Yenyu, realizing that something was wrong, who decided to rescue their ambassador from trouble. Soon, the energy released Tiam from its death grip. The centurion opened his eyes and, after a few seconds, realized he was in the Enterprise's transport bay, not the Gultaz's. The ambassador's expression darkened. He realized he'd lost. What he'd strived for and hoped for would never happen. He'd be as blind to the crystal's information as he was to his own ears. But the Enterprise will also leave empty-handed, Tiam thought with relief.
The humans were just as shocked by the sounds and images as we were. Indeed, Kirk's crew experienced the same emotions and endured the same trials as the Galtese expedition. In this, the centurion was right. Naturally, the Earthlings had no time for the crystal at that moment. Let them suffer with the monster's fake voice now, the ambassador gloated. Ambassador Thiam, he heard the Federation captain say, welcome aboard the Enterprise. The ambassador managed something resembling a smile. The other two Romulans merely nodded. Thank you, Captain Kirk, Thiam replied. The ambassador slowly glanced around the compartment, pausing to take in each of the people present. I believe we owe our presence here to the personnel of your transport compartment, who perform their duties far better than their colleagues from the Galtese. No, to the command staff, Kirk corrected with a smile.
Or more precisely, to Uhura, the senior communications officer.
Convey our gratitude to her, Captain. With pleasure, Ambassador. Would you like to be on the Galtese right now? My colleagues, yes, if it's not too much trouble. And I, if possible, would like to speak with you before my return, Captain.
Certainly. Thiam stepped off the circular transport platform, and Kirk gave brief instructions to the duty officer.
Inform Captain Hiran of what happened, the ambassador ordered his companions.
Then Thiam handed them a heavy jacket, with a phaser hidden in one of the pockets. The ambassador wisely decided not to rattle his weapon or even keep it.
Tell everyone I'll be arriving at Galtese soon. Have the entire transport crew gather the equipment we left in the cave.
Very good, the Romulan rejoiced. Her companion remained silent, carefully placing the ambassador's jacket on his arm.
Turning to Kirk, Thiam saw that he was listening intently to Handler, Ambassador Riley's aide-de-camp.
Captain, I'm sorry I'm late, Handler apologized. I was in the medical bay checking on Ambassador Riley's condition.
How is he feeling? Thiam asked.
I haven't come to my senses yet, Handler replied, but this is expected to happen very soon. Good to hear it, Mr. Handler, Kirk said happily. You'll have a lot to tell the ambassador when he wakes up, yes?
A great deal, sir, Handler agreed, breaking into a broad smile.
Kirk turned to Thiam. You said you'd like to speak with me, Ambassador. How can we be of service to you?
Thiam swallowed hard and began in the most formal manner. I would like to offer you my apologies, Captain, for not notifying you of our landing on the planet and our further intentions.
Is that so? Kirk said thoughtfully. Does this mean you wish to continue the interrupted negotiations? If so, we could discuss the matter right here with Mr.
Handler. Thiam barely restrained a cry of indignation. He thought the human was simply mocking him. I'm not even talking about any negotiations. I only want to assure you that we will continue to cooperate with you in attempts to decipher the object's messages.
So you don't know what Adjutant Kital did during your absence?
Thiam's insides went cold. Yenyu, what did that scoundrel do?
About what? While we were preparing to transfer to the planet, Kirk began, Kital, acting on your behalf, ordered all Romulans aboard the Enterprise to return to the Galtis. We decided that our cooperation in deciphering the object's voice was over. Tiam did not understand Captain Kirk's sarcasm. I truly knew nothing about this. I can only repeat my apologies and assure you that we will certainly share with you any information that becomes available.
Glad to hear it, Ambassador. I'll deal with my adjutant later. Right now, I'd like to speak with the remaining Romulans,
if you'll allow me.
Please, Ambassador, but keep in mind that they're not eager to return to the Galtids, at least not until the mystery of the probe is solved. The fact is, Mr. Spock has found the key to...
What for? Tiam couldn't help but ask. He looked as if Kirk's words physically hurt him. When did he have time? Didn't the same thing happen to him as to us? Kirk smiled mysteriously and shrugged. He didn't explain in detail what exactly he'd picked up the key to, but it happened right in the cave, at the time you were caught in a whirlwind of madness. That's when Spock got his hands on the clue. I think we'll see what it takes us very soon. Tiam looked visibly uneasy. Maybe this Federate was just making fun of him? What could this Vulcan have learned in that ice cave? Wasn't he caught up in the general madness? And what if this Spock actually succeeded? I'm glad to hear it. The knowledge that can be gained from the subject
is invaluable, Tiam muttered through clenched teeth and quickly stepped onto the transport platform.
I must speak with my adjutant, and I will send you everyone Keitel ordered to return. Thank you for your leniency in my impulsive actions and my adjutant's mistakes. The last thing Tiam saw while standing on the platform were the indifferent faces of the Earthlings. I thought, Mr. Handler, Kirk said as the Romulan's figure dissolved, that Ambassador Tiam was apologizing through his teeth. Yes, sir. His apology caused him terrible agony, Handler replied, and then, without paying attention to subordination, asked, Is it true, sir, that Mr. Spock can make contact with the probe? We'll go to the bridge now and see everything with our own eyes, Kirk laughed, and headed for the exit. He found the key to the records, only to the records. That makes a big difference. Yes, sir. You said you saw Kevin, the captain reminded him with concern. Yes, sir.
And no signs that he woke up?
They say that I know what they say, Mr. Handler. I want to know what you think. I'm not a doctor, sir. I know about that. But you are his friend. Yes, sir. I wish I could live up to that title. Then tell me what you think about Kevin's condition, as his friend. The conversation between Kirk and Handler took place in the turbolift that was carrying them to the bridge. I'm concerned, sir. The doctors expected him to wake up 3 days ago, but when that probe showed its temper again and he couldn't breathe... Handler fell silent and shook his head. Dr. McCoy said there won't be any side effects from the object, but I'm very, very worried. I think Mr. Zulu and Uhura are equally worried. Just like me, Mr. Handler. Kirk placed a confidential hand on the young man's shoulder. Just like all of us. The elevator carried the passengers straight to the bridge. The entire screen was still filled with the nameless planet with its remarkable ring. Seeing the new arrivals, Flight Engineer Scott gave a shout of greeting and rose from his seat. Glad to have you back, sir. Mr. Spock already told me that you had a very interesting time there. It depends on how you look at it, Mr. Scott. It would be a stretch to call this walk interesting. Kirk walked over to the nearest intercom, pressed a few buttons, and called up the medical bay. How is Dr. McCoy? Quite satisfactory, came the nurse's voice. If that's what you could say about a patient who's being forced to rest against his will. So everything's fine, Kirk determined. Any changes with Ambassador Riley? None, Captain. although you could ask Diane about that. He and Audrey Bernard brought Dr. McCoy, and the Romulans stayed here. Not now, thank you. Kirk approached Spock, who was sitting at his desk, doing absolutely nothing. Yandra was nearby, reviewing the latest information on the monitor. Well, Mr. Spock, may I congratulate you? Asked the captain. Nothing yet. I've entered all my thoughts into the computer. Now all we can do is wait. How long? I can't say, Captain. Spock, all hope lies with you. While the computer processes the information, could you elaborate on your thoughts? How did you draw your conclusions from what Dr. Bernard and I said? Of course, Captain. You assume the images were sound holograms, which were perfectly amenable to scanning by Audrey Bernard's device. So they were a mere trifle to the echolocators of the dolphin-like creatures whose images we saw. This made me recall everything I had once learned while communicating telepathically with George and Gracie. And I must say, these memories proved fruitful. Memories? Kirk was astonished. And this was at a time when we were almost losing our minds. Yes, Captain. But haven't you considered the matter? My conclusions are no more remarkable than your logical reasoning about the connection between sound holograms and dolphins. What logical reasoning is there? Just a guess, an epiphany. Whatever words you choose, we must give credit to your intelligence and insight. Think of it as you wish, Spock, Kirk sighed. But I think you wanted to say something about... I wanted to say, Captain, that literature often describes dolphins' ability to use clicks for echolocation and whistles to communicate with their fellow dolphins. Scientific papers claim it's like a human speaking two languages or engaging in two simultaneous conversations. What do you mean by that, Spock? Kirk asked. That the probe was speaking on two frequencies simultaneously. If my hypothesis is correct, Captain, then the probe could be speaking on many frequencies simultaneously. Or perhaps it was speaking the same thing on many frequencies.
It's impossible to determine for now.
Kirk began to understand something. Are you claiming that each of the several dozen patterns is a separate language? And that the probe was trying to say the same thing in all of them? That is possible, Captain, Spock agreed. Just as the probe was speaking different things. I instructed the computer to isolate the patterns on each frequency and examine them as separate languages. Kirk glanced at the endless stream of numbers scrolling across the display. And he still thinks? Obviously, Captain. Is it possible to hurry him up before... Captain, the helmsman's voice rang out. The Galtas has engaged its engines. Keep up with them, Mr. Zulu. Where are they heading? To a higher orbit, Captain. Obviously to the orbit of the Zond. Uhura. I'm trying to contact Galtas, but so far without success. Go on, Uhura. Yes. The Romulans are rising into orbit around the probe, Captain, Zulu reported. On the screen, the image of the harsh planet gave way to a fragment of its ring and a bright point, Galtes, behind which floated the massive and large body of the probe, even at such a distance. Before one paradox could be resolved, another one took its place. Slightly loosening the leash on which the probe held the creatures who had dared to invade the Crystal of Wisdom's vault, he saw how they were immediately captured by the image of the apocalypse of the first winnowing, and experienced almost the same feelings as the creators. Without waiting for other recreated images, for example, scenes from the time of triumph, when the ancestors of the creators, using the power of the word, cleared the planet of dirt and ash, those 8 beings were captured by some energy and moved into their metal bubbles. It was them. The probe hadn't been mistaken. Just now they were in the vault, trying to communicate with the crystal, and now, in just 10 seconds, their microscopic particles had been transported thousands of kilometers. Like those two on the blue planet, who could also travel vast distances by breaking down into molecules and atoms. This means these beings had reached such a level of development that they could conceal, relocate, and move themselves in any direction. This means they could very well have been somehow connected to the scoundrels who extinguished the sun and drove the creators from their home planet hundreds of thousands of years ago. The probe decided not to do anything for now, just wait and observe. If these creatures do end up connected to those scoundrels, or even their descendants, nothing will help them. Not even the ability to imitate the true language. Chapter 23. Opening his eyes, Thiam found himself surrounded by the familiar interior of the Galtis' transport bay.
Besides a few officers, only Yenyu was there to greet the ambassador. Dressed in a stern captain's uniform festooned with medals, he looked nothing like his former adjutant. Ferric stood to the side, surrounded by officers unfamiliar to Thiam. "What thoughts did my ambassador so secretly exchange with the Federate captain?" Yenyu asked sarcastically instead of greeting. "Why secretly? Not at all." "Then why did you send your colleagues away to the Galtis just before your meeting with the captain?" "Save my time, Thiam. What were you talking about?" The ambassador was clearly nervous. "I was told you'd recalled all the Romulans from the Vulcans group, and I promised to bring them back, every single one." Kirk didn't object. "They won't come back, and neither will you." "But the Vulcan, they say he's uncovered the secret of the monster's emissions." "If that's true, then we can complete the task the dying Praetor set for us. If, of course, you'll allow us to return to the Enterprise."
Yenyu had already headed for the exit, but Thiam's last words made the former adjutant turn around.
"In what way?"
"With the help of the fake patterns we slipped the feds. Even if they were mixed in with the real ones, they'd still give them a fake key. But if I join the feds in this effort and manage to find the real key, we'll be so successful that—" "And do you guarantee that the feds won't see through your ruse and fall for it? Will you be able to outwit them?" "I can't guarantee it, but—" "I'm not interested in your buts. Answer me. Can you give me guarantees?" "No, of course not, but—" "Enough!" Yenyu snapped and headed for the exit. First Officer Ferric followed him. "Place Ambassador Thiam in Hiran's cabin." The Centurion was surrounded by two officers and was soon escorted to the captain's cabin.
In the semi-darkness of the cabin, Thiam saw Hiran sitting at his table. The captured captain of the Galtits looked at the ambassador in amazement. A metallic clang was heard. The cabin doors were slammed shut with an additional lock. "Have you come to interrogate me?" asked Hiran, "or to share my fate as a prisoner?" "What happened, Hiran?" "So, he is a cellmate after all." "Think of it however you like. Just tell me what happened here." "And I thought that for a seer like you, nothing is secret. It seems I was wrong about you. We're just pawns in your adjutant's game," Hiran laughed bitterly. "But how much longer does he have to play? Tell me, Ambassador, were you aware of your adjutant's plans?" "I thought I knew," Thiam said, his voice hurt, shaking his head. "But it turns out he was obsessed with the late Praetor's idea of putting a noose around the monster and subordinating it to the Empire's interests. He prevented me from returning to the Enterprise." "So you had no idea?" "Keitel decided to attack the monster, and the Galtis are now in full swing preparing to carry out his crazy idea." "Attack the target? That's insane. Has he forgotten what that monster did to the Henzu and Vlarivi?" "Keitel thinks such trifles are worth paying no attention to," said Hiran, recalling the tale of the border guard ships that collided with the probe. "He insists that if the Galtis gets as close to the object as possible and hits its vulnerable points, which Keitel supposedly discovered, will be a complete success. He's completely lost his mind. For some reason, he thinks that if the object survives, it'll fall not only to the Galtis, but also to the Enterprise. All he cares about is, officers and crew of the Galtis, patriots of the Empire,
Yenyu's loud voice suddenly came over the speakers. First Officer Ferric listened with dread to Captain Yenyu's address to the officers and crew. With each new word coming from the loudspeakers, it became increasingly clear that not only was the Galtich being abandoned to certain death, but that it was also being used to forever divide the peoples of the Empire and the Federation. The air was thick with the scent of a threat to the very existence of the Empire. This madman called for an attack on the monster that had dragged the Galtich into an uncharted corner of the galaxy. "Of course," Yenyu said, "we have little chance of disabling the facility, but we can't sit back and wait for the Enterprise to turn its full armament on the lightly armed Galtich. Yes, our attack could very well fail, but then the monster will turn not only our ship into smoke, but the Federation ship as well. In any case, we won't allow those hated Earthlings to take control of the facility's energy." Ferric couldn't believe his ears.
Insanity. That's the typical diagnosis for people like Yenyu and Tiam, who still believe humans are to blame for the tragedy on Vlarivi. Yet there's no sign the object is under anyone's control. Hiran had once mentioned that the Empire, during the monster's first encounter, had tried for months to establish contact with it, but to no avail. The object remained inaccessible. So far, neither the Empire nor the Federation had been able to find a way to access it. Ferric understood that the object's actions weren't spontaneous, as the Praetor had assumed, but rather obeyed some sort of logic. Any obstacles in its path, be they Romulan or Federation ships, seemed to the monster like annoying bugs that it could squash with a single blow. Attacking the monster now would mean risking a second attack by the Romulan ship, turning the Empire into a true enemy. Then, it would be as determined as an enraged bee by an unwary honey lover. Finally, Yenyu's speech, which lasted a good 10 minutes, came to an end. "I considered it my duty to inform you of the situation," the former adjutant concluded with pathos. "And now everyone, except those on duty on the bridge, may begin their duties." "Prepare to die," Ferric translated the last words. "I wonder how many others think the same way I do. But even if there were, what could they do? Now, as never before, Yenyu wielded unlimited power." Finally, silence reigned in Hiran's cabin. The instruments, still on the captain's station, showed that the Galtis had begun to move. "Madman," Thiam groaned. "Of course," Hiran agreed, "as are all those who are now with Kital on the bridge. And I thought your policy of war instead of negotiations would lead you into their camp. And now they suddenly seem mad to you. Note one thing, Hiran. War, but not useless suicide. By the way, Kital knows it's suicide, but he doesn't think it's all that pointless." Suddenly, Thiam looked pleadingly at Hiran. "Do something. After all, you are the captain of the Galtits." "That wouldn't have occurred to you a few hours ago, Ambassador," Hiran chuckled. "Where were you before? Your adjutant, for your information, accused me of conspiring against the Empire and announced to the entire crew that I'd conspired with a Federation captain. I don't know how many believed Kital, but no one lifted a finger when he and his 6 henchmen pounced on me and placed me under house arrest. I think most of the crew, especially the lower and middle ranks, still sympathize with me, but what about the civilians? Scientists, musicians, do they really want to die too? I don't think so, but they're under arrest too. They were all shoved into your apartment, and now they're as helpless as we are." Suddenly the lock clanged. The doors opened, and a grim-faced Ferric stood before the prisoners. "Ferric? What?" "Captain," the first officer said dryly. Without finishing, he crossed the threshold of the cabin. Hiran felt a pang of guilt, seeing a gentle smile on Ferric's face for the first time. Chapter 24. The entire main screen of the Enterprise was taken up by the blackness of the enormous probe. Against this background, Galtez was crawling like a small, bright bug.
What are the Romulans planning? Kirk asked himself, not for the first time. They still aren't responding to our inquiries, Captain, Uhura reported. It looks like the Romulans are heading for that protrusion on the object, Zulu suggested cautiously. The one we believe is the probe's transceiver. Maybe the Romulans think they can whisper something nasty about us in his ear. Kirk shook his head.
I don't like this at all.
McCoy, who had escaped from the medical bay and was now restless, exclaimed, "No matter how much I look at these Romulans, I still can't understand what they even want."
"Galtel's in touch, Captain." "Put it on the screen, Uhura." On the screen, the probe and Galtez gave way to an image of the Romulan ship's command module. The image wasn't very clear, but the humans could make out the thin figure of Hiran standing at the far end of the bridge near the science terminal. With a swift movement, Hiran dragged the guard into the cabin and, stunning him with a powerful blow to the face, took away his phaser. A few seconds later, having locked the doors, the fugitives, along with Ferric, were already at the nearest turbolift. But then it turned out that the elevator was disconnected from the power supply. "This Yenyu Kital seems to have foreseen everything," Hiran remarked irritably.
"So, we're still not going to make it to the bridge?"
Tiam suddenly turned pale.
"We need to think of something." "The emergency ladder," Hiran realized. "But he's probably blocked all access to the bridge. So, we won't be able to stop the madman." "Not until we disable power to all the ship's weapons, or at least the command module. However, I doubt Yenyu didn't factor that risk into his plans." "With your consent, Captain," Ferric interjected, clutching his own phaser tightly, "I'll still attempt to shut down the ship's power supply. After all, I know the Galtis better than anyone." Hiran glanced up towards the bridge. "Fine." The ambassador remained pale. The stress of the last few hours had drained away any trace of his former self-assurance from his voice. "But there is another possibility," Tiam whispered. "And you've remained silent until now?" Hiran protested loudly. "What opportunity? Speak up." "In my bedroom, there's a subspace transmitter there. We could contact the committee and then—" "Halfway across the galaxy? Don't be silly, Tian." "Then we're lost," the ambassador whined, blinking frequently. "No way," Hiran persisted. "Ferric, try cutting off the ship's phasers or the bridge's power supply." "Yes, Captain." Without further ado, Ferric walked away towards the emergency staircase. "Let's go, Tiam." Taking the ambassador by the hand, Hiran led him after Ferric to the stairs. "Show me this transmitter." Kirk asked to make the image on the screen clearer, but it was not successful. "Captain Hiran," Kirk shouted into the microphone. The Romulan slowly turned his head and said in a distorted, unnatural voice, "Captain Kirk, it is with great reluctance that I must ask you for your help." Kirk looked questioningly at Spock and asked Uhura to turn down the sound signal. "The signal is weakened, Captain," Uhura reported. "What does this mean, Spock?"
"There is no indication that there has been any failure in the Galtis' life support systems, Captain."
Kirk turned back to the screen. "Of course, Captain Hiran. How can we help you?" "After what happened in the cave with Tiam and the others, we decided to investigate the object's crystalline protrusion in more detail," the Romulan replied. "We got very close to it, but suddenly lost the ability to maneuver." "Is this similar to what happened when the object pulled us to this planet, when we tried to escape its grip?" "No, Captain Kirk. The engines simply won't obey us." "I understand. But what do you want from us?" "If you could get closer and catch us with your energy field, maybe then it would be possible." "But then the object will put us on a chain too." "Don't be afraid. He won't let you get closer than 10 kilometers. Up to that distance, you'll be completely safe." "Tell me, Captain Hiran, is the probe distorting the signal coming to us from your ship?"
"Your image is very blurry.
and your voice is altered beyond recognition." The Romulan, not prepared for this turn of events, fell silent for a moment. "Your image is also blurry," he finally answered. "It's probably the field's influence that's preventing us from maneuvering." "Maybe." Kirk looked at the helmsman. "Try to slowly move toward the Galtis. As soon as you see the slightest drop in engine power, stop the ship immediately." "Yes, sir." The sound signal suddenly disappeared. "Captain," Uhura said, "Galtis is attempting to contact us on a subspace frequency without a visual image." "Stand down, Mr. Zulu. Stop the maneuvering engines completely. Uhura, try to determine where the distortions are coming from." Suddenly, a powerful voice was heard from the Galtis, received on a subspace frequency. "This is Captain Hiran speaking. I must warn you that—" "But Captain Hiran just spoke to us from the bridge. Did you examine it? It can't be."
"That was Yenyu, the one you know as Skital, speaking to you. He probably used a computer to imitate my voice. I used to use that trick myself. A computer can fake any voice, sometimes making it difficult to detect. Add to that the blurry image." "Which one of you is the real Hiran, damn it?" Kirk interrupted angrily. "What are you trying to warn us about?" "The adjutant's real name is Yenyu. He's the former captain of the Shalyar. Yenyu has captured the Galtis. He wants to attack the object, or more precisely, attack the opening in its body from which the massive crystal protrudes with all available weapons. Yenyu hopes that the enraged monster will vaporize both the Galtis and the Enterprise, as it did with the Henzu and another freighter." A murmur of surprise erupted on the Enterprise's bridge. Out of the corner of his eye, Kirk noticed Yandra hurrying toward the turbolift for some reason. "So that's why he wanted us to get closer to the probe," Kirk snapped angrily. "But if you don't stop him yourself, what do you expect from us?" "Attack the Galtis, Kirk. If you can't disable just the Galtis as weapons, then destroy the entire ship. We can't stop this madman." "But why did Yenyu start all this?" "He's convinced you'll soon take control of the facility. Tiam, unfortunately, informed the scoundrel that Mr. Spock is about to succeed in his quest. Now the rebel fears that, at your command, the facility will destroy the entire Empire. I, for my part, fear that if we attack, the facility will mistake the Empire for its enemy. After all, it's already been attacked by a Romulan patrol ship." "Do you think the object knows what the Romulan Empire is and can distinguish your ship from a Federation ship?" "This monster will pose many more riddles for us, Captain Kirk. I can say with certainty that if you allow this scoundrel to attack the facility, we will all turn into white clouds. If you knock the weapon out of Yenyu's hands, there's a chance that at least one of us will survive." "Captain Hiran is right," another voice rang out. "Who is this?" Kirk frowned. "This is Ambassador Tiam. He agrees with our decision but would like to transfer to the Enterprise before your attack." "Of course," Kirk didn't object. "We'll take some of you on board." "Captain," Spock shouted, "all phasers on the Galtis are fully charged and set to maximum firepower. All transport bay personnel, transfer aboard the ship." "Galtis has deployed an energy shield," Zulu interrupted the captain. That's it, Kirk thought. There's no way to save anyone. The transport bay is useless now. God forgive your children. Just think, an Earth ship attacks the Romulans first. This is war. "Zulu, target phasers only. Transport bay ready to pick up any survivors," Kirk ordered. "Captain," Spock's voice came again. The computer has begun translating the probe's language. Found the time, Kirk thought to himself, but said out loud. So talk to him. Ask him to leave here, damn it. Spock's fingers danced over the buttons. "You are in danger," the Vulcan said, enunciating each word clearly. "Leave this area immediately." After a brief lull,
A low, drawn-out howl erupted from all the loudspeakers. The captain felt the infrasound, imperceptible to the ear, all over his body. Everything around him began to vibrate. Even the floor vibrated. However, the audible and tangible sounds did not seem ominous or alarming at all. It was soon reported that Zond had no intention of moving, and Galtitz was continuing to prepare for combat operations. The door to Riley's room swung open, and Diane saw his sister. Tears were streaming from Yandra's eyes. Stepping through the door, she fell onto her brother's chest and wrapped her arms around his neck. "What happened?" Diane asked anxiously.
"Diane," Yandra's voice trembled. The Romulan's insides went cold.
"Kirk is taking us back to Galtis." A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Some madman on the Galtis wants to attack the facility, not realizing that he will grind us all into dust. To his own surprise, Diane even felt a certain relief. It would have been worse if the Federation had handed him and his sister over to Tiam for slaughter. Then Diane would have lost faith in everything and decided the Federation was no better than the Empire. "It won't come to that," he began to reassure his sister. "I'm not afraid," Yandra replied, still crying. "I knew that when our time came we had to be ready. It's just, when our parents were forced to voluntarily ascend the scaffold, we weren't even allowed to say goodbye. Now no one will stop us from saying goodbye to each other." Diane wanted to say something, but changed his mind. Silently, he took his sister's hands in his and pressed them against her cold palms.
Never before had Diane and Yandra felt so warm and comfortable together. Little did they know that their words and feelings were hastening Kevin Thomas Riley's recovery.
The probe encountered another surprise. The beings who had imitated the true language were attempting to speak it again. The energy they emitted was similar to what they had attempted to use previously. Their cumbersome language still aroused concern and some suspicion, but it was noticeably different from the languages of other beings, if only in that it claimed to be true. For the first time, Probe heard a warning addressed to him. This was something new. Moreover, the beings were using the most primitive, crudest, and most limited part of the language. This was how the creators spoke before they mastered the true speech. This language could convey only the most basic information, and it differed little from the languages accepted by other beings, languages Probe had heard for hundreds of thousands of years.
If the well-wishers could truly speak the true language, they would be able to say much more. Where the danger comes from, what exactly it threatens, how it can be avoided, the causes of this danger, how long it will last. All things that can only be expressed in the pure and flawless true language. Perhaps these beings simply are not given the ability to master the language fully, and no one else is. For 20 milliseconds, Zond speculated and hypothesized, but due to a lack of background information and experience in similar situations, he took no action. Even if the creatures wielded deadly rays, Zond thought, he had reliable protection. Let those metallic bubbles just try to pinch him. In a matter of milliseconds, he would turn them into a cluster of atoms. And Zond declared loudly that he saw no danger. Kirk approached Spock and glanced curiously at the computer display, which displayed the translation of the probe's response. The same translation was also broadcast in audio form.
"No, he doesn't understand," Kirk exclaimed angrily, picking up the microphone and addressing the subject himself. "Go away. You are being attacked. We don't want you to get hurt, but we can't help you. If you decide to stop them yourself, warn us. There's still time." The answer was silence. Finally, the computer, unable to translate the words, emitted another series of low, audible, and inaudible sounds. "Galtitz is ready for combat," Zulu reported. "They could start any minute." "There's no danger,"
Kirk chuckled bitterly. The probe was captivating, its fearlessness and calm. Why was there no danger? Was this object really so invulnerable? Were phaser beams and photon torpedoes really no more than pinpricks to an elephant? No, I can't wait for the probe to get as angry as a wounded bear, Kirk ordered. Fire, Mr. Zulu. Warn us. There's still time. The probe understood this message correctly. For the first time in 500,000 years, the words of some primitive creatures evoked definite feelings in it. How gladly the probe would have been to convey these words to its creators. But, alas, they are not here. There is only he, the eternal wanderer, alone with the looming danger. There are also beings who speak a crude and primitive language, just as the creators once did, and who want to warn him of the disaster. Beings who have proven themselves to be concerned about his fate. Excited and agitated, the probe seized the bubbles and their inhabitants in its clutches. For the first time in 500,000 years, this wanderer lost its equilibrium. Everything, absolutely everything, stopped at the Enterprise and the Galtids. Zulu's hand froze just centimeters from the trigger. Yenyu's order to launch all photon torpedoes and fire all phasers stuck in his throat.
In the medical bay, in Riley's room, the brother and sister were frozen in an embrace, while Riley himself, still 4 years old, fell asleep peacefully in his mother's arms. Slowly, very carefully, Zond moved both bubbles so far away that no lethal rays, if the creatures had any, could cause him any harm. Zond then released the bubbles from his grasp. "We'll talk later," he announced into the black abyss. On the Enterprise screen, the probe was seen slowly moving away, gradually turning into a dark spot against the backdrop of countless stars. Galtis, as if tied to the Earthling ship by an invisible thread, remained in the same place. As suddenly as the general paralysis had set in, ease of movement returned. Zulu jerked his hand away from the weapons controls. The Galtis' phasers burned through space with their beams, harmlessly. The photon torpedoes that followed, not having traveled 100 kilometers, flared with a bright light and evaporated. In the medical bay, Diane and Yandra finally released each other from their heated embrace, rightly deciding the worst was over. And Kevin Riley, opening his eyes for the first time, forgot the 4-year-old boy he had been for the last terrifying days. The probe spoke on the frequency to which the Enterprise's computer was tuned. "We'll talk later," the computer translated. And the conversation, long-suffering, took place and lasted several hours. With each passing minute, the computer delved deeper into the intricacies of the true language. It wasn't just the computer that was learning. The soul of this cosmic wanderer was unexpectedly revealed to Earthlings. The conversation with the probe was immediately broadcast to Galtids, where even the most stubborn and distrustful Romulans realized that there are things more important than war.
Chapter 25. From Captain Kirk's diary. Sidereal time 8401.2. Having lowered us near the Temarius system, the probe disappeared into the black abyss with no less speed. It's no surprise that the conference on Temarius was never followed up. All parties involved are now awaiting orders to leave the neutral zone until further notice. Many are surprised that the reformist provisional government is still in power, even though the ground beneath its feet has become shaky. It's reported that the government has seized on the accusation of sabotage that Hiran leveled against Ambassador Thiam and Captain Yenyu. The latter, like their masters, are not staying in debt, pouring buckets of dirt on poor Hiran, allegedly caught in seditious ties with the enemy, meaning me. It should be said that Hiran finally took control of the situation on the ship and placed the rebel Yenyu in the ship's guardhouse. As for the Zonda, we've learned a lot about it over the past 3 days. It seems to me that the object itself wouldn't mind gleaning some information about us, primitive beings. Incidentally, Spock was the only one to penetrate the probe's guts, as McCoy figuratively put it. It seems the persistent Vulcan has lifted the veil of secrecy surrounding the object. Spock understands how the probe managed to tether, frankly speaking, such heavy spaceships at monstrous speeds across the universe. Using a computer, the Vulcan determined the probe's intelligence. It turned out that the Wanderer was no less intelligent than its creators. Enthusiastic about this work, Mr. Spock also developed a rigorous definition of intelligence itself. According to this definition, Earthlings can undoubtedly be considered an intellectually advanced race, a view with which Probe also agreed. It's worth noting that the Vulcan found common ground with the object, as evidenced by their pleasant conversations over the course of 3 days. Spock concluded that if the probe was a computer, it was a computer unlike any other. A computer capable of learning and adapting its goals according to circumstances. Therefore, if the probe's primary goal had previously been to find intelligent beings similar to its creators, now it was determined to find its creators themselves, wherever they might have gone. The only thing Mr. Spock failed to do was to restore the fragment of the probe's memory that it lost during its encounter with the super-aggressive primitive creatures. According to the object itself, these were the same aliens who staged the second winnowing on its home planet. Dr. McCoy is confident that the space hooligans have eclipsed the infamous Klingons. We hope that, having disappeared somewhere for several 100,000 years, they will never appear again. Dr. Bernard, however, believes our expectations are overly optimistic. She believes the bandits never disappeared, and are responsible for the destruction of the Arisian civilization, whose ancestors likely experienced the catastrophe of the first winnowing. Audrey Bernard is ready to provide irrefutable evidence to support her hypothesis. "Are you still pursuing your strange ideas, Spock?" McCoy asked with his usual sarcasm. All the scientists and senior officers gathered in the press room, awaiting Starfleet's official announcement, effectively concluding the conference. McCoy, who had been sitting by Ambassador Riley's bedside for days and hadn't been seen in public for some time, was now extremely combative. "All of Audrey Bernard's hypotheses are based on obvious and proven facts, Doctor," Spock noted, not for the first time. "Let's be frank, Dr. Bernard," McCoy persisted. "You said you'd seen this Arisian city before the asteroid blew it to smithereens." "I didn't say it was Arisian," the archaeologist replied, probably for the 100th time. "It was similar to Arisian cities. The layout was like that of the Arisians, only a little simpler. Obviously, the architects were less skilled. If we had not been forbidden to return to the planet, I would have carried out the necessary research and perhaps proven the connection between the layout of the Arisian cities and the city I saw on Zonda's home planet. True, I wouldn't want to experience that nightmare again. How can I explain it to you? The similarities and differences in city layouts are the same as those between people of the same or different races. After all, you can easily distinguish a Klingon from an Earthling. And looking at two Earthlings, even completely different ones, you'd immediately guess they were born on the same planet. And the crystals? Don't forget them. Mr. Spock, for example, is certain that the crystal we found in the Arisian Exodus halls is very similar to the crystal from the planet Zonda. I still can't understand something. Let's say the Arisians left 2 million years ago. Then how did the space pirates find them so much later, after such a vast amount of time had passed? And then, after such cataclysms as the asteroid impact and the volcanic eruptions, none of the Arisians could have survived. Isn't that right? Who then built the new halls? Don't argue with her bones, Kirk advised amiably. You'll never win an argument with Dr. Bernard. She'll be able to prove her point. But McCoy couldn't stop anymore. So the space pirates found new Arisian habitats. By the time they attacked Temarius, when was that? 100,000 years ago? Do you think the Arisians never realized they couldn't leave information about their upcoming resettlement locations? Why not assume that the Arisians were unaware of the persecution, Bernard retorted calmly. But I suspect they did. And that explains a lot. For example, why the populations of all the Arisian planets were evacuated simultaneously. After all, such an evacuation of so many people requires lengthy and meticulous preparation. It also explains why the Arisians left behind no portraits, drawings, or other depictions of themselves. Wasn't that a precaution?
They didn't leave any portraits, McCoy repeated, shaking his head. They left coordinates of their intended resettlement sites. Where's the common sense in that? But the information from the Exodus chambers doesn't contain a single reliable address. Notice that the coordinates listed are mostly for unstable, variable stars with unpredictable behavior. Many of them subsequently became novae, and some even supernovae. And this surprises you? After what the space robbers did to Zon's home sun? This star hasn't gone nova or even variable, Dr. McCoy. Its luminosity has decreased, not increased. Does that explain anything? Only that the coordinates indicated in the holes led to nowhere, being a false trail for pursuers, most likely a trap.
So the Arisians could turn an ordinary star into a nova, or even a supernova. And this was when they couldn't find the strength to prevent an asteroid from falling on their home planet. The Arisians lived in peace and tranquility for many thousands of years, long enough for science and technology to reach unprecedented heights. But of course, the Arisians had nothing to do with it. New stars flare up on their own, that's their nature. But bandits who decided to mess with such a star...
Bones, don't say I didn't warn you, Kirk interjected again. I already raised the same objections with Dr. Bernard and was defeated. Believe me, the captain added, turning serious. There's not a single plausible scenario or proof that someone is turning on novas and supernovas like flashlights. Captain Kirk, Lieutenant Kitty's voice came from the command deck. This is Galtes. Display it on the screen.
Soon, Captain Hiran's smiling face appeared on the screen installed in the press center.
How can we be of service to you, Captain Hiran? I remembered that you and I never finished our tour of the Enterprise. Kirk led his guest back to the botanical garden. Now that all the archaeologists and musicians were aboard the ship and free from their rehearsals and excavations, it seemed as if half of them were wandering the garden's smooth paths. It was still far from lunchtime. If you decide to walk on the grass again, Kirk laughed, I'm afraid we'll get a good beating from the ship's gardener. You still remember? Hiran asked in surprise. Believe me, walks with the captain of a Romulan ship don't happen here very often, Kirk continued to laugh. How could anyone forget that? Indeed, Hiran glanced around apprehensively, but I suspect some people will still forget about our work together. Especially if this is just a prelude to something more important, Kirk said mysteriously and quietly. Hiran stopped at a small waterfall and looked thoughtfully at the bubbling stream running over round stones into a pond on the opposite side of the garden. Do you think I want to stay in your garden for more than a few minutes? I'll be honest. That was the thought that crossed my mind, Hiran, Kirk admitted. Thiam would have welcomed my betrayal, I'm sure. On the other hand, I doubt he wouldn't have made a huge fuss about it. If you'd seen the look in his eyes, Captain, when I asked him to organize this excursion. Of course, then Thiam and Yenyu would have returned to the Citadel with their version of events surrounding the conference, and no one would have been able to stop them. Without a doubt, Hiran agreed. That's why I can't stay here, no matter how much I want to. Are there any other reasons?
I think you know, Captain, that we haven't achieved any success here. But there won't be the big war that Yenyu and his ilk so desire.
Perhaps victory will come to us another time. There won't be a war? Are you sure? So you think all is not lost? If I hadn't hoped for this, I would have been with Dayan and his sister a long time ago. Then all that remains for me to do is wish you good luck
and express the hope that this is not our last meeting. Thank you, Captain, but I doubt we'll ever have another chance to talk. Your Admiral Cartwright will soon be replaced. The Romulan fell silent. For a few seconds he studied the small, colorful fish frolicking in the clear pond, then continued. And this replacement will require a new and reliable source of information. Hiran's hint sent a chill through the Enterprise captain's chest. So you know everything? Flashed through his mind, and a moment later, Kirk finally realized he was dealing with Admiral Cartwright's informant.
The Federate captain smiled sincerely and said,
Or maybe it won't require it. Looking meaningfully into each other's eyes, the two captains headed towards the turbo lift. Epilogue. The long, labyrinth-like corridors, endless dressing rooms, and dimly lit back rooms of a Lincoln Philharmonic Center no longer seemed mysterious or awe-inspiring to a theater-goer like Uhura. On the contrary, despite her love for the theater and her interest in theatrical life, her heart belonged to the Enterprise, where, as it seemed to her, the most exciting scenes unfolded, and where every detail, be it the dress uniforms of a senior officers or the ceremonial regalia of Ambassador Riley, aroused her admiration and pride. Uhura, Kirk said, narrowly avoiding a collision with a young man striding down the narrow corridor, are you still sure this is a good idea? Not exactly, Captain, Uhura replied,
but a promise is a promise.
After all, Zulu remarked, frowning, you didn't promise to shake this Penalt's hand after every concert. I'd love to squeeze that upstart's head in a vice, Uhura said angrily. Yes, this Penalty is really too self-confident a fellow. Like all his behavior on stage, Uhura continued, and like his entire advertising campaign, Zulu added. I see you're very proud of your Starfleet affiliation, Riley remarked, and you completely deny civilians their creative work. How are you feeling, Kevin? Kirk felt a strong sense of responsibility for everyone. You know, Riley looked unusually serious, I just typed something into the computer. And what do you think? Imitation was the mildest word Penalt used, although he still didn't have the heart to say plagiarism. Are you kidding? Uhura said incredulously. Penalt's accusing composers of stealing? From whom, may I ask? At the probe, Riley replied gloomily. By the way, those musical themes. Remember the Zone's words, there is no danger, and we'll talk later. The composers called their work Conversation with a Space Wanderer. Uhura, Kirk pleaded, can you relax a little? I think we're getting to the dressing room. What will the musicians think? Uhura stopped and sighed. Yes, you are right. At the end of the corridor, the Starfleet officers saw Maestro Espinosa and Dayan, who raised his hand in greeting. The same keyboard produced two completely different melodies simultaneously, each of which repeated the characteristic sounds of the probe. Both melodies were born from the energetic touch of Yandra's fingers on the keys. The main theme, however, was heard in the orchestra, conducted by Audrey Benar. After this concert, Penalt won't stick his head out, Riley thought. He himself would never have been able to come up with these cosmic variations.
Uhura, who had been very doubtful about the concert's success, now listened with bated breath.
Even the imperturbable Vulcan was enjoying Yandra's art. As Kirk listened to the piece, he increasingly realized how accurate the title of this composition was. As applause broke out, the captain recalled once again the probe's words, what preceded them, and what happened after them. Timely words, he thought, logical and meaningful. And Kirk eagerly joined in the thunderous applause. Somewhere in the vast expanses of the universe, the probe halted its course again and extended its famed crystal sensor. It had often visited this corner of the galaxy, but had never stopped here before, perhaps only for navigational measurements. There were no one here who understood the true language, nor anyone who resembled the creators, accustomed to the vast oceans. Suddenly,
the probe heard the voices of primitive creatures that not only defied its patterns, but were even attempting to speak.
These words slowly made their way through the star clusters, trying not to provoke the probe into aggression. The wanderer did not shout or even raise his voice, because he was afraid of frightening the travelers from the metal bubbles. Half a parsec later, the probe approached a dim, pale green planet 5 times closer to its sun than the Creator's planet was to its own. Recalling its goals and objectives, it began gently shaking the molecules of this unknown planet's atmosphere. Even the intelligent ocean creatures that Zond had encountered many times in his life would have needed time to understand his new, passionate phrase, "Would you like to talk to me?"